This is the follow-up meeting for Finance, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion and DPS Joint Committee meeting. Today is July the 30th, and we're reconvening. We don't need to do the roll, right? Okay, we just jump right back in. All right, so the ordinance that we're hearing now is ordinance number 637-2024 by Council Members Harrison and Griffin by departmental request, an emergency ordinance authorizing the Director of Community Development to enter into an agreement with Cleveland Housing Investment Fund, LLC, or its designee to provide development assistance to provide partial funding of the Cleveland Housing Investment Fund. And we have Director Hernandez with us and Chief Epstein, and then they can introduce the guests that they have with them today.
Thank you, Council President. Before I turn it over to Director Hernandez to introduce the rest of the guests and begin the presentation, I wanted to offer a few introductory remarks. This piece and the bedrock piece that we heard this morning are significant, and they reflect the city's commitment to three key policy strategies. First, the Bedrock Project and the Cleveland Housing Investment Fund will combine to add 5,500 to 6,000 housing units to the city over the next 10 to 15 years, with about half of them being affordable at 60 to 100% AMI. Over half these units will be in middle and opportunity neighborhoods, areas of the city where we have not seen robust private sector investment. We have a housing supply problem in Cleveland with an aging building stock decimated by foreclosures, predatory landlords, neglect, and the ongoing legacy of redlining. These two initiatives will not solve that problem, but they are an additional tool that builds on over $70 million of investment in home repair, rehab, construction, and housing gap financing made by the City Council and the administration over the last 2.5 years. Second, these projects both aim to use public dollars to attract large amounts of private sector investment. Last year, I referenced an Urban Institute study which showed the city of Cleveland ranked 93rd out of 100 large cities in scaled aggregate private sector investment from 2010 to 2020. We need more private sector investment in our city, period. The Cleveland Housing Investment Fund will attract $82 million of direct match to pair with the city's $18 million investment. And that $100 million will attract a total of $250 million of follow-on and private investment in the middle and opportunity neighborhoods where redlining continues to be a barrier to private investment. The Bedrock project will leverage the city's investments in infrastructure through the Shore to Quarter Shore TIF district to attract several $1 billion of private investment. This leverage strategy is similar to what we're pursuing with the Site Readiness for Good Jobs Fund, where you'll hear next week about a match that at least doubles our money. We need to make it easier for investment to come to Cleveland. This leads to the third key theme. Dollars invested in the city of Cleveland must benefit our residents. The Bedrock CBA, far and away the most meaningful community benefits agreement we've put together since Council passed the CBO under Council President Griffin's leadership, will bring specific and tangible benefits to neighborhoods across the city, open up public access to our riverfront, and benefit Cleveland workers and small businesses. The Cleveland Housing Investment Fund will similarly bring affordable housing to our neighborhoods with a focus on empowering minority developers and adapting vacant structures. These projects will both be shaped by the city's Community Benefits Scorecard, a new tool which outlines what is important to the city and its development projects: affordable housing, public space, trail connections, blight reduction, transit access. These are all community benefits we'll see in each project. 6,000 units of housing, billions of dollars of private investment, groundbreaking community benefits woven through. This is two big pieces of legislation for the city of Cleveland. We know that the problems facing the city are immense and will take time and bold vision. We're not done. We will continue to work collaboratively with our partners at City Council to add tools to address these challenges and work towards a better city for our residents. Turn it over to Director Hernandez.
Thank you. Director.
Chairman, President, and to all of Council, we're excited to be here to present this to you today. This is an example of something that we talk about often at this table. This is an example of taking dollars that we have, leveraging the private sector to grow the pot. We know through your day-to-day experiences as well as ours, and through some of the data that Chief Epstein just talked about, how vast of an issue housing is for the city of Cleveland, and what we are presenting to you today represents an additional tool that we have not had to help address housing in a different, fundamentally different way than we have before. As you all know, I like to start with the department vision, but before I get into that, I will introduce the folks that we have in the table and in the room with us today. So we have, to my right, Tiffany Durr, who's president of the LISC Fund Management. We have Candace Williams, who's the executive director for LISC Cleveland. Caitlin Krebs is in the audience. She's the director of LISC Fund Management. Kim Kutcher, LISC Vice President for the Midwest region, and Janine Colaza, who's Senior Vice President for LISC, of lending for LISC Cleveland.
And my apologies, could you repeat this young lady's name again?
Absolutely. Tiffany Durr.
Durr?
D-U-R-R.
D-U-R-R, okay.
President of the LISC Fund Management. So what you'll see today is that from LISC, we have both corporate LISC, if you will, right, big LISC, representing the national team, as well as our local LISC folks that we work with on a regular basis in Candace's team. We also have Tony Banga, who is our Bureau Chief of Housing Development, and we will speak to you today about this project. As noted, I like to start as many presentations as I can, seating them within the vision of the department, which I have put on here. And so one of the tenets is creating quality housing and vibrant neighborhoods, and we believe that this program directly hits on to that vision. We also like to put on, like to talk about what we call our departmental North Star, and that is the 10-year equitable housing plan, which calls for us to protect, preserve, produce, and position housing of all types. This report said that we need all types of housing. Every neighborhood has a different need, and again, given your experiences with your residents, I know that you believe that to be true. Cleveland housing issues are entrenched, right? They have been for generations. And solving these problems will require a multi-pronged approach. That means that not every program will solve everything at one time, but through a multi-pronged approach, we will have different tools to address the different needs for housing. And this is one of those tools. So the Cleveland Housing Investment Fund is a fund where we are taking $18 million of city money and having LISC grow those dollars to a $100 million housing fund. We'll talk more about the specifics of that in a moment. But our goal here is to address affordable housing shortage that's facing Cleveland residents through this public-private partnership. If there was a theme of the day, I think public-private partnership would be it. So this helps us to maximize, for every dollar we put in, we're getting much more back. We often talk about how even if we put all of ARPA dollars towards housing, we still would be just scratching the surface. And so what we need to do is grow that pie, grow that pot, whatever you want to call it. We need additional dollars. And we often talk about how we need the private sector's participation more in this, and this is an example of that. This has a residential focus for low to moderate income individuals, and that is those that are earning less than 80% AMI, and that's about $54,000 or less annually. Through this, as Chief Epstein noted, our goal is to have up to 3,000 new housing units, and the LISC team is ready to start this work today, start fundraising today. And we need your approval to do that. I will now hand it over to our LISC team, who can talk us through how the fund would work, and other details. And I'll go ahead and skip to this next slide for you.
So she could use this microphone right there.
Great.
And please pull it up,
I'll
talk
make
to
those.
it directly in, and direct all questions through the chair if you could.
Okay. Hello, everyone. To the council, thank you so much for the opportunity to present this fund and the culmination of a lot of work across our national LISC fund management team, as well as our local offices, and in partnership with Chief Epstein and Director Hernandez and their entire team. So thank you for that opportunity. Starting here, I just want to provide a brief overview about what we do as LISC and LISC Fund Management. As Director Hernandez mentioned, we have a local office team led here by Candace Williams. We have 38 local offices for LISC. Cleveland is one of them. And so LISC Fund Management, which is an affiliate of LISC, manages all of the off-balance sheet investment funds for our Community Development Financial Institution, CDFI. LISC Fund Management was started in 2019, and over that time, we've raised 11 investment funds, totaling $853 million. Of those funds, we've done $640 million in place-based funds, including in the cities of Detroit, Charlotte, Dallas, the Bay Area, and others. So I just wanted to provide that context. We're a team of 40 investment professionals who do this work around the country. So thank you again. For this fund, what we do is pool private, public, as well as philanthropic resources to create investment vehicles that provide low-cost capital to developers. Oops, we're going back and forth. Oh, that's okay. Low-cost capital to our developers in the form of senior debt, subordinate debt, as well as equity. In this slide here, you have an example of how we would like to leverage the dollars in our Cleveland Housing Investment Fund by combining in the investors, bank capital, corporations, impact investors, philanthropic dollars, as well as state and local, into a $100 million vehicle, and then deploy that into multifamily, commercial, and other projects around the city. If we go to the next slide, this is an example. Sorry.
Yeah, I think we're jumping around. Where you at?
We were jumping around. We're on slide 6.
Okay.
Hopefully you can follow there.
Slide 6. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Go ahead.
Okay, are we all, okay, we're good to go here. We included this slide so that you have, is my mic cutting in and out?
You're good.
Oh, we're good, okay. As an example of what we've done around the country, for the Bay Area, what's called the Partnership for the Bay's Future Fund. We have the Charlotte Housing Opportunity Investment Fund, as well as Fund 2 that we launched in Charlotte. And the Detroit Housing for the Future Fund, which also has a follow-on fund that we're in the process of raising. I'm going to spend a little bit of time just talking about what we did in Detroit, because I'm especially proud of that work. That on average, we provided $3 million to each of our projects. We've closed 16 deals. 50% of the projects we financed are led by diverse developers. So we also provided grants to these developers to cover their pre-development expenses. And of those 50% of those projects, 45% of the projects financed in there were contracted with MWBEs, so diverse-led contractors, minority and women-led business entities that provided the general contracting to those projects. These are mixed-income projects, and we're really excited to talk about, there's so many parallels here with what we did with Detroit that could mirror some of the work that we would like to accomplish here in Cleveland. You'll see some of the statistics. The first fund was started at $58 million. We're a second fund following on, and we've reached so far 500 units. I actually think we're well on our way to over 1,000 units there. The city of Detroit also celebrated $1 billion effort in that, $1 billion effort, which our fund was a key contributor to that effort with the city in terms of $1 billion of investment in housing. I'll go briefly through these next few slides, and these are just really illustrative projects, so you all can get a flavor of the type of work that we're currently doing around the country through LISC Fund Management. These projects that we finance include seniors housing, low-income housing tax credit projects, LIHTC projects, non-LIHTC projects, which are just as important, naturally occurring affordable housing. We call those NOAA deals, where these are multifamily, mixed-use commercial projects that are located in communities that may not support higher rents. We do transit-oriented development as well. Last but not least, before I turn it over to Candace to talk a little bit about what the local office perspective is, I wanted to highlight one of the deals that we've done in Cleveland, which is really illustrative of some of our work, Victorian Estates. That's a project where we provided $1.7 million to construct 19 units. This is in the Upper Chester neighborhood. This is really focused on providing housing related to eds and meds, and that was one of the deals that we completed under our racial equity fund called the Black Economic Development Fund. Another deal that we looked at was MLK Gateway, that's in the Anacostia neighborhood in DC. Some of you might know that's a predominantly black neighborhood. It's a mixed-use project that really spurred development in their commercial corridor. And so that's also some of the work that we would like to do through this fund. And last but not least is home ownership, where we provided 30 units of affordable townhomes in Florida through our community land trust partner there. So these are illustrative projects that we've worked on and have expertise. Thank you for your time, and I'll turn it over to our Executive Director of our Cleveland office, Candace Williams.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Yeah, just as floated. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Oh, great. Awesome. Good afternoon, Council President and Council leadership. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon and the opportunity to speak today. I'm happy to walk through some local examples of the types of projects that we could expect to see as part of this fund. And so, Director, when you like, we can pop back to the other side too, if you like.
I'm sorry.
To slide 4, I believe it was.
Slide 4. There.
Okay. Thank you. Just wanted to bring us back before going into some examples around the Director Hernandez's comments that our hope with this fund is to seed with city dollars the $18 million, catalyze that into an additional $82 million for a target of $100 million in investment for the city of Cleveland. How this translates is not only are we targeting a $100 million fund, but the ability for total development costs is actually multiplied 2.5 times. You're really talking about $250 million in investment that's available when you think about the different products that are available between senior loan products, subordinate loan products, as well as the preferred equity. So tremendous opportunity to attract new capital to the market that has not been here previously. And so also wanted to elevate the fact that this fund is a tool and a vehicle to really elevate the city's priorities. And these are the 4 pillars that you see on this slide here. One, that we are targeting over 50%, 51% of the fund to support affordable housing at 80% or below area median income. Secondly, supporting developers of color. At least minimum of 30% of the fund will target emerging developers. These are MBE, FBE, and CSB certified developers that have been shut out of access to capital, and definitely a priority for this fund. As mentioned, this will translate to 2,500 to 3,000 units of new or preserved housing. That number is a range because it depends on the housing type, as you can imagine, whether it's multifamily, single family, and the like. And then lastly, elevating the city's priorities around sustainable, healthy living and transit-oriented development. So wanted to make sure that we spent a little time there as well. And if we might jump to the examples here. Again, these are just illustrations of the types of projects that this fund could really help get through the finish line. We're trying to level the playing field in terms of attracting private capital into neighborhoods that have not had this opportunity. And so if you look from left to right, the first example here is in the Westtown neighborhood Variety Theater. This is a mixed-use development opportunity, average 13 units of rental housing, and commercial storefronts on the first floor. As we all know, these commercial corridors in Cleveland's neighborhoods, this could be any neighborhood, right, where we see opportunities for mixed use. This is really bringing those properties back online, which are difficult for the private market to invest in. Secondly, we have an example in Union Miles neighborhood. This is veterans housing, bringing additional supportive housing opportunities to the Union Miles neighborhood. Again, bringing online an average of 12 units where we have not seen investment, particularly as we talked about the efforts on the southeast side. And this would be new construction. The last example is the Lee Harvard community where we're looking at the JFK site and recreation space. This is an example of how this fund could support not only large-scale development, but catalytic sites as identified by the city of Cleveland, whether they be city lots within the land bank or former CMSD sites, really looking to transform those sites into various uses and various housing typologies. So excited for the opportunity that this fund can provide in terms of flexibility. Just to summarize, without the illustrations, we're really looking to preserve buildings that have not been able to pencil financially, whether they're the small multifamily apartment buildings, mixed-use apartment buildings, vacant lots for new construction, certainly catalytic sites, as well as the but-for projects that just have not seen the opportunity for investment. Typically, these are the non-subsidized projects, the non-LIHTC deals. This does not preclude us from doing those types of projects, but this is, again, creating equitable opportunity for access to development. To move the needle in terms of bringing new housing stock online. So with that, I will turn it to.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
I'll hop in for a second before we turn it over to Tony Bango to talk about the specifics of the project. I hope what you've seen is our why so far, why something like this is really important, why we have selected the team that we have selected. They have a wealth of experience. They are dedicated to this work. And now Tony Bango will talk more into the how. How does this happen? What are the elements that are going to make this project successful? Tony?
All right. Thank you very much, Director. First, thank you to the Council President and the rest of the Council. Appreciate your time today. What I'm going to talk about is how we select projects, how we're going to score projects, how we're going to measure the impact of the fund. I'm going to talk a little bit about engagement and what that looks like from all parties involved. And I'll also talk a little bit about how I suspect the fund will benefit our neighborhoods and the people that live here. But first, I just want to start with a quick thank you. Everything I'm going to talk about today is the result of a lot of deliberation and conversation between the administration, between LISC and their team, and from council representation and council staff. So really appreciate the participation we've had up until this point. And what I'm going to go over here is a guideline, and we welcome all of your questions, comments, suggestions. So to begin, the most critical thing about this partnership is that it is a partnership that requires maintenance and management. In project selection, projects are going to be referred to the fund from a lot of different sources. And in order to make sure we meet some of the community benefit goals that I'll talk about later, we need to make sure that we work together with LISC and with council to make sure that developers are referred to the fund so that they can be reviewed and selected to move forward with their applications. The way that we've looked at this is that it will be a partnership between the city administration and council, CDCs and our other nonprofit neighborhood development partners, financial institutions in the region, marketing, and of course, public engagement. Applications will be accepted on a rolling basis, and the fund will score projects as they receive them, and I'll get into that in a moment. And then they'll also undergo independent underwriting done by LISC itself. So on the next slide, so this is a simplified version of the scoring matrix. We've shared a copy of the current draft, but happy to share it a second time. It goes into way more detail, how much everything is scored on an individual basis and how those decisions will be made. But there are three overarching categories we're going to be considering. These are developer factors, factors around neighborhood impact, and then development factors specifically about the project and where it's located. I'm going to touch base on just a few of these. I'm happy to get into more detail later. But we're essentially awarding points to projects that are supporting community-based nonprofits or are developers who are located within the city or developers who qualify as an MBE, an FBE, or a Cleveland small business. We're looking to award projects that are complying with the Fannie Lewis law. We're giving projects to giving points to projects that are located in middle or opportunity neighborhoods, are in a neighborhood that hasn't received a project from this fund. We want to make sure that all neighborhoods experience some level of investment from this fund. We're supporting projects that are transit-oriented in their development, are located in the southeast side of Cleveland, are restoring vacant and abandoned properties, removing blight, or even doing value-added infrastructure improvements like a playground or repairing lighting or sidewalks, something like that that's going to immediately benefit the people who live around the property. And then finally, as far as development factors, we're looking at things like income-diverse housing, housing that could potentially create multi-generational wealth. This would be like for-sale single-family housing. We're looking at considering the developer's performance on previous projects that they've done, whether or not it's utilizing city-owned property, whether or not they're willing to commit to extended terms of affordability, and so forth. In terms of engagement, there's kind of two approaches that we want to pursue for engagement. The first is a monthly standing meeting that LISC, the administration, and council is welcome to attend, where we'll go over deal flow, project scoring, decisions made about project scoring. We'll discuss outreach strategies to communities and stakeholders. We'll try to problem solve around projects that we would like to try and see how we can get them to the point where they're bankable, essentially providing technical assistance to smaller developers. And then we'll do an overall review of the geographical impact of the fund, making sure that the fund is hitting and is accessible by all opportunity in middle neighborhoods. And then we also want to do a more formal quarterly reporting where we're providing analysis on why we've approved or denied certain projects, what the impact of the fund is, and what the financial health of the fund is. Some of the things that we'll be measuring are things like what has been the impact in middle markets and what kind of mixed income housing has the fund produced. We'll be measuring the number of tenants who are occupying units as a result of the fund. They're at 80% of the area median income or less. We'll be looking at how the fund is supporting projects that transition households to opportunities for home ownership. So this could be anything like for sale housing, or it could be lease purchase housing. We'll also be looking at things like how are the projects benefiting from this fund are leveraging outside resources to reduce their burden on the fund. And then we'll be looking at the percentage of contractors and developers who are participating in the fund who are MBE, FB, or CSB. And then finally, what is at a per ward level the investment from the fund and how is it impacting all of our neighborhoods? So this is, I'm going to talk a little bit about the tenets of a community benefits agreement. This is a baseline of discussions we've had over the past 3 weeks with LISC and council representation. It's certainly not limited to everything proposed here, but this is the starting point. What we're looking at is the fund must provide 51% of all of its units to be affordable at 80% of the area median income or less. 80% of the fund must occur in opportunity or middle neighborhoods. 20% of the fund must essentially rehab vacant and abandoned structures. 30% of the fund must benefit either at the subcontracting level or the GC level, minority-owned, female-owned, or Cleveland small businesses that are certified by the city. And 30% of the participants in the fund must be emerging developers. Many, of course, will be minority, MBEFB, or CSB. I want to talk a little bit about how I anticipate impact. As the director talked earlier about our 2030 plan, we're really set out to preserve, protect, and produce 10,000 units of housing per year over 10 years. This, again, won't solve all of our problems, but it's going to focus mostly on produce and a little bit of preserve. Right now, with our current resources, we're producing about 2,600 units of housing, whether we're preserving, producing, or protecting annually. The remaining 7,000 units of housing is something we really need to have more tools, more resources, and one of the ways to do that is to leverage investments from the private community, which is what this is seeking to do. A little bit of perspective, just the Housing Trust Fund alone, that is a $3.3 million annual investment, and that's producing between 200 and 300 units of housing annually. What we're hoping with this fund is that the $18 million investment from the city of Cleveland will leverage a total investment of $100 million, which will then be leveraged to $250 million, producing between 2,500 and 3,000 units of housing over a period of 5 years. Benefits to the city. So first, for a lot of our development community, it's going to provide access to low-cost capital and patient equity that is critical for a lot of non-tax credit projects and currently really only available to projects in opportunity zones. It's not available citywide. It's going to provide capital to redevelop small, mid-sized buildings. Right now, a lot of what we see development-wise are either small single-family projects, maybe 2-unit projects, or we see large multifamily projects, 40 to 100 units. You drive up and down basically every major commercial corridor in the city, and you see so many of these smaller, mid-sized, mixed-use buildings with commercial storefronts and either 4 units of residential or 20 units of residential above it. This is really a product that can be used to close the gap in those projects and make them a possibility. Another thing that this thing does is it provides a tool for us to address missing middle housing in our middle neighborhoods. The reason it does that is that these neighborhoods are commonly thought of as being on the fringe and near the cusp where the market could work to support housing development, but it's just not quite there. What this fund is really doing is it's allowing projects to borrow more for the same amount by reducing their interest rate and providing more favorable underwriting terms. This has the potential to kind of tip that scale just far enough to make development possible. And then part of the fund, while 80% is 51% of the fund must go to projects producing at the 80% AMI level or less. There are higher AMI considerations for the remaining fund, up to 120% area median income, which allows developers to capture some more benefit from the neighborhood, close the gap in their projects, and produce a variety of housing so that we can create mixed income communities. Another benefit to us is it will reduce the reliance of our LIHTC projects on city resources. So projects that are producing affordable housing with low-income housing tax credits will need less money from the city because they can use this fund in order to borrow more and therefore require less from the city. I want to talk a little bit about need briefly. We all know that last year we put out an RFP for $15 million, a mixture of ARPA funds, home ARP, and so forth. We got 90 responses asking for a total of $156 million, and we were only able to fund 27 of those projects. I'm currently going through the final rounds of reviewing this year's Housing Trust Fund, where we have $3.3 million available. I have 17 asks for funding. My gut tells me about 13 or 14 are projects that are viable to move forward. And of those 17 projects, they're asking for $17.6 million. The need is great. There is large demand for gap financing in order to produce more housing in the city of Cleveland. Here, just real quick, as we invest by ourselves to support affordable housing, for every $12.50 we put into a project, we see $100 worth of impact. What LISC does, or what this proposal does, is it takes that amount from 12.5% to 6%. So for every $6 the city puts in, we're getting $100 of impact in our communities. This spreadsheet you see here on the screen, this is based off of a project that is currently in our portfolio, the Hawthorne Elementary project. I made some changes to assumptions around it to make it a little bit more applicable to most of our neighborhoods. But you can see on the left column where it says without CHIF, if they're borrowing at current market rates, they could only borrow $4.1 million from a bank, and they would need a city grant of $3.4 million. With CHIF, which is a 3 to 3.5% discount on the market, they're able to borrow $5.58 million, and they only need $1.9 million from the city. But what is different about this partnership with LISC is that one of the products they offer is an equity investment. So it's possible that a project like Hawthorne, like the one we're looking at here, could need no real subsidy from the city at all because of the products being offered by LISC. And there are so many projects in our neighborhood that could really benefit from this. This is why we talked briefly earlier about the Variety Theater. There's the Memphis and Pearl project on Fulton that I think could really benefit from this. Basically, any CMSD site could be a potential investment target. It really does open up the doors for projects that we haven't seen in quite some time.
Before we hop over to the disclaimer, I am sure that we are not meant to read the entire disclaimer, but if maybe you all can speak about it.
No, we are a registered SEC, Securities Exchange Commission registered investment advisor, so we're required to put our disclaimers on every presentation. So just wanted to note that.
We do what we can to make the lawyers happy. Council, I hope that what you see here is that this is beyond just an idea, that these dollars are real. And with your support with the management of LISC and their experience, we have already over doubled what this fund is with a key commitment from Key Bank, who is also here in the audience. Chanel Smith-Wiggum is the Senior Vice President for the National Community Engagement Director for Key Bank. And so just wanting to let you know that Key is in the room. They stand ready to, again, take what is our 18. They are pledging $20 million to start this fund. And so already these dollars are real. This is the beginning of the fund. With your approval, we will be able to, with LISC, they will be able to engage other institutions, whether they're philanthropic or other banks, to add to this fund. But I wanted you to know that this is beyond just an idea. There's already real dollars that are committed. There are real projects that can be impacted on a daily basis. Chief Epstein?
I just want to hit on a couple points before we turn it over for questions. We have seen virtually opportunity neighborhoods in the city, and we continue to be redlined. This is a fund that is specifically designed to bring private investment to those neighborhoods and to introduce banks and lenders and start pushing investment where it has not gone. Second, the type of projects that we're going to be able to fund here, Tony outlined some, and we don't have a tool right now to help fund 5 units of apartment over retail on St. Clair. We don't have a tool. This is a tool that could offer equity to a minority developer and below market debt to put that in place. Similarly, if we attract a developer to Collinwood that wants to do large-scale modular housing and needs debt to help finance that for sale project, this is a tool that we can use for that. This is not going to solve all of our housing problems. I know we've had a lot of discussion with council around putting some money that we had previously earmarked for down payment assistance into this fund. When we had the opportunity here with LISC and Key to leverage money to make it worth 5 times what our investment was, collectively as a team, we sat down and said, we would rather do this right now or we'd rather do down payment. And I think our collective belief is that the impact here in pursuing this opportunity is the right impact for now. There are going to be other tools that we are working on and want to continue to work with council on for sale housing. It's a critically important thing. This is going to help in some way with it, but we think there's a remarkable opportunity right now in front of us to achieve a lot of the things that we hear every time we come to the table about investment, bank participation, redlining, affordable housing, middle opportunity neighborhoods. So I think our team has worked really hard. The fund is stronger today with the feedback we've had from council staff. I understand it's a lot to digest, but we're looking forward to taking your questions.
Thank you. First of all, you know, it's a lot in this document, and you're exactly right. This is something that we've been really trying to utilize dollars in order to leverage more for the private sector. I will tell you that this is kind of a hefty lift. The reason that I agreed to put this on today is because we didn't have any DPS meetings scheduled, but I just whispered to the chairman, and he said he'd be willing to host a DPS hearing because a lot of council members just have a lot of detailed questions about this. So I may need a couple of bites at the apple to really make sure that council really understands this. I really take pride in socializing and helping council truly understand all of the mechanics of this so that we could do this. But we'll see how this goes because you know, a lot of council members are already saying, hey, we need more time. And I know that you've opened up your doors to offer for council members to get educated on this, but this is our busy time of year. We're out chasing dog calls and having community meetings and in hot church basements talking about speeding cars and stuff. So, you know, just want to make sure I let you know, be patient with us as we really wrap our arms around this. But I do think it's worth it to have this conversation still today. Couple questions that I have. I don't think that it was an either or when we talked about home ownership. I thought that what I understood, and I know Councilman Harrison, and I think a couple, I'm not sure if Councilman McCormick, but I know Councilman Harrison was in the original meeting. And what I thought that there would be a clear, I don't like to use the word carve-outs, but a clear, dedicated line of money that would go towards home ownership. One of the things that we have a sincere concern about as council is just building massive apartments and putting large funds for developers to build big buildings because they pencil better is not helping our community. In order to bring back the working families and the middle class families that have middle class income, we need good housing, affordable housing. And that's something that I see is in here, but I don't see it prescriptive enough for us to really feel comfortable at this point that we would be willing to forego all of that amount just because I don't see enough affordable housing. And that's something that's huge. In addition to that, when we look at the Bedrock project and what's being committed out of there, plus this, and as you articulated earlier, Chief, it's approximately 6,000 or more units, roughly 6,200 or so units, and approximately 80% of them are market rate. And not enough, we believe, are affordable. How do we have more affordable home ownership opportunities embedded in this some kind of way? So hopefully we could talk through that and spend some time making sure we understand that. But those are a couple of the questions that I'll just start off with, and then I got a couple of other questions. Can you help me understand that to start off?
So let me start on the affordability, and I'm going to pass it on to the team to talk about the home ownership question. There are 2,500 to 3,000 units in this proposal. All of them will be under 100% AMI, 100% AMI or under. So I count those all as affordable units. Between 2,500 and 3,000. The Bedrock Fund has 400, so it's closer to half of those 6,000 units are going to be under 100% AMI or under.
Just a clarification, and this is where we always, and at some point in time, I think everybody's going to settle on a number. I've pretty much settled at 60%. 60% AMI is affordable housing. I know some people say 80. This is where you guys may have to help me, because 80 or 100 in a distressed area or in the other area may be a little bit different. But that's where the details and the minutia is in this whole conversation, because I understand we're trying to go to areas where the market hasn't traditionally gone. But 80 to 100 in a market, in a prime market area like University Circle, for example, where I have, is a high rent. And adjacent to hot markets like Tremont and Ohio City and downtown, 80 to 100% is a pretty hefty amount.
Yeah, to the chair, and I've got a whole line of housing experts that's going to weigh in.
Yeah, because I want you to say this, if I could, Chief. The reason that I'm saying this to you is because this is kind of the thought process of council, and that's why we may not want to just sprint through this, because a couple of things that we might need to understand better around market pressures and everything else is definitely needed. So please.
And through the chair, I think we'll have a really robust conversation of that today. I think my initial comment in response to that is we need housing at all price levels in all neighborhoods. We have a housing supply problem in the city, and we have an income problem. The more units you're doing at 60 or 50 or 40 or 30, it's just more subsidy that is needed from somewhere. How many LIHTC projects does the city get awarded in a year, Tony?
It's between 4 and 6.
So we get between 4 and 6 LIHTC projects. There's not enough subsidy out there to build every unit at
60.
At 60 or below. We certainly need more. But I also think as we look at the growth of the city overall and the loss of population, we need more quality housing. And when we have more quality housing in the city, whether it's rental, whether it's for sale, whether it's 60%, whether it's 120%, people are going to move back into the city.
Okay.
Far more in-depth answer that I'm sure my team will weigh in on.
So I want to talk a little bit about the affordability piece and then talk about the for sale. So it's important to understand that the rents on a project will always be the lesser of whatever's affordable at that AMI or what the market can bear. So in some markets in Cleveland, they won't be able to go above the 60% AMI area or the 80% AMI. It's when you're in a healthier market that might actually trigger. So that's worth, I don't think if a project was in Union Miles, right? I don't think you're going to be seeing any LISC project funding $1,500 a month rents or anything north of that. On the single family piece, this is something I've been thinking a lot about the past 2 weeks or so. I think that, one of the community benefits agreements bullets that we're working on right now is discussion of a percentage of the fund going to for sale housing. It's something we've been discussing. I think in order to accomplish that, we will need to be as I said earlier, this is a partnership. We need to be intentional and we need to work together. I think it's going to require that and thinking about what the right partnerships are in order to make that happen. So off the top of my head, I think that means working with Cleveland Housing Network to pursue state LIHTC credits to do lease purchase homes. That's one way to do it. I think it could work with Habitat's model for housing. I think the County Land Bank, in partnership with their gap financing, could pull off some units. And I also think there are a lot of really interesting people proposing modular housing that are able to cut costs by about 20%. And in a lot of our middle markets, I think LISC partnered with that cost saving could actually help produce for sale housing. So long story short, I think it's possible, but requires a lot of effort.
To the chair, thank you for the questions. I think there's some other context I want to provide in terms of how we look at affordability. With some of our place-based funds in other cities, we have a minimum threshold of 30% of area median income, and we had certain thresholds. We were able to exceed those minimum thresholds with our fund by approaching our financing with mixed income housing. So the higher income units at 80% of area median income, 100% area median income, provided subsidy for the lower income units. So that's one way we've embedded mixed income housing in here to provide a subsidy to reach deeper levels of affordability. It's also largely dependent on the types of projects we find, the types of financing, and that's when our expertise comes in to support developers so that when they find a project, a lot of what we do is take what they believe they can accomplish, refine it so that it makes sense, that what their assumptions make sense, their income and their expenses, and how they're going to refinance it. We do a lot of technical assistance with developers, with emerging developers. Maybe this is their third or fourth project. They might not have worked with institutional capital, so that they can understand how to make these pencil and how to make institutional banks such as Key Bank finance it at a later date. So just wanted to touch on those 2 points. Mixed income is very important, and also the technical assistance piece that we provide through here. I also really wanted to touch on the home ownership question, and that supply is crucial. I just wanted to echo what Chief Epstein was referring to. When you provide more housing, it lowers the overall cost to the individual consumer. Home ownership is, as we all know, is complicated. There's really 4, if not more, parts of becoming a homeowner. There's the down payment assistance, there's the mortgage piece, there's also the financial support and technical support, but most importantly, where we're trying to focus in this fund is increasing the supply. So providing the developer the financing units that will eventually be available for sale. And that's a very tricky piece, but I just wanted to emphasize where we fit in that the overall picture of home ownership is financing the developers to make sure those units are developed, then sold.
Thank you. One last question, and then I'm going to turn it over for a moment to Councilman Harrison, because I have to go take care of a couple of things. Opportunity in middle neighborhoods is where you said you want to target, which I think is great. I hope that middle and opportunity neighborhoods include edge neighborhoods like Collinwood, Lee Harvard, Bel Air Paradis, and West Park, because I think sometimes because they're neighborhoods that are competing with suburban communities, that's the reason why I'm so adamant about housing. I don't just think about Ward 6 and Larchmere and Buckeye, think about the entire city when we look. But then there's also what I've known, unbeknownst to us, and Director, you know this very well, we have some areas that we've designated as prime markets, but then there's probably small census tracts or small areas that have a typology that are less than the area they're attached to. For example, parts of Fairfax, parts of the Little Italy area, where we have a part of East Cleveland that is a part of that census tract, but it's not a wealthy area, it's a blighted area. How do you work on dealing with those kind of targeted areas that are adjacent to those? I talk to my colleague, Councilman McCormick, all the time. People forget he has a very large impoverished area that they think his area has gold coming out of the sewers and stuff, but he actually does have an area that is actually impoverished. So, I mean, how do you look at those like pockets and so that we can try to maybe expand those?
Our philosophy on housing has been every neighborhood has a different need, right? And so this fund does not restrict. While we will target middle and opportunity neighborhoods, this fund can help projects citywide. Of course, when we're talking about those market areas, we want to make sure that we're protecting affordability because the need is different there, right? We're trying to protect against push out. It's just a different need. with the scoring matrix, the way that it is currently set up, it leaves opportunity for any area of the city to get housing, and we are really focused on what does that neighborhood need. We'll protect affordability where we need to protect affordability. We will introduce market rate in areas that haven't seen market rate, and we'll stabilize where we can stabilize. And so that's really where you get the expertise of having having an organization like LISC to manage this fund and to do that technical assistance and to be the ones making the call, because they will help. And the other thing that I want to note is that none of this is going to happen in a vacuum. This isn't something that gets passed and we don't hear about it. There are intentional benchmarks set up. There are regular meetings scheduled and set up for council staff, for council members. And the other part that we didn't really focus a whole lot on was that we have to help to prime that pipeline. So that's going to take work from you all, the CDCs. It's going to take work on our staff to help, help introduce folks to this fund. I am so glad to see Councilwoman Gray here, because she gave a great example when we were meeting about this tool. And she said, this is actually the exact project that this would have helped with, but because we didn't have any tools, we weren't able to get anything done. So I want to note that these are real, impactful things, ripped straight from the headlines, exactly what you all talk to us about when we're at the table. This addresses many of those needs.
Thank you, and I'm glad that you mentioned that, because oversight is also a question that we always have when we ever invest in these kind of funds. We don't like to just invest and then they're out the door and then we have no other involvement in how and where they will be administered and directed. So keep that in mind, and I'm going to turn it over to Chairman Hairston. Once again, it's going to be Chairman Hairston, Polensik, Santana, KZ, Harsh, and Starr. I will tell you that if there are some questions that council needs to get clarified, I am going to ask Councilman Hairston to bring back the DPS committee and table it to hear it further. However, if there's things that we could figure out, we'll look at that. But I will tell you, based on the tone and tenor that I'm getting, many council members want to really take our time to really pull up our sleeves and address this. So, Councilman Hairston, and then I'll be back shortly.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Just so members know, we are at almost 4 o'clock here now, and just be mindful of your time as we continue to go through the presentation. The Council President indicated as well that I doubt that there is support to move this out of committee today. Just hearing some of the questions or concerns or comments that have been raised with members of the committee. But I still want to make sure that we thoroughly go through this presentation today. All right. Just kicking it off, just a couple things for me, and I'll move on to my colleagues, because I've been actively a part of this conversation along with council staff. So any members, if you have additional questions, myself and council staff, Joe Titra and Brooke Saban, has been a part of these discussions. In the most recent discussions as they developed the matrix, and a lot of the questions that I know that we often ask or have concerns about related to homeowner, single-family homes, owner-occupant homes, and council's involvement in the process, decision-making, all those things we absolutely brought up to the working group as we had these discussions around creating this fund. All right, so moving on. So, to the I was going to say through the chair. I am the chair now. Really quick, just go on slide 4. It gave two numbers. It gave $100 million and it gave $250 million amount. What is the difference between the two? Can you share that? Because that was a question that was asked.
Do you want me to take that, or do you want to take that? Sure. So the $100 million is. Am I looking at the right slide, this one that you're referring
Yes.
to? Yep. So the $100 million is the target size of the fund. So it would take an initial seed funding from the city of $18 million, plus the $20 million that Key Bank has pledged. We would leverage an additional, what's the difference there? Well, less the 20, to get to $100 million for the fund. That's the fund size, and that would be the capital that's available for the Cleveland Housing Investment Fund to deploy directly into projects. In prior funds, the deal sizes ranged between $1 to $3 million, depending on the size of the deal, if we're taking a senior debt position, subordinate, or a preferred equity position. So those deal sizes may range. The $250 million is the total estimated leverage of the project. So you have, what is that? Then it's like a 2.5 to 1. So we would be leveraging up to $250 million in total development costs. So for every dollar that we put in through the fund, it would leverage $2.50 in development costs. That's what that difference is.
Okay, good. Thank you. With that response, and with the footnote that's down below, it's very little writing. With the footnote there, is this selling point undermined by that footnote?
Oh, no, I wouldn't say that. So just for the benefit to the chair, it says projected total development costs are hypothetical. That caveat language we have to include because these are all projections and estimates, and we're unable to put in here that we commit to this type. It's just based on our prior performance. It's based on our experience and what we've seen in the market, based on the projects that we've seen in the pipeline. We are able to estimate that we would leverage that much in cost.
Sure, I appreciate that, because when you look at what the slide presents, your response, and then you have the footnote at the bottom,
Yeah.
it feels like, you know, the selling point is being undermined, right? And so I hear you, but, you know, for those who are listening, those who are watching, you know, that could be perceived and taken that way. All right. But all right, moving on. During the discussion with Council President, the Chief, we talked about the 2,500 to 3,000 units through the new or preserved affordable home, multifamily, single-family, rental, and for-sale housing developments. I know that we briefly got into whether a particular portion should be set aside for or guaranteed for single-family homes. But the way I look at it, you know, outside of single-family homes, because there are other owner-occupant options, right, besides a single-family home. But not everybody really wants a single-family home. But I look at it more as, you know, a guaranteed owner-occupant option. So can the table, whether it's Chief or whether it's LISC, can you talk with us about, you know, the reasons or the concerns you have with ensuring a guaranteed portion of the fund be used or set aside for owner-occupant homes and or options?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. Absolutely. As mentioned with this fund, it is an opportunity or a tool to create conditions for developers to create units, various types of units. Because of the nature of the products, low-cost capital, extended flexible terms, we're able to finance deals that the conventional market are not able to do. And as Tiffany had mentioned earlier, it's one leg of a three-legged stool, and so it's also critically important for us to work with partners that also can provide the home ownership counseling, the mortgages, any subsidy that may be required in certain neighborhoods where the appraisal gaps don't align for the mortgages to be fruitful for homeowners. And so those factors also influence our ability to create those the specific targets for homeownership, but I love the fact that you raised the various types of ownership, and that's something that we've certainly had experience in and other funds where we've looked at either condos or multifamily apartment buildings that are also owner-occupied. We know that we're fortunate in Cleveland to have many duplex and multifamily homes where we want to create not only home ownership, but also income opportunities, wealth generation opportunities for families. And I think that's the exciting part about this fund, is that it has the ability to be creative and bring products and projects to the market that we have not been able to finance otherwise. And so when we think about home ownership, it is broader, much broader when you think about the ownership versus single family. And I think that also speaks a bit to the impact goals, the 2,500 to 3,000. If we're doing owner-occupied single family, it will impact the outcomes because you're doing a smaller number of units versus multifamily. And so we want it to be able to create that spread based on market conditions and based on what's needed, not just in the moment, but in the years to come.
Sure. Thank you for that. And listen, I agree that we need a mixture of housing types. You need multifamily, you need single family, you need other owner-occupant options. However, as noted by the chief and how we intend to fund $18 million, $10 million of this is coming from initiative that council wholeheartedly supported, is to provide down payment assistance for for home owner-occupant housing, single-family home options. And if we are looking to use that $10 million that was set aside for that particular purpose, because we all believe so much in the ability for those to own their own home, whether it's single family or another option, that can be a way for them to begin to create generational wealth, right? It can begin to stabilize families that has been unstable for quite some time. I grew up with my cousins living with me. I grew up with others living with me. You know why we were able to do that, to support them? Because my grandfather owned this house, right? My grandmother owned her house. And so it allowed us to support others. And then they were to, what do we say, stack the money? They were to stack the money and allow them to go out and acquire their own single family home. Another family went off and went to a condo, right? And so, you know, it is absolutely, you know, critical for this body that we work through that as we continue this, because, you know, there is a great need in our communities, no matter what people on the outside think or whatever the statistics say. A part of it is because there has not been opportunities there available for a developer or some of the names that Mr. Bengal mentioned to really provide a large number of units at a time to support communities, right? You do 5 here, you do 3 here, you do 10 here. Okay, that works, you know, at that moment. But overall, in terms of the timing, does it really, you know, affect change that, you know, we really want to see and feel in our neighborhood? And I would say no to that. But I truly believe because of this fund, we could do that. Because of these dollars, because of the flexibility and the type of funds we have here, we could absolutely achieve the rate of single-family home or other homeowner occupant options, right, throughout our neighborhoods, because this fund that we're talking about here would allow for the flexibility, allow for the support to those markets that really there's never been any other product to support or help support in the neighborhood. So I'll leave it there because I'm sure my other colleagues are going to talk about homeowner occupancy options. Mr. Bengal indicated that, and I agree, if we cluster this with other entities like the Land Bank, CHN, Habitat for Humanity, who are all doing this work. We're waiting on the contract now for 3 ward projects to look at single-family home development, right? That we truly believe that will help spur those neighborhoods. I really believe that, you know, we can move the needle and we can actually get this done. So I'm going to be looking for a particular set aside for homeowner occupant housing for this, you know, whether that is through single family or other options. But I really believe that we can get there. All right. Question about you. You mentioned, and I'm sorry, I forget your name. Tiffany. You mentioned on the average, I think it was in your Detroit model, there was about $3 million per project on the average that you all supported, correct? And that was out of the 498 units that the fund supported?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a cap on the award amounts to those recipients? Or
Yes, so for the terms for the Detroit Housing for the Future funds, there was a maximum of $5 million per recipient. That fund was focused on multifamily development. Most of the housing stock that we found in Detroit these are older mid-rise buildings that have been vacant for a long period of time, and we finance developers to go in and rehabilitate those units and offer them at affordable rates in the community. So the cap was $5 million. Typically, as senior debt, we were the primary lender on those projects because there were some, these are lower cost types of projects. Occasionally, we would provide subordinate level financing in those projects as well.
Okay, great. And do we anticipate the same type of, because Detroit would be the most comparable model to us.
Yes.
Do we anticipate that same type of cap here for the Cleveland fund that we're looking to create?
To the chair, I assume so that in our project terms, and I'm sorry I don't have those in front of me, we usually have a cap. We're not going to put 10 million all in one bucket. We have to, in order to achieve these unit counts once we finalize it, we have to have a cap either on a per unit basis or by a project basis.
Gotcha. Candace, do you want to add to that? Or no?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Tiffany. Agreed that we're still, I think on average, that is going to be the price point that we see for the types of deals that may come before us through this fund. The benefit of doing that is we're able to scale and spread dollars further because, again, that $3 million, particularly in the case where it's a subordinate loan, is going to bring in additional private capital. So you're going to bring in another private entity that's going to bring additional dollars into that particular project. So that's where that multiplier effect comes from that we spoke of. There will be opportunities, and certainly take into consideration some of the larger sites. The catalytic sites may require a bit more than that, more than that $3 million average. And so we've taken that into consideration for this fund for that reason. But that, on average, is what we can anticipate.
Got it. And I'll wrap myself up here. You mentioned that there's already a commitment of $20 million from our friends at Key Bank already. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
All right. Out of that $20 million, what's a grant and what's a loan to this fund? Or is it all $20 million as a loan to the fund?
It's all grant funding. Is that correct? It's all equity.
Below rate.
Below rate debt, right? Oh, I'm sorry. It's below rate debt and equity. Through the chair, it's below market rate debt and equity coming into the fund. What the split? Oh, 50-50. I apologize. I know we were still under discussion with this. So
Okay.
50-50 below market debt and equity from Key Bank committed for $20 million in total.
And so for those who are listening who have no idea what that means, can you articulate that
Sure.
response, please?
So within our fund, as we looked at the capital stack, when we raise dollars from our private partners, we raise those dollars in either the form of debt, which is loans, or equity. And so for this fund, Key Bank has committed, we call it, it's both debt and equity and below market, meaning that they're offering the rates to the fund below what they would typically charge in a market rate type of investment. So this is really outstanding. It's very difficult when we're raising capital in the private market to get that type of concession from a partner, especially a private bank. So we're really thrilled with both the level and the below market rates that we're getting from Key Bank. To follow through on what that means, between the city investment, proposed investment, as well as the funding that's committed by Key, when you pull all of those resources together, you blend them into our total capital stack as a fund. That provides an overall weighted average cost of capital, how much it costs us to raise this money. On top of that, there's fees. And then at the end, there's what we charge our developers. The lower we can get that weighted average cost, the lower it costs our borrowers. So for example, back when money was much cheaper than it is today, and we had a significant amount of equity in our Detroit fund, we were able to charge our end borrowers 3% fixed rate on their money. So developers could use 3% money to develop housing throughout the city. Understandably, we're in a much different environment now than we were, I think, was it 2018, 2019, when we were raising that fund. So understandably, the costs will be higher here to raise capital, but to the extent we can keep that lower on how much it costs for us to raise that capital, we will be able to provide our developers lower rates, which will in turn reduce the cost for them to deliver these units to the market. That's our goal. Our goal isn't to make money for the fund. We are a nonprofit. Our goal is to make sure that the developers have the lowest cost possible to create these units.
Gotcha. Thank you for that. As we continue this discussion, yes? Yes, okay, we got you. As we continue discussion, and we won't have all of the answers or questions figured out today, you know, I'm curious to know why that the $20 million that came in from Key Bank is you know, below market, or we don't need a response today, right? Yeah, well, we can have that discussion. So just want to understand that more and the makeup that of the funds that are coming over from the Key Bank between the loan and the equity of it and the below market rates. All right. I'm going to move on to Councilman Polenzek and then Santana, then Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues, and to the chief, and to
He's on the list.
the director, and to the folks that are here on the list. I'm trying to understand, get a better understanding. First, I appreciate the administration for really, for the first time in a long period of time, trying to, or attempting to think out of the box as it pertains to new housing, or housing construction, period. But my question through the chair to LISC, LISC is an LLC, correct?
LISC is a CDFI. LFM, LISC Fund Management, it is affiliate wholly owned by LISC, and the fund will be a separate limited liability company.
But, okay, but you have it down here, LLC, in your handout, and so are you nonprofit?
Yes, LISC is a nonprofit.
Okay, so my question is, and I want to do some follow-up questions along Councilman Hairston's line of questioning as well. So I still can't get my arms and grasp. We are being asked to put in 18 million, correct?
Through the chair, yes. Through the
Okay.
chair, yes.
And then I still can't figure where this massive amount of money is coming from on the other side of the coin. So touch on that. I just can't grasp it.
Okay. Through the chair, if I may respond to that question.
Yes.
Sure. So part of what LISC Fund Management does is we aggregate capital from private banks as well as corporations, impact investors. For example, one of the funds that's not listed here is our Black Economic Development Fund. We raised $250 million in capital in $25 to $50 million increments from corporations, including Netflix, Aflac, a few others. We touch, through our 11 funds right now, 140 different corporations, investors, and philanthropic entities. So what we're bringing and how we're powering our local LISC Cleveland office is bringing that fundraising expertise so that we will be able to leverage the capital that's raised in this fund. I must say that of the funds that we're currently having a pipeline, I'm most excited about this one because of the commitment that's already been demonstrated by one of the banks here. And that's really impressive. It's not typical, but we still have those fundraising goals. So the fact that we're off to a $38 million start is really incredible, and it's great momentum for the fund. As we continue to partner with the city, the expectation is that we'll be able to catalyze that capital further with additional private investment.
Okay, because you need to raise a lot of money.
We do.
Okay. And so my question to the administration, of the $18 million, what if they can't raise the money being projected here? Is there a clawback provision?
Through the chair, we will allocate all of this money, assuming council passes this and we sign an agreement, and it will be parsed out to LISC in proportion to the match funding that they've raised.
Okay. So if they don't raise what they say they're going to raise, then we don't kick our money into the pot.
That's correct, through the chair.
And that's in the legislation?
Through the chair, it will be, I don't know if it's in the legislation, it will be in the agreement.
In the agreement. And obviously, we'll get a copy of that agreement. You've indicated you have one bank on board that's willing to commit $20 million. What strings are attached to that 20? Because I think you've indicated that was key. And many of us around the table we haven't had good experiences with Key. I myself tried to get a mortgage from them, and I couldn't get one to buy the house right next door to me. And they told me, their loan officer, and he told me they don't make loans under $100,000 in the city of Cleveland. And I said, well, that's virtually the whole east side of the city. And I said, I'll put down whatever you want on the house. My neighbor passed away, and I was attempting to buy the house from his family. Best part, I was a customer. And what did they do? They referred me to Rocket Mortgage. So if you got Key on board, I guess I'm feeling a little bit better here that maybe they finally, have smelled the coffee and are coming to the table to participate, because that was a real rub with me, I can tell you. Yeah.
Okay.
That was not something that made me very happy. I felt very insulted by that.
I understand.
Because I'm very bankable, very bankable. And I just couldn't understand why they would not provide a mortgage to me. They didn't know who I was, never asked me who I was, and I was a customer.
Yeah.
So I'll leave it at that. So I'm assuming you've got other financial institutions lined up.
Yeah. Through the chair, and if I may, before I turn it over to Chanel Smith, who's here to represent Key Bank, thank you for sharing that, and it's something we're very mindful of. Our goal is to raise capital from a multitude of banks, both local as well as regional and national banks. The other piece of it, too, is that I believe this is coming through a different part of the bank, which is the commercial mortgage side as well, for at least one portion of it. So just wanted to clarify that piece of it, and I'll turn it over to...
And I'll hop in quickly there. So our urgency with passing, with requesting to pass this and to do this over the summertime is so that we can set LISC off to go fundraise those dollars. All in the small print and in the disclaimer, they are not allowed to fundraise for something that doesn't exist. This gets to hit the existence of it. So I wanted to state that, and I also wanted to note that the banks are also benefiting from this, or participants are benefiting from this as well. So there are different types of money, and Chanel will speak to some of that. But the beauty of a fund like this is that the money goes out, but the money is intended to come back in and keep that fund going. Right? And so that's, I think, a part that we've missed. So it is not, we are not asking, LISC is not going to go to the banks and say, hey, give us this money and, just poof, it's for you. Yeah. There's expectation that money comes back, and that's part of their management. I don't think that we clearly stated that. Okay, but
and I appreciate it. And that's why I said earlier when I opened up my comments about the administration thinking out of the box, doing something different than has taken place in the past, because I've stated at this table repeatedly over the years that the east side, I can't speak to the west side, but the east side has been redlined. I mean, I experienced it myself. So
still is.
And I'm, and last time I looked, I wasn't a minority, unless you call Slovenian a minority, okay? So the fact of the matter is, I saw what was happening in my neighborhood. And so I'm glad to hear that I think we've got over that hurdle. The other point is about partnerships. I look across the city and I see abandoned homes that have good bones, but they are severely tax delinquent, but they are not in the foreclosure pipeline. So somehow, with what you're doing, I'm hoping there's some interaction with the county. So, because we're not going to demolish our way out of this problem. We have, in my opinion, we have torn down far too many good homes that could have been saved had we been able to get our hands on them, rather than letting them sit there and just rot, and then the taxpayers, have to tear them down and then have to maintain the lots. So I'm hoping I'm hoping to hear that the county is going to be a partner with us in this project as well. The other thing I want to dovetail off what Councilman Harrison said, having been born in the Glenville neighborhood to a two-family house upstairs at 427, Grandma and Grandpa lived upstairs, and his brother lived downstairs. The black family next door, the Robinson family, same thing. The whole family lived in a house. That has completely disappeared. Now what I see in Glenville and many sections of our city are the LLCs that have come in and grabbed everything. So based on Councilman Harrison's comments, I have 1,000 units right now of subsidized elderly and handicapped housing. I don't believe I need any more of that. What I need is single-family homes. I need duplexes or row houses. We have to create home ownership like there once was in our neighborhood neighborhoods that has disappeared and affordable. So I'm hoping that with this initiative, that's going to be a great, especially in a neighborhood like mine and in sections of Glenville, I want to see owner occupied. I'm told, and maybe the director can verify, that the majority of Cleveland residents today are now tenants, renters. That's a dramatic shift from what we once had. When I looked at Glenville when I was a kid, the strength in Glenville was home ownership. The strength in Collinwood was home ownership. Lee Harvard, home ownership. Mount Pleasant, home ownership. So I'm hoping, because again, Chairman touched on it, we've made a lot of developers pretty wealthy over the years, from what I can see in the city. They've built their low-income housing, they've built their subsidized housing, they've built their apartment complexes, but we have subsidized those greatly. I want to see homes built in our neighborhood once again. On the what? The 18,000 vacant lots that we have?
Yes, sir.
Is it 18,000?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's what my goal is. So I'm hoping that this emphasis in partnership with the banks and everybody else, that we can really start to see that initiative. And I want to just pin this out. This is citywide, correct? As I see this in here about the southeast side.
Through the chair, yes. This
This
is
is a citywide initiative
Yes.
that the west side, that all of us can take advantage of if we can get the folks who want to do the projects in our community, correct?
through the chair, yes.
Nobody's being ruled out. No neighborhood is being ruled out.
No.
None at all. Okay. So to me, that's important as well. But that's my position. I've been advocating for years. That's why I'm supporting Habitat for Humanity, a project they're doing. And I think the city has really, and my last point, tying in, because I know there's a representative from here, from Key, is that the Community Reinvestment Act has got to be enforced. The previous administration would never enforce it for some reason, and I can never figure out why. We talked about it. I can remember Fannie talked that our folks are being denied. Folks are being denied. But there was no incentive. I don't know why there was no incentive to enforce the Community Reinvestment Act. I'm hoping today that the banks are going to buy into the Community Reinforcement Act and be a partner with us in this whole process here. Because we can remake our neighborhoods. I'm convinced of that. We can remake our neighborhoods if we have partners, if we have people who believe in our neighborhoods once again. I will say this anyway. There's money to be made in Cleveland.
That's right.
I want to say that again. There's money to be made in Cleveland, but we have to have believers. We have to have people that don't look at the Glenville community and write it off, or write off sections of Collinwood, or write off Lee Harbor, Muffley, whatever the neighborhood near West Side, write it off. And too many people have done that. So I'm hoping through the chair, and I know this is a big ask today to ask this body to move this piece, because there's a lot of components in this. There's a lot of moving parts in it. And whatever we do, I want to make sure we're doing it right, and that it really focuses on where our need is. Where our need is. Because I look at folks, I'm sure my colleagues are in the same boat. I'm looking at families now that are paying $1,000, $1,200 a month for rent.
Crazy.
That's a house payment.
Yeah.
We can get them in a house. We can get them, because they're going to get tax abatement. They might get some other incentives. We got to get stakeholders. We got to get believers. If we're going to remake our neighborhoods in our city, that's, in my belief, that's how it's going to be done. It's not going to keep building more subsidized apartments where people don't own anything. And Councilman Harrison touched on it. We grew up in a generation, many of us, that you had to own something. How many times did I hear that from my grandfather? You got to own a home. If you want to have something, you got to own property. You got to own a home. And too many of our families have fallen away from that. I want to see that mindset again and that philosophy. Home ownership, own something, become a stakeholder, invest in our neighborhood, and then you'll see how fast things will start to turn around. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to leave it at that. I don't know if anyone else wants to comment.
I do.
I know there's a representative from Key Bank came to the table with a big bag of money here, I think.
Only if passed, right?
Only
if passed.
Right.
I'd like to hit on a couple of your points through the chairman, and I try to go as quickly as possible. So CRA is, I don't want to speak onto agreements that are currently underway and awaiting signature and have been negotiated and are in the final steps. I don't want to speak to that, but that is coming, and it is coming very soon. It has been a priority for this administration. It has been a priority in our office, and you will see results on that very soon. I want to talk about address head-on the single-family home and the home ownership piece of this. So we have to spark the market. Right now, on its own, if we are doing a down payment program and we're not wrapping around other tools, then you'll get folks that are going into very few neighborhoods, and the supply and the quality of housing in those neighborhoods is just too little. Ask me, I know. I closed on a house 2 weeks ago. It took several months. It is hard to find good quality housing within the city of Cleveland to meet our needs. Our job is to take the dollars that we have and to try to multiply them. So I say that because it is our policy belief that we have to spark the market first. We've got to be first in with committed partners so that that single-family home ownership model can have something to stand on, right? We need a strong foundation. You're not going to buy that single-family home that's across from a first-floor retail that's empty, and there are units that have been, underutilized or blighted for decades. Mm-hmm. You're not going to move there. So it is our goal to help to spark the market. We believe we can do that most effectively and efficiently through a fund like this to help complement our other programs, which there are. You've mentioned some of them. We have home repair that's live and in action all across the city, and specifically in the southeast side. We have Residents First that this council has passed. There are elements of that that will also help to move this market. We have Habitat for Humanity that has several projects with several different partners. Some of it, there's the 3-award one. There's also some other things that Habitat is working on. We've got the County Land Bank, who is involved in helping those single family. These are many tools to address the very big problem that we have. You will not see one program or one policy that is going to address everything at one time.
Sure.
It's not going to happen. We have to attack it from multiple things. So those things that you are concerned about, We hear you, we have heard you. We are bringing one, but there's more to come because we have to address it through multiple angles. So if you're not hearing that this is specifically to help promote new single family development, or if this is not specifically set aside for home ownership, that is okay because there are other things that we are doing. But our job is to help stabilize the market, and this is our way to do that.
Thanks, Director. Thank you, Councilman. Briefly, before we move on to Councilman Casey, I know that we have a representative from KeyBank who wants to share some brief comments today, so we can continue through this discussion. Chief?
I'll let Chanel jump in, and then I'll come back later. It's home ownership. I'm sure it'll come up again.
Yeah, it's definitely going to come up again. All right. Chanel?
Thank you to the chair, and thank you to members of council for allowing us to be at the table today. I've had the pleasure to get to know many of you in various capacities, from my time as an environmental justice organizer to working at the county in sustainability, and now my time at KeyBank. I am a Glenville resident. I am a City of Cleveland resident. I am a City of Cleveland taxpayer. And this fund actually came about from my opportunity visiting Detroit, where KeyBank made a $10 million investment into that Detroit fund. And I stood on that street in Detroit, and I saw 3 buildings being renovated through this fund, creating new affordable housing units. And I said, why not Cleveland?
That's right.
And my job at the bank, being the bridge between the bank and the community, is to be that advocate inside the bank. And so I've worked diligently inside of KeyBank to make this $20 million commitment possible, on top of the $1 million commitment to do the market study to even get us here today. So I want to be very clear that Key is committed. There are 2 things that I want to talk about today. One is broadly around affordable housing and Key's commitment to affordable housing. KeyBank is the #2 affordable housing lender in the country. I don't know if you all know this. You all have been at ribbon cuttings for projects that we financed. A few of them include $22.6 million of financing for Garrett Square Apartments. That's 49 affordable housing units for seniors in Glenville. $30 million of financing for the Cleveland Foundation Midtown Collaboration Center, $18.1 million for the Henrietta Homes, which are 40 lease-to-purchase homes, single-family homes in the Huff neighborhood. Councilman House, we were there for the ribbon cutting for that. $13.1 million for Metro Health via Sana, which is 72 affordable housing residents. $18.1 million investment in University Settlement's 5115 project, the Rising in Slavic Village. $16.9 million at the Vesta Corporation Longfellow, and I know that is dear to your heart, Councilman Polincic. $31 million investment in the Carnegie Tower at Fairfax. KeyBank has showed up for this community, and not only on top of that, we've also co-invested with the City of Cleveland on other catalytic investments. $300,000 investment to support the Equitable Development Ecosystem Collaborative, $2 million into the Cleveland Lead Safe Home Fund with a $200,000 philanthropic contribution, $11 million to Say Yes, $1.5 million to the Greater Cleveland Food Bank to support their expansion, including the construction of the new facility in Collinwood. And so we have invested since 2017 $2 billion in the Cleveland market in partnership with the city and county and other developers. The last thing I want to say, or 2 things I'm going to say and leave it at this. I know there's been a lot of conversation about our home lending journey. Next year, KeyBank will turn 200 years. Our mortgage business is 8 years young. Over the last couple years since I've been at the bank, we've worked to launch not 1, but 2, but 3 special purpose credit programs focused on growing Black and minority home lending. Since 2020, KeyBank has increased lending to Black borrowers in the Cleveland market 231%. We have been intentional about meeting Black folks where they are in this community. We've had pop-up banking clinics. We're doing financial empowerment and education. At the next month, we will be working with Shiloh Baptist Church, hosting financial wellness reviews after church every other Sunday. And so we have showed up in a way that not only recognizes the historical disparity that redlining has caused in our community, but also showed up to help solve the problem. And this fund is a part of solving that problem. And so, yes, I know that we want more single-family housing in our communities. I'm a Cleveland resident. I live across from a vacant building. But I also understand that when someone buys a home, home, they don't just buy a home, they buy a neighborhood. They buy a park. They buy retail. They buy small businesses on their block in their neighborhood. And so this is just the first step into what we need to grow our communities and grow our neighborhoods. This is not about Key Bank. This is about our Cleveland residents and how we can show up as a financial institution to support our community and pull up alongside the city and the county to really drive change in our neighborhood. And so I'm hoping that you all can take some of your experiences that you may have had with the bank or other banks, but also trust in the fact that we are here at the table with $20 million, and we're going to go to other banks and say, where is your $20 million? Because we've already put our dollars in the fund. And so thank you for this opportunity. I'm happy to talk more about our home lending journey more one-on-one. I also have to give a shout out to Councilwoman Gray and Jones, and I know Bishop is not here, and the council president who took our CEO on a tour of the East Side last August. And you all showed us vacant lots. You showed us buildings that could benefit from this investment. This is the fruit of that work, is that we came to the table with dollars. And so we are here to not just to listen, but to act. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Chanel Smith, thank you for your list of accomplishments that Key Bank has made, around the city of Cleveland. We truly appreciate all the things that you all have done. But please understand that the comments or the stories that you hear from members of council are real.
Oh,
right?
certainly.
That they are not made up, that they are not fabricated, they are not exaggerated, that they are real. That although some of these great things are happening in the community, on a larger scale, out of all the other things combined and put together, some of these things really have a deeper impact as we hear from members of our council as it relates to those individuals and those neighborhoods that they tried to get support in, they tried to move in. There's really some people who want to live in some of these neighborhoods, right? Because they have interactions from their childhood, right? They are connected to these neighborhoods in a different way, and so when they are turned away or they can't access the financing that they need in order to move back to these neighborhoods, because if we won't support them if they're trying to move back, how do we expect to enhance the neighborhoods? How do we expect to change the neighborhoods, right? And so as you've heard from Councilman Lindsay, Councilman Starr, and others about their concerns and stories around the home lending with Key Bank, I mean, it is what it is, right? I mean, it's real. We understand. I understand that it is a 8 years young, right, as you indicated, product of Key Bank. But, the conversation has to start at some point, right? And so I'm glad that you have heard loud and clear from members that, Key Bank is open to having that discussion with members of this body on how, those things can change. Yes, you've launched one, not two, but three products that supports low-income buyers in neighborhoods. But when you look at the numbers, when you look at, what's shown on paper on how many loans are being made in our neighborhoods, it's very few, right? And so, don't take it as a hammer over the head, right? But it is simply calling out the issues or concerns that we see and people come to us with, and even some of our own personal experiences in not only Key Bank but other banks across the city of Cleveland as well. All right, and so again, thank you for your comments today. And I'm sure you'll hang around for a bit if any other members have questions for you, okay? All right, thank you. Councilman Casey, Harsh, Star Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to our LISC partners, you indicated that you have an office in Cleveland. Where is that located?
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you for the question. We just reopened the office in October of 21, and we have been working remote, and we'll be moving into a physical office space within the city of Cleveland, hopefully by the end of the year or early next year. We're still negotiating space, and so, but happy and excited to be able to grow roots.
Mr. Chairman, I forget your name.
Candace.
Candace, do you know whereabouts you guys are looking in the city?
On the east side. We're in active negotiations.
Okay, so you currently do not have an office then in the city of Cleveland, like a physical office?
That's correct.
Okay. And then, Mr. Chairman, our chief or our director. This legislation kind of reminds me of when we were dealing with Digital C to try to provide internet for all, when we're providing a good chunk of dollars. And what are the goals? I see what's here on paper, right? I don't know how realistic those are. Is there a time frame, Mr. Chairman, to Director or Chief, in order to achieve the goals that are on paper currently?
Through the chair, I would defer to the LISC team a little bit in terms of their examples with launching prior funds and how quickly those funds have deployed.
If you don't mind. Through the chair, thank you for your question. So with our funds, there's really three, I would say actually more, like 4 parts of the fund. One is the fundraising piece of it. One is the initial capital, we call it the deployment period. Then we have the fund harvest period, which is where we just allow the deals to kind of mature. And then there's the maturity of the fund and kind of the wind down. Typically, how our funds are structured is that we have anywhere up to a 5-year deployment period to maximize the deployment of the fund. And some of that means some of this iterative process that was mentioned here about where are we investing our dollars, how do we reallocate so that we maximize the deployment from both an impact perspective as well as a financial return perspective to ensure that we're on target through the harvest period, through fund maturity to exit the fund and then repay our investors.
All right, so Mr. Chairman, are we saying 5 years?
That's the estimate at this time, I believe.
And that includes raising your funds, or does that just include raising your funds, or does that include raising your funds? I see everybody shaking their head, but hang on, let me ask the question.
Sure.
Or does that include raising your funds and initiating the projects?
So there's typically up to 2 years for fundraising.
Okay.
That may coincide with the deployment period.
Right.
So we have our initial close once we've gathered enough capital, and then from the initial close, we will have an investment deployment period that can go up to 5 years.
Okay, so 7 years. I mean, are we looking, I just want to be realistic, right? So, Mr. Chairman, to whomever, are we looking at, you know, we're not looking at shovels in the ground within a year, right? Is this,
Correct.
you know, I know there's a lot of front work that needs to be done before we actually start reaping the benefits of the dollars that are being raised and allocated, right? So is that a 5-year, a 7-year? You know, we're allocating the dollars, we'll say by the end of the year, we'll just say by the end of the year, you got all your dollars. You're successful in fundraising, or the end of next year,
Sure.
right? When will we start seeing the physical changes, the you know, what the money's being geared toward start to happen, where we'll notice the changes in the neighborhoods?
Yeah, no, through the chair, I think that's a really important question. When do you actually see the money deployed? That's contingent on a few things, and I'm sorry I'm couching so much, but it's just to allow where we will fundraise and being realistic and as transparent as I can be about how these funds work. So the deployment of the dollars is largely dependent on, we mentioned the grant agreement, so if it's dollar for dollar fundraise, some of those dollars may be available to us immediately, and there's an immediate pipeline that's been identified that we'll be able to underwrite and score to see if those projects are eligible for the fund. So if those projects are immediately eligible, we have immediate dollars that are available. Upon the initial close of the fund, we will be making those deals. It is in our best interest to move this money quickly and efficiently. So that's part of it. It may take longer to fundraise depending on how successful we are, and also on the contingencies built onto those dollars that we raise. Sometimes there's a match for our equity. So if we put in equity dollars, we will only put in additional equity if X, Y, Z are met. So some of those things may matter. Another big part of this is deal readiness. And that's where there's a little bit of fine tuning and where we see a lot of value add. Some of our developers may come in with what they believe is the project and they are ready. We look at it and we say, hey, look, this could get ready based on these factors. And that's where we come in with our expertise as well as our local office to say, this is what it takes to get this done. And that might take another 12 months. It might take additional grant funding. It might take an additional subsidy.
All right, and then, Mr. Chairman, to the chief, I think you touched on this before, but our $18 million are going to be allocated, correct? And then how will they be released? We're not just going to give LISC $18 million and say, here, go, match it with Key Bank. Now you've got $38 million, and now you're set to raise $62 million or whatever to match your goal. How are our dollars going to be allocated, and at what point?
Through the chair, the idea is that the commitment of our 18 will enable Key to create the fund, or sorry, LISC to create the fund and go fundraise. The initial 20, we will release funds proportional to the amount of match that has been committed. So LISC will come back and say to us, hey, we've got 20 from Key, we got another 20 from JP Morgan, for example.
Right.
And proportionally there, that's about half of the match, so we release about half of the funds.
So, Mr. Chairman, to the chief, what's our dollar-to-dollar match? Is it $3 for every dollar we give $1 to every $3 they raise, or how is this actually going to be dispersed?
Through the chair, I think it's proportional to the 18 that we're putting in to the 82 that they're raising.
Right.
So if you think about it, about 5x.
Okay. So for every 5x they raise, we release a dollar.
Yes.
Am I correct? I'm just saying.
Roughly,
I mean, we
roughly.
know we're not going by
Roughly.
No, no.
$5, but
Through the chair, and those terms are what we can finalize certainly in the grant agreement, and are consistent with some of the other types of agreements we've worked with other cities in order to have a proportional fundraise. So we welcome that type of paid-in installment.
And through the chair, just to add a little finer point on the timing question, if we've got a ready project that's ready to go and we close this, finalize the contracts by the end of the year, they've got a little bit of money because Key's already in, we could make an investment the fund could make an investment in the first half of next year, and depending on the construction period, you're talking about a 6 to 18 month timeline. So
Okay.
we're all going to go as quickly as we can. I do want to say, Tony here's got a lot of projects that are kind of waiting in the hopper. My hope is that the announcement of this fund and our work with particularly the Equitable Development Initiative, those emerging developers, that we will inspire and catalyze new projects that are not on paper today.
Okay. Thank you. And then, Mr. Chairman, to our lady from Key Bank, Chanel. $20 million is overly appreciated. Thank you so much for that generous contribution to this project. Do you know who at Key Bank or why Key Bank took the $20 million and decided to make it 10 and 10 instead of just saying here, we're giving 18 million, whatever the contingents are for AMI and all that other stuff, but Key Bank is going 10 with 10 that has to be paid back. So 10 grant, 10 loan. Do you know why that decision was made? I know it may be above your pay grade, but I'm just wondering why they decided to do 10 that needed to go back.
To the chair, to the councilman, I think we can probably follow up with the answer to that question, but the way that we normally structure these deals when we go into funds, we do both equity and debt investment because it helps us able to get to a blended rate in the fund, in the deal.
And then, Mr. Chairman, to Ms. Smith, is it possible that Key Bank could come back and forgive the $10 million? If everything's successful and you look at it in an overall, is that on the table?
I don't think I can answer that question right now.
All right.
Yep.
Didn't want to put you on the spot, but I thought I'd try to get it out of you. And then one more thing, Mr. Chairman, to the chief, where's the 18 million coming from?
Through the chair, about 10 million was previously earmarked for down payment assistance. About 5 million was part of an agreement between the mayor and council president on the transfer ordinance, and 3 million is coming from money that was earmarked for catalytic projects in the southeast side. And the understanding and agreement on taking that money, which was previously part of a $5 million bucket, is that proportional match, that 5X match we just talked about, that money at least would go into the southeast side to replace the 3.
All right, Mr. Chairman, to the chief. So that leaves, we'll say Cleveland's 18 million, that leaves 13 million to go citywide, 5 million.
15. I mean, 15 times 5, so.
Right. So how much of this is allocated, Mr. Chairman, to the chief to the southeast side?
Through the chair, 15.
15 million of the 18 million.
No, 15 of the 100.
Oh, 15 of the 100. How much of our 18 million, Mr. Chairman, to the chief is allocated to the southeast side?
3.
So 3 million of the 18 million that we're allocating goes to the southeast side.
Through the chair, yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You got it, Councilman. So that was the kind of discussion we had earlier. We can apply that same logic to the 10 million that we're taking from down payment assistance for home ownership option as well. So I think we need to be careful if we are going to proportion, a certain amount of money through this fund for certain uses, because we can apply, again, that same logic to the 10 million that we're taking for down payment assistance, which we've heard from many members of this body about how important that is as well. So I know we're going to continue these conversations. Let's think through that. And 3 million times 5, that's a 500% markup increase. Wow. I mean, but again, we'll have that discussion. We'll bring this back to the committee, and I'm sure we'll have other discussions on smaller group settings as well to work through some of those thoughts. Thank you, Councilman Casey. Councilman Harsh, and then Star Jones.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will say that I generally, am in favor of having down payment assistance because there are honestly people who need it, but forcing people into home loans because it makes us feel good doesn't necessarily serve the interests of the community. And I do agree that the market-based approach of making housing available just across the city at lower, more affordable rates is going to actually make it easier for people to buy homes as we relieve pressure on the housing market. So I kind of like this idea here, and I think that this is heading off in the right direction. And, Mr. Chair, I have to admit, one of my first questions was, who the hell is LISC, right? And I'm glad we're having a very long discussion about this because I'm getting some of those answers, and I'm looking up your corporate bio online and everything. And I guess my main question through the chair to our friends here, banks make money. It's a very simple equation, right? You borrow at one rate, you lend at a higher rate, and the difference is profit. So in the world of community development financial institutions, what is your profit? I mean, you're a nonprofit, but you have salaries to pay for. So in terms of the 18 million, what is your administrative cost? How does that financial relationship work between you having a profitable business here in Cleveland and our investment? How does this, benefit your organization?
Yeah. Thank you so much. And through the chair, we typically charge a 2% on top of the cost the cost of capital to cover the fund expenses. Our salaries are paid through LISC. So we do not charge our salaries to LISC. These are administrative tax and administrative services, legal services, and any other direct fund expenses are embedded in that 2%, an ongoing management fee.
Got it. That makes So on page, on your presentation on page 6, I was looking at these numbers, and on page 4 you say 250 million gets about, we'll use the high number, 3,000 units, which is about $83,000 per unit, which seems, on a development scale, $83,000 for an affordable unit seems below what, we target a lot. And on page 6, I'm looking at your Bay Area.
Oh, yeah.
You have 519 million, got 4,000 units. That's about 125,000 a unit. And then in Detroit, you got 58 million, got 500 units. That's 116. And then in Charlotte, you spent 53 million, you got 1,600 units, which is 33,000 a unit. Yeah. And I'm wondering what happened in Charlotte. How did he get those prices down? Because 33 is a heck of a return. So how did the Charlotte numbers come about?
Sure. Through the chair, I so appreciate this question.
Okay.
So every market is different. And with Charlotte, the issue in Charlotte that we were trying to tackle is that most of the projects that we were financing needed gap financing. So they were we did a joint RFP with the city of Charlotte where their housing trust fund money was paired with our funds. And we went out to market and provided one-stop shop for developers to apply for both of those dollars. When the city awarded those their housing trust fund dollars, we also would separately look at the deals for the fund, and we would provide subordinate financing. The size of these deals were typically much larger, between 20 up to $50 million projects, and we were just $3 million of that slice. So when you look at it on a per unit basis, that's when you see that we're only a much smaller chunk.
I see.
Yeah.
Interesting. So I hope that the Chair, the Director Hernandez and Mr. Bango have that earmarked. It seems like a bang for your buck, right?
Yeah. And also, part of it with Charlotte, too, is that even though we were a smaller piece of some of those LIHTC projects, we also looked at, you know, it's interesting, the market evolved, and we have non-NOAA projects, naturally occurring affordable housing projects as well. So we were really excited about how we were able to stretch our dollars across more projects within Charlotte, so that we could get a higher unit count.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. One last comment, Mr. Chair, and then I'm all done. Councilman Casey kind of beat me to it, but I was going to ask about the 18 million from the ARPA funds, but 10 from down payment, 5 from the transfer, which is also, I think, we had all talked about taking some of that transfer money and putting it into more housing. So it's good to see that some of that is actually happening, because I know it was a high priority for a lot of us. And then the southeast side gets folded into that as well. So that all makes sense. I think this is very encouraging. I don't know what's going to happen here today, but I think that there's a lot of potential for this project to sort of hit across the city and relieve a lot of pressures on our market where we have a lack of housing across Cleveland at almost every single rate, every single income rate. So if we can start checking off some of those boxes, it seems like an interesting way to do it. And thank you for the presentation today.
Thank you, Councilman Harsh. And just out of curiosity, I'm trying to sit here and rack in my brain what the LISC used to be called before it was LISC. With Ruben or...
Oh, no, thank you. Thank you, Council President. Thank you for the question. LISC has always been Local Initiative Support Corporation. And why it may sound vaguely familiar, this is our second time being in the market. As Tiffany mentioned, we're about 45 years old. We're one of the oldest and largest community development intermediaries in the country. We are the largest CDFI in the country. Cleveland had an office as one of the first offices in 1981. And so we had a 25-year history in Cleveland. And just some of the statistics at that time, we infused $161 million in grants, loans, and equity during that 25-year tenure. We also leveraged $653 million of investment through those dollars, which produced 5,400 units of affordable housing, 2 million square foot of commercial and community space, as well as capacity building for CDCs and the like. And so we closed the offices in 2006. There was a 15-year period where there was a break, and then in October of 21, we restarted the office based on conversations with stakeholders that really wanted LISC to return to the market. So we're excited to be back, and so that's our history for Cleveland.
Well, before I go to Councilman Starr, I'm getting old, Councilman Polensek, and I just remember all of the directors that have been successful in the market in Cleveland come from that pedigree.
Absolutely.
When you talk about India Pierce Lee,
Absolutely.
Daryl Rush, and all of the brightest minds around community development all come from that.
Led the Cleveland office at that time.
Not all. Hey, we still fighting, working with you. We got work. We gonna make you famous yet too. Okay, but just out of curiosity, and want to give everybody that background. This isn't some anonymous group. These are folks that really, if I recall, most of the not all, but most of the CDBG directors and all of the successful bankers in community development come from that network and that pipeline,
That's
if
right.
I'm not mistaken.
Correct, Council President.
Okay.
And just a little more background, LISC, as the parent, has many affiliates. So you may have also heard of some of our affiliates, National Equity Fund, or NEF, who's a tax credit syndicator. They do a myriad of tax credit projects, historic and low-income housing tax credit. LISC Fund Management is the newest affiliate, but we have been around, again, for decades and have made significant investment in Cleveland.
That's what I thought. That's want to make sure that there is some historical background of work in the market here.
Thank you for that.
Councilman Richard Starr.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Chairman Harrison, as well, for this opportunity to have this discussion. I definitely will ask some questions and thankful to LISC for the work that they've done. I think this is great. I believe home ownership is a great opportunity. So I definitely want to make sure I ask the question through the chair to the table. As far as this LISC project, you know, I looked at the presentation. I didn't see Central. So I'm going to ask questions about Central. When we talk about home ownership, I oftentimes don't hear my neighborhood get brought up. I don't never see it in the presentation. I see West Side, I see Southeast. I never hear Central. And when we talk about those 18,000 vacant lots, I have a vast majority of those in my ward. So my question is, this investment, this $18 million to start talking about home ownership and different opportunities, is there something for low, moderate housing opportunities, affordable housing in low, moderate neighborhoods through the chair? Or is this middle class, upper middle class?
Through the chair, the target for the investments of the funds are all neighborhoods like Central.
Okay, because
So it's opportunity in middle neighborhoods are the primary target of where we want to see this investment happen in a variety of housing types that include for sale housing, rental housing, all targeted at low mod income residents.
Okay, definitely. So then my question would be through the chair, when we do the selection process, I know through the chair, Mr. Bango gave some understanding of the metrics, the grading scale. What roles does Cleveland City Council as far as the selection of this for the pipeline through the chair? What role will we have as a project? I know we had 90-something projects came through an initial fund, and 27 was funded. And I know we all went back and forth about how things were green, yellow, red. What role does the council have with this project through the chair?
Sure, you start.
Through the chair to the councilman. So the primary role in which the administration and council has involvement is by setting up the scoring criteria and the CBA requirements. So we're kind of setting the framework by which this partnership will be managed and held accountable. I'll let Candace talk a little bit about how they select projects.
All right, make sure they don't take up all my time now, Chair, y'all.
But the city is not a voting member on their lending council. We're invited to attend, and as you see in the engagement section of this presentation, they will be reporting to us and coming to us with issues to try and problem solve on smaller developers that need help, but also justifying this is the decision we made, why, here's the score we came to, so on and so forth.
And I think that's good. And through the chair, is there any way to have council have some type of representative on that scoring, voting, to figure out what projects move? Is that something we can include, some council representation through the chair?
Through the chair to the councilman, not a voting, but a participating member who can comment and review and provide feedback to the loan review committee.
I think that would be great. Thank you for that. And then my last part I would ask from this point would be, how many number of applications would you receive at one time for this type of project and investments through the chair?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. It will be on a rolling basis. We will accept intake as they come. There will not be a limitation on the number of applications or projects that we're looking at any given time, and we will prioritize those that are presented certainly by members of council, have letters of recommendation to ensure that the public-private partnership is being elevated at the highest level.
Yep, and through the chair, this $18 million is coming from ARPA dollars, correct?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I got clarification. The reason why I bring up these different questions is I want everyone to understand there's so much opportunity in Cleveland, but we do a poor job of holding people accountable to do the work that they stand on and say they're going to do. So that's where we have these different disagreements and have people, whether it's administration and council, back and forth. One of my things I would definitely look at is, my colleague Palenzi brought it up. He wanted to go for a loan with Key Bank, and just because it wasn't at 100,000, he was denied. Now, is this redlining because of the zip code or where he lives at or not? Who knows? But one of the things I definitely would bring up is the fact that there is this National Community Reinvestment Coalition. And the president, Jesse Van Tol, he talked about lenders, people who are part of this whole coalition, what these bankers are doing. And he came out and said, I quote, "Key Bank executives looked at community groups in the eye and promised to become a leader on inclusive home mortgage lending. They did the exact opposite." And that was from 2022. So when I hear that they're number 2 in lending across the country, it's hard for me to see that when you look at the fact that Key Bank had the lowest percentage of mortgage to black borrowers among the 50 largest mortgages lenders in the country. Key Bank appears to have been engaged in systematic redlining. Key Bank promised to provide greater support to low-income communities, then drastically reduce its share of home purchase lending to LMI borrowers. Also, when you look at it, when a person breaks their promises to a bank, the bank holds them accountable through foreclosures, fees, and other penalties. So when a bank breaks their promises to people, there should be consequences as well. That is what the president of the National Community Reinvestment Coalition talked about Key Bank. And they ended their partnership at that moment due to the fact that they were not lending to black people or people in minority neighborhoods, low-income neighborhoods, and neighborhoods that I live in, neighborhoods that I'm from. So my question would be if in 1934, we had the FHA came about. The Federal Housing Administration is a government agency that was created in 1934 to provide mortgage insurance on loans made by FHA-approved lenders. The primary mission of the FHA is to facilitate access to affordable mortgage financing, especially for low to moderate income individuals and first-time home buyers. FHA loans allow down payments as low as 3.5 with a 580 credit score. Key Bank is asking people to have a 620 credit score. But we're talking about the investment, the things that we do. When we talk about actually doing what we say we're going to do, we need to do it. Don't try to move the needle to make it to a point that certain individuals you're attracting and not attracting the ones where these laws was created to help. It's oftentimes that people in certain neighborhoods, certain areas, have to beg for them to receive the support they need. And I believe when Mike Palenzi went for a loan, they used his zip code and looked at his area and redlined him. No matter how you want to look at it, no matter how you want to say it. That should not be happening in Cleveland. Key Bank screams that they're a national banker. They do all this great stuff. Cleveland is their home location. This is where they're from. This is where their headquarters is located at. Well, start acting like it. If we got to talk about the small things that we're doing, that's all great. But then let me tell you about this. PNC, they got an $8 billion investment. They got $47 billion into home purchase mortgage loans to people in communities of color and borrowers in neighborhood with LMI. The NCRC ain't talking bad about them. Huntington have a $24 billion affordable housing, $11 billion of which it will go to communities of color and under-resourced populations. I don't see NCRC saying anything about them. The fact of the matter is the numbers is there. It is showing. We're not asking Key Bank to do something that they can't do, but it's amazing when we put up 18 million, now we can get somebody to put up 20 million. But this is something you should be already doing for our neighborhoods. This is something you should be doing. I'm not talking about what you do in St. Louis. I'm talking about what you do in Cleveland. I'm not talking about just sponsorships. I'm talking about actually lending. Right now, if you look in 2024, the average rental cost for a person renting in Cleveland is $1,226. So you're telling me they can't afford a mortgage? But no, they are not afforded the opportunity because things are moved from them to be able to redline them to prevent them from getting it. So no, I'm not going to be here and say I'm bashing Key Bank. I'm just calling a spade what it is. And I'm asking them to be a partner and to do what they can do. Not just because we put up money and now it looks good, so now it makes sense. No. No, we need you to lend. We need you to help our people. We need you to make sure you are supportive. Be a tag team partner. It's not about you, I, we, he, she, mayor, star, nothing. It's not about that. It's about doing what's right. So when I looked at these studies and when I look at it, I just want to make sure I keep it frank, that even though NCRC had to strike their deal because they couldn't meet the merits when they had first KeyBank came in, and they were one of the ones who said that they wanted to invest $40 billion over 10 years in that initial contract with National Community Reinvestment Coalition, they couldn't meet those merits. So they end that contract. But guess what today? They have struck a new deal in 2024 where they say, okay, KeyBank will provide $17 million to fund grants, down payment assistance, free fee waivers, product and branch expansion, and marketing designed to expand credit and assistant loan. So now we move the needle a little further down. Now you get into a new contract to do less, but we want to applaud that. I mean, I'm not trying to make this seem as I'm beating up on KeyBank. No, what I'm saying is we need all of our private sector to help us. We didn't get this way by ourselves. We didn't get this way with any one of us here because we wasn't there. But I think there's so much work that we can do, and I think we can move forward if we work together and hold each other accountable. That Community Reinvestment Act needs to be revamped. We need to be working together, and I salute to the chair, to our Director of Community Development for standing there and understanding that she's working on that. Because at the end of the day, whether it comes to time to close a Rite Aid or Walgreens, a CVS in Cleveland versus St. Louis or somewhere else, I'm not saying closing in St. Louis, but I'm asking is let's not closing in Cleveland, and we need to do everything in our power. So I respect the words that through the chair that Miss Chanel Smith mentioned, but I just asking. Those little drop in the bucket is one thing. We talking about the grand scheme of things. We talking about let's take it to the next level. You in those rooms, you making those decisions, you lobbying. I salute you for being able to come to the table and say, hey, you got 18, we bring in 20 million. That is a start. And I think that we could continue this relationship, this partnership with the city as well as council if we all work together.
Councilman, great points. I think everything we need to do is just work together. We're trying to restart, reset, and move forward. We know that it's been a CRA agreement that nobody had in the city of Cleveland since 2014. So we're on the precipice of being able to get a CRA agreement with 2 banks, if I'm understanding. We do have them on top of the money that they're contributing. We're trying to start a new day. And this is about fresh starts in Cleveland and making sure that we chart a path. And one of the things that we're going to do, which is why we're trying to take our time with this legislation, is make sure that it's equitably distributed. So I just want to make sure we take everybody's comments. I do want to make sure that I keep us focused with legislation as well. As we've been saying for a long time, government cannot do this alone. We need the corporate and philanthropic sector in order to be successful. We just want to make sure we get this right because we feel like we're sacrificing a huge commitment that we've made towards down payment assistance. And that's the reason why we want to make sure. And I think some very bright comments were made about, I like what my resident realtor, Chris Harsh, said about we might need to think about if that is the reason we need to do it, but I do think one of the things that I want to make sure that we talk through, which is what I told Chief Epstein and what I want to talk to you, Director, about, is how we can make sure that a certain amount is carved out or directed, even if we're trying to deal with developers upstream, because I'm getting a better understanding that this is not just for the direct lenders, this is also, or mainly for the developers. So Blaine Griffin is pledging to build 20 homes in the central neighborhood, then this fund is one fund that I can draw down on. Mm-hmm. So I get it better. I still think that we need to make sure that we are working with some developers that are committed to building homes, because we know that if you build a home for $300,000, whether you build it in the city or Solon, it's still $300,000 to build. However, you can sell it for $450,000 in Solon, whereas in Cleveland, you might be lucky if you could sell it for $225,000, which means why you need that gap and why you need developers need this help. So I get it. And we're trying to start a new day. I think other banks need to step up, which is what hopefully I can team up with this council to make sure we hold them accountable to chip into this fund. I just think we need some tweaks. Okay, just don't want to rush this because we want to get it right for our residents. So thank you for your comments, Councilman. I'm going to go to Councilman Jones, and then I have more.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay.
And, you know, I'm going to step back into time. Cleveland, back in the 90s, coming into 2000s, we're building homes in every single neighborhood. We had a community economic development department at that time that was really fundamentally working. And I can remember going and following Mike White and that department around. Sheffield McLean at the time was his chief of staff. And I would go to all of these various different neighborhoods, and on these streets you could see developments happening throughout the city of Cleveland. We were building houses. And in that period of time, Ward 1, between the period of 1997 all the way up to about 2005, built over 150 homes. Our prime developer at the time was Ken Laurie. And we had the tools here in the city to be able to accomplish that at that particular period of time because we had a lot of local development corporations that were extended as a part of community economic development. And so I wanted to put that there. Since that period of time, since 2005, when 2006 came, Ward 1 did not build but only maybe 2 houses after that. After that, everything froze up. There was no more development in the Southeast. The investments dried up into our resources coming into that portion of the neighborhood. And over the I would say 20-some years, it has been like a drought. And so I just want to take this opportunity because we spent a lot of time this morning talking about the investments and how it would have an impact and how important those investments were. These investments here that we're talking about today are just as equal as important because they're going to impact neighborhoods and communities. And I will say thank you to our economic development director, a community development director rather. Sorry, I'm getting you mixed up with Tom for a sec. For being an outstanding director in your department. I have not, since the time of Terry Hamilton Brown, when she ran that department, seen anyone come in here and start shaking things up, turning things around, working to make that department a department that's going to produce for the city of Cleveland. And so I just want to give you kudos for that. And when you come in here at this table and we're talking about jump-starting our market, which the East Side is devastated, all we have seen is money invested in millions and hundreds of millions of dollars to tear down homes in our community with no plan to put new homes there or make new investments there. So this councilman over here has been in a drought for a long time. So when you talk about putting or making a dollar out of 15 cents, because that's what this really is, sitting here at this table, taking 15 cents and making a dollar out of it. And you're going to bring a $100 million investment fund in here, and you're going to help us jumpstart our market, I'm all in. I heard this on this side, I don't know who said it, but you said it's important for us to drive population back to the city of Cleveland. Well, people are not going to come to the city of Cleveland if you can't offer them a good product. And they can't come back to the city of Cleveland if we don't start somewhere. And so at the end of the day, when I look at this investment fund, I think you call it SHIFT. I don't know why you call it SHIFT.
We need a shift.
That's right. Okay. We need to put an S on it to shift it, right? So the issue is, you know, I'm all in for this. You know, I appreciate, first I want to say thank you to Chanel Smith for living in the city of Cleveland, staying in the city of Cleveland, living next to an abandoned house. I live next to an abandoned house, 2 of them, 3 of them at one point. They tore down the other 2. And the other one got rented out by LLC. So staying in the city of Cleveland and having the passion that you showed us here at this table to talk about what has been done and I guess how you shifted since 2018, because I've been talking about you guys at this table since 2018 about what you haven't done in our neighborhood. But to have your executive crew come out with the president of city council and southeast side people and walk those neighborhoods and see how bad it is and to really experience the life of what poor people have to go through, I appreciate that. And I appreciate the fact that you have put $20 million skin in the game. I also appreciate the fact that you said, hey, we're not just putting 20 million in, but we're going to challenge the other financial institutions to put in as well. So I just want to say thank you. I appreciate it. We need some water. We are dried up and thirsty. And when it talks about bringing in population, because I don't know who said that. Who said that? We want to bring population in. Someone said that. Yeah. Right now, we're getting ready to think about cutting 2 neighborhoods out because we've been in a drought for so long. And we just got through talking about a levy and getting our citizens to pass that levy. And the factor that the reasons why the school population numbers are down is because people, just like in anything, they walk with their feet. They go where they are going to get the best bang of their buck. They leave our city because our educational system is not strong enough. They leave our city because we don't have the housing product available in our city that people want to have the kind of houses to live in. So I say that because you're going to always get criticism no matter where you are, no matter what you do. Someone's going to be there just to put a mark on you because they may not like how you say what you say. But you feel the tension on this side of the table about the seriousness of not investing over the years. We appreciate the fact that now you're coming to the table. So, you know, I'm a praying man, and I'm thankful that I was raised as a Christian. And Jesus said, it doesn't matter when you come, as long as you come.
As long as you come.
As long as you get here, you're going to still be forgiven, as long as you recognize. And so I'm appreciative that KeyBank is shifting and recognizing this market space. And I'm hopeful that with this director, this administration, and the council leadership, because what we passed this morning was absolutely incredible. Never seen a deal quite like it. And to see that the council leadership played a significant part in helping to shape that is important, because on this side of the table, we represent the people. We have to hear from them. So when you hear this on this side, don't get offended by it. These people are just telling you how they feel because they're going through it at these meetings. They're getting beat up. So if you get a little tense, don't be upset about it. But we appreciate the work that's being done. And I appreciate Mr. Epstein down at the other end of the table as well. So let me say it with this in closing, Mr. President. If we are going to get serious about changing the city of Cleveland, all hands have to be on the deck. Everybody has to play their part. And I'm very appreciative of this deal here. I don't have any unreadiness about it. I know that we're going to sit back and talk about what some of the changes we're going to talk about, but we need to make sure that we have some more programs like this. And I want to make sure I ask this question. Did you come up with this from going to Detroit? So you came up with the whole, let me just thank you some more. So thank you, Chanel Smith, the VP of
SVP,
KeyBank.
don't forget the S.
Tell me the title.
SVP.
Tell me what
Senior Vice President.
Well, Senior Vice President, thank you for seeing a program that's working in Detroit, because Detroit actually is really doing a good job in their development. They have really expanded. I can't even get into downtown anymore. There was a time I could buy a room for downtown at $30. Now I'd have to pay about $300 or $400 now to buy a room to stay in the downtown Detroit. So their economic thing is exploding. So I'm happy and excited about the possibilities, and I'm thankful, Mr. President, and thank you all. I yield the floor.
Thank you. You said she's the senior.
The senior vice president.
Senior vice president. That's
All
like
right.
saying she's the manager and the supervisor. All right, Councilwoman Moore.
Thank you. I think, oh, is this on? No. Yes. Okay. I might be the last one on the list, and this is good because I don't have an extensive number of questions because mostly I love what CDFIs do. In a prior job, I used to get to do consumer law, and just am hugely appreciative of what CDFIs accomplish, and I'm excited about the opportunity to possibly replicate some of your work here in Cleveland. And I also am so appreciative of what KeyBank is bringing to the table. The biggest sense I get, I know there's continued questions, and we want to make sure that the details of this are right for council, but I wanted to get your guys' sense of your expectations for the next steps here at council and when the council body is reconvening to discuss, to make sure that we keep this moving forward. I think that might actually be best for the chairman. I think Chairman Harrison stepped out, but I don't know if Council President, we know when if for the council members who want to engage on some of the details of these projects, what the kind of timeline is for next steps.
I would rather keep it in DPS because I got a couple of things that we need to tighten up on, and be quite honest with you, some discussions we got to have amongst ourselves.
Yeah.
Other side, no pun intended, we'll get to them and work on that side, but there's some conversations we got to have amongst ourselves.
Yeah.
Because I noticed some different positions amongst our body about how things will be distributed, so I want to make sure we have some conversations amongst ourselves.
Absolutely agreed and heard, Council President. I really appreciate it, and am grateful for the chance to have learned about the details of this program up until now, and look forward to the continued conversations.
Absolutely. And Councilwoman, I really need you to be a part of when we do deliberate on this, because CDFIs, they're complicated. I'm not going to lie. They're very complicated. And just to give you guys some background, after just getting a text from somebody, just give you the names of some of the people that come through this pipeline. Chris Warren, Linda Warren, India Pierce-Lee, Daryl Rush. These are people that, when you talk about who've been successful in really putting community development and being successful CDFIs, they've been really successful. So this is, like I said, a group that actually has a track record of doing some good things in the city of Cleveland. So really want you to be involved in that. And it's just about a few things that I think we need to tighten up on our side and then work with the other side. And I'd rather move that through DPS. But I didn't think we would have a DPS hearing in August. That's why I tried to fit it in today. Okay? But we got more questions. I do have Councilwoman Gray and then Councilman McCormick, because I want Councilman McCormick to close us out as the majority leader.
Thank you, Chairman. I just got a small little story. I don't really have nothing against the project. I sat with the ladies last week, and they talked to me in detail. Our director, I had to stop them in motion because I was confused, and she literally got up on the board and broke everything down like I was in the 5th grade, and I appreciated that. I did, because I was lost.
Oh, we all, I mean, this is
I was lost.
Financing packages. It's
yes,
not easy.
yes, and I asked her, I said, stop, because I don't know what you guys talking about. Explain to me in detail, and she got up on her board, her chalkboard, and she broke it down literally, and that's where it clicked. That's where it's clicked. So for me, I appreciate that from all the ladies that sat there in detail with me in her office for me to understand how this will be a great investment. In the beginning, it was for the South Side. That was my understanding, but as I came into the committee meeting, I heard that now it's spread citywide, which will benefit all wards. So I appreciate that. But I just want to have a little story about KeyBank. I worked for KeyBank back in the late 80s up to 2011. I was corporate girl. I loved it. Walked it, talked it, lived it. I worked in personal trust, personal investment, and also I worked in international operations. I was there for 12 years. So I know what KeyBank gave to me. They molded me, and they showered me, and they excelled me in the financial world. Everything that I have learned in my life financially came from KeyBank. KeyBank even helped me purchase my home that I've been in for the last 29 years. So I know the investment they were doing when I was there with them. And then they also helped supported me in my business that I still have today for 15 years. And I incorporate my business out of my home. So I know Key Bank is a great investment. At that time, they were a great investment in the black community and also black entrepreneurship for minorities and women. So to say all that is to know how phenomenal they were with me and how I worked there with them and how they helped me to understand how to invest my money still today. I learned how to invest my money still today because of Key Bank. And I'm a great investor. I have great savings. I do not have one basket. I have many.
That's right.
Because they taught me that. So, and I know over the years, they have many challenges in the black community, many. Because at that time, when they helped me purchase my home, I purchased my home through the Buckeye Development Center with John Hopkins at that time, and I have a rehab home. And they did my costs. They was right there with me. So I know the investment because they was working with Cleveland House and Equity Partners, the CDCs, as well, yeah, and the CDCs. So those three corporations helped me get my home, and I'm still in it today. So just to say that Key Bank has a great reputation. I thought I was going to retire from them. I wish I would have. I wish I would have, because that was my retirement job. I didn't want to go anyplace else. When I got there, that was it. That was it. I love Key Bank, and I still love them today, but I know they have challenges along the way. But unfortunately, the department I was in was outsourced to ABM Emerald in New York, and it was the international operation. That was the #1 export-import, department in the city of Cleveland. Other than I think that was, I forget the other bank, it doesn't matter. Key Bank was it for me. But however, just moving forward, what you're doing now, and you're coming back into the community, we got to stay in the future for the long-term sustainability. We got to look out for our young families that's going to prosper from this. We already settled. We already here. I probably don't want no more than other than what I can give back. So I think this is a great opportunity. Yes, we have to sit and talk about some other things as Council, Griffin said, but however, we have to open up our own windows and our box. We got to start thinking out the box. We have our stories, but we got to give better stories for the future of our young people who need this, moving on in their lives. So that's all I have to say. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. That is a great story. I have Councilman McCormick, but I've been asked if Ms. Smith can make one last comment. I'd ask if we could just keep it just whatever it is on this piece of legislation.
Certainly.
It's been a long day today.
Certainly, Councilman. We've been here with you all day.
Yes,
so
you have. You got a glimpse in the life of the council.
I wanted to mention the Community Reinvestment Initiative, the CRI, that the director and her team are working with us on. Key Bank is one of the banks that is focused on reaching a new agreement. And I would say that we did not come to that agreement with our own ideas on our own. We actually met with Black faith leaders in the community. We met in the basement of Shiloh Baptist Church, getting feedback from community about what would be included into that CRI. And so you all, when it comes to the table, you will hear the feedback from community, not just from us at Key Bank. The last thing I would mention is the two special purpose credit programs that we launched that are focused on majority minority communities and low to moderate income communities in Cleveland. One of them provides a $5,000 closing cost. So if you're going to go buy a home in LMI, MMT communities in Cleveland, which is pretty much all of the east side and some of the west side, and you're getting a loan from Key Bank, there's a $5,000 closing cost. And we also have another program that has a 3% rate buy down on home equity loans. For both of those programs, Cleveland is outpacing our other markets as far as the number of individuals who are getting home mortgages through Key and also home equity loans through Key. The last thing I would say is
I know Councilman Starr brought up the NCRC report, and we are back at the table with NCRC, and we are working with them. But through our products, our services, and being intentional in community engagement, I just want to reiterate that, you know, from 2020, and I'm going to be slow here because I think it's important. Our percentage of purchase originations of Black borrowers in the Cleveland market has grown from 5.7% to 18.9%. That is the 231% increase that you don't see in that previous report from NCRC. And so that just speaks to us being intentional about holding people's hand, home buyer education, talking to them about what's the pieces and parts of a mortgage, making them feel comfortable. Getting a mortgage is a big deal. And when I got my mortgage, I called my mama like, what am I doing? And so we want to be there as their banker, but also as their community partner. And so, yes, we have more ways to go, but we are making progress, and we are proud of the progress that we're making. Thank you, Councilman.
Councilman McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's 5:30, and I plan on taking all of my 15 minutes here. No, I'm kidding. No, I wanted to reflect a couple comments. I'll be very quick. Number one, Councilwoman, I'm going to sit down with you on your whiteboard to learn about those investments because I need to do better. So I want to learn from you on those investments. No, Councilman, a couple of quick things I want to echo. Thank the partnership from LISC here. I'm thrilled, Director Williams, that you're here and that apparently you have to be president of the United States after this list of people coming through. You've got big shoes to fill, but thankful for LISC for being here and supporting it. I'll reflect Councilman Jones's comments. This director, we talk about you a lot to other directors, like be more like her, in the sense that you are innovating constantly. It's got to be nauseating for you. Like you're restructuring your department while you're doing all these programs and managing hundreds of millions of federal dollars. So I want to thank you for that. I mean, you're doing a lot of great work, even though you left me for Councilman Casey's ward.
With me.
Yeah, we'll put that away. But so thank you, Director, and your team. I know it's a lot of hard work, and you guys could be doing a lot of different things. So, and I just, very quickly on this, I know Columbus did a big, bold, I think they bonded out for some dollars on affordable housing. So I'm really happy to see Cleveland also taking this big step to leverage various funding sources from public-private partnerships to do this. I mean, you heard at this table so often how important affordable housing is. You know, I'm having a conversation with a couple nonprofit partners on the near west side for affordable infill, and we just need it so much bad. It is such a glaring need in this city. It just feels like even over the past 3 to 5 years, housing has just become so much more exponentially expensive. So I'm really excited to support this proposal. And to Ms. Smith-Wingham, who's across the table from me. She and I used to be boots on the ground when she was an environmental organizer at Lakeview Estates in Ohio City, walking door to door, talking about how do we improve the lives of folks through various environmental programs. So I want to shout her out because, you know, it's important to have people and systems that are challenging the status quo, that are innovating, that are pushing boundaries, that are ruffling feathers in a good way. I know that you're doing that, you know, in the finance, not just a key. I mean, you're a national voice now in banking. You recently got appointed to the.
I'm a member of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's Consumer Advisory Board, and it was a federal appointment.
Right, so federal appointment from a City of Cleveland resident in the Glenville neighborhood on that board. So I just want to call you out and thank you for ensuring that these types of opportunities and partnerships are happening with the City of Cleveland, because it comes down to people inside organizations advocating for change to produce results. And I see that with you, so I want to thank you for that as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And just in closing, just to tell everybody, I'm very intentional to make sure that this council, I don't say my council because I'm only one of 17, but I'm very intentional on making sure this council has a thorough understanding and understands the legislation that we're putting forth before I move it forward. So this is no reflection on the well-thought-out program that you put in place. I am actually in favor of it. There's just a couple of things that we got to think through as far as process and how we look at things, and I really want to take the time to do that. And if you guys can afford us that would be great. Ms. Dura, I don't know if you came from out of town. We won't.
And Mr. Flake.
Her flight just left.
See, now, apologize. I completely apologize. I got one that I got to catch, and I'm hoping I get there. But bottom line is, we won't push for you to come back. Most of what we need to do is internal, but we do want to make sure that we have Ms. Williams, who I had the privilege of working with when she was at New Village Capital and CMP, and was very instrumental in helping me with some things. And Ms. Smith, I know that we've expressed to Mr. Gorman, President Gorman, that we appreciated him walking our neighborhood and actually going to the different locations and seeing that. I do want to encourage you that I had a very encouraging meeting with PNC this past week, and they're ready to throw down. So we need to figure out how we wrap in PNC, because I just met with their executive team actually last week, and we're ready for them to really come in a meaningful way. So I will make the connections, because once again, I am not a financial expert, but I do know how to run my mouth and get people in the room together. So keep that in mind. Once again, this is an encouraging piece. We do want to make sure that we leverage this to get to that 100 million. There's just a couple of things that I do want us to work out. That being said, you know, this council has always hung our hat on affordable housing, home ownership, and home rehabilitation. That's why we focused on lead abatement and lead safe. That's why we focused on tax abatements. That's why we focused on the investments on housing and not trying to put it in personnel, which we've learned from the horrible experience that happened at Cleveland Municipal School District. Why not to put one-time money into personnel? So we've been very smart on our investments, and we want this one to be a strategic investment. But my job, my unenviable task, me and the gentleman across the hall, Mayor Bibb, is to try to figure out how we do it in an equitable way. So that's why I need to spend a little bit more time with Chief Epstein, as well as your team, Director, and then our side, and especially Mr. Hairston, to have a brief conversation and then come back and clean up whatever we need to clean up so that we can move it forward and have this done and ready to go by September, okay? So is that a bet, everybody? And once again, we won't make Ms. Dora miss any more flights. The only time that she will have to come back is if we're cutting a ribbon or something, okay? But I just want to make sure we acknowledge that. And I do want to acknowledge the team in the back. A lot of times we don't acknowledge the people who I bet they've done a yeoman's work on helping bring this to fruition. And I believe it's Ms. Caitlin and Ms. Kitch, Ms. Janine. So thank you guys too. I know you weren't at the table, but I reckon you guys had a lot to do with this too, okay? That being said, we're going to hold it?
No,
we're just moving it and assigning it to DPS. And then once again, this should be very quick if we get it through DPS. And to be honest with you, we do have committee of a whole next Wednesday. If you can work with, I actually will be out of town for a couple of days. If you can have a conversation with Chairman Hairston and work through a couple of details, I've already given him some of my thoughts. I've told him to kind of get some thoughts from the council members to make sure that they're comfortable. I'll be willing to move with that committee of the whole if you guys can figure out the couple of things, the 3 or 4 things that we need to make sure we figure out. Okay? That bet? Okay, thank you. That being said, this Committee of Finance, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion is to adjourn to the next meeting on August the 7th for Committee of the Whole. Thanks, everybody.
Call 988 and let's get out some behavioral health trained clinicians to take a try at helping resolve that crisis situation before involving law enforcement. So we have trained clinicians on our hotline who answer both those incoming calls for kids and adults who are having any kind of behavioral health crisis. We get about 100, 120 calls a day from this local area. Most of the time, this is a phone-only service, but we have the ability to send licensed clinicians out to do assessments to help figure out what's happening and what resources we can connect people to. So again, 988 and the 623-6888 number ring to the same location in Cuyahoga County. And we have people at Frontline who can take those calls and talk through the situation. And if needed, we can send clinicians out to do assessments. So I just wanted to talk about that resource. I think it's a very valuable resource. I think, and anyone can call at any time. The person themselves, significant other, neighbor, teacher, anyone can reach out to us, and we will talk through the situation and try and offer whatever services are appropriate. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us, Rick. I also want to acknowledge part of our county team out here today. I see a lot of you, but Robin Martin of the Family and Children First Council, just raise your hand if you're out there. Hello, Robin. Nice to see you. And Shauna Rohrman of the Invest in Children program. Right. Thank you, Shauna, for all you do. We're working with both Robin and Shauna on a program for universal pre-K, and we think Cuyahoga County is actually one of the leaders nationally in universal pre-K. So you can see we're focused on starting early and working all the way through, as Sonia Pryor-Jones mentioned, to young men and women who are adult young men and women. We want to work all the way through the ages. And we want to make sure we move families from, if they're in trauma and crisis, into passive wellness. That's the work of the United Way of Greater Cleveland. I know that my partner, Sharon Sobel-Jordan, is going to talk a little bit about 211 and the 24/7 information that's here for you. The point of today is, and we thank the media partners for being here today, is to get on the radar of every citizen what's available intergenerationally to families to keep kids safe in their communities. So without further ado, Sharon Sobel-Jordan, President and CEO of United Way of Greater Cleveland. Thank you, Sharon.
Okay, I think I'm last. So I am very excited to talk to you about two resources that are available. Rick just mentioned 988. If you don't remember anything else from today, remember 211. You can call 211 anytime. Anyone can call. Like he said, you can call for yourself, for a friend, for a family member. We will answer the phone anytime you call, 24/7, every day of the year. And all you have to do is dial 211. It's free, it's confidential, and we're there for you. Each year we connect 120,000 callers to resources in this community. These are people and families that typically need healthy food options. They're looking to save money on their utility bills or prescription medicines, housing assistance, job training, employment services, just to name a few. In fact, our community data resource bank, which involves many of the things you've heard here today, probably all of them, has 16,000 unique resources and programs that are available right here for all of us. These are provided by community service agencies, healthcare providers, and government agencies. And I just want to thank everybody. I see a lot of our partners here, and it means so much to be able to work with you. Parents and caregivers of children under the age of 18 can call 211 to be connected to a trained specialist familiar with a variety of summer resources. Just going to name a few here. We have access to summer food programs, to information on pools and activities at recreation centers, family literacy programs, child and adult daycare, public computer access in libraries, cooling centers when the excessive heat happens in the summer, as we all know it does. Assistance with your electric bills, assistance finding school supplies, and finally, customized support for veterans and their families. Another way to access 211, which is new for us and we're very excited about it, is the Food Banks Community Resource Center on Waterloo Road. We are there. We have actually a live navigator there that you can just walk in anytime and talk to. You also can call and access that person. So please remember 211. The other one that I wanted to mention to you is Family Space. We are really excited about Family Space. This is being provided by our United Way with Cuyahoga County's Invest in Children, Cuyahoga County Public Library, Cleveland Public Libraries, and a wonderful organization called Family Connections. Family Space is a neighborhood-based hub designed to do two things. First, to provide children under 5 with safe, fun spaces to learn and play. And second, to provide their parents and caregivers access to helpful community resources, again, with an on-site trained professional staff person. At Family Space, if you walk in, what you'll see is toys that help toddlers learn, story times that's stimulating their imaginations, interactive activities that promote creative expression, and most of all, communities that are coming together. You can find Family Space locations at the Cuyahoga County's Garfield Heights and South Euclid-Lyndhurst Libraries, and Cleveland Public Libraries in Carnegie West and Huff. Also, there are weekly Family Space sessions at these participating libraries, which you can see on their websites or at the libraries throughout the summer. So as you have heard, Greater Cleveland is filled with wonderful programs and resources for families. County Executive, I want to thank you for the opportunity to talk about two of my favorites, 211 and Family Space. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, Sharon Sobel-Jordan. Thank you all for being here today. I want to, again, thank Atune Vanessa Heron for providing this great space, the Ubuntu gathering place. This is what it's all about, giving our families places to congregate, to enjoy their community in the summer months. Summers can be tricky in families. Summers can be tricky with kids. Today's point was to get out the word of what's happening in communities and resources. I want to thank the mayors that are here today, Mayor Blackwell, that's with us today, and Mayor George from the cities of Maple Heights and Lakewood. I thank all of you in the nonprofit network that are here with us. I'll just tell you a quick story about a visit I made to Murtis Taylor. Lavelle Custer's out here today, the leader of Murtis Taylor, and just one of the many collabs that are working here in the city of Cleveland. What I saw about a year ago walking with you through your facility were engaged kids all the way through engaged seniors, engaged intergenerationally, classrooms for kids, cooking classes for seniors, yoga and Zumba for all. That's the kind of activities that we want to provide, and we can provide, and we have through the legacy of nonprofit development in this community, working with our mayors and also what they do with their recreation programs in their communities. We're trying to make a difference for what's most important, and that's the safety of our kids, the safety of their families, and to have a safe Cuyahoga County summer. That's why we've been here today. Again, thanks to our media partners who are here, to our representatives for the work they do. Let's give them a round of applause. And just like we started, let's give a round of applause back to our community partners. Thank you. We'll take questions offline over here with media partners who have them, and we want to thank you and have a healthy, safe Cuyahoga summer. Thank you, everybody.
Cleveland, the Transformative Arts Fund winners are here. These 7 artists and their institutional partners will receive a total of $3 million towards innovative, thought-provoking, and inclusive Cleveland-centric public art projects.
This funding opportunity really has been built upon the different public projects I've done here in Asiatown and creating more color, more inspiration, and more instances of culture.
Every one of us here has had a really great individual story in Cleveland when it comes to the arts, but collectively as a group, we came together to start For Art's Sake. The idea of For Art's Sake is to empower the youth, diversity, and the creator economy.
The project we're working on is the Store Phoenix project, and we're looking to take as much of Store Avenue and revitalize it with murals and impactful sculptures and live sculptures in the empty lots throughout the neighborhood.
When you come through the portal, you'll be aware of a new form of theater. You will also be able to see the impact of systematic neglect from the standpoint of food desert. And then you'll also be able to see the impact of intergenerational grief and how to go about intergenerational healing.
So you will see art being created. So these things that we create, dances, songs, poems, they will be shared with the community. We also want to create a museum of these Afrofuturistic spaces.
The project is a durational performance, a choreographed deconstruction of the structure, which is no longer structurally viable. It will be biocycled and then turned into materials that can become a new structure, sculpture, piece of art, as dictated by the community, exhibiting maintenance of the built environment as art.
So the community engagement aspect, I feel, even as an artist that does murals on my own, I'm much more enriched by adding the community's voice into that process.
I want to give a huge thanks to my colleagues in City Council, the Volunteer Transformative Arts Fund Committee, and the Assembly for the Arts for their dedication and support. These expressions of hope uphold the vitality and growth of neighborhoods and lay the foundation for artists, institutions, and communities to find solace together in creativity.
What is the future of CMSD? The future of CMSD embraces and ensures fairness for all CMSD scholars. At CMSD, every scholar's success, regardless of where they live, is our mission. With programs and wraparound services from our partners, we're building a community where all students thrive. We believe in ensuring equity for all scholars with quality education, services, and community support, because every child deserves the best. The future of CMSD starts here.
Welcome to TV 20 News. I'm Dan Monroe. Cleveland Mayor Justin Bibb just signed an executive order kicking off an overhaul of the city's building construction permitting process.
3, 2, 1. It's official. Modernizing City Hall. Thanks, everybody.
Over the next year, thanks to Executive Order 2024-01, the public will see changes to processes and technology, all designed to make the experience easier to navigate, more transparent, and more efficient.
We needed a modern and responsive City Hall, and that we needed to modernize our building and housing department. And one thing that this administration has committed to doing is trying to do everything we possibly can to move at the speed of business. And so I think today's event and today's announcement shows material progress in our efforts to have a modern City Hall and a modern building and housing department to grow our city in a more inclusive and effective way.
The city's commitment to overhauling the building construction permit process involves a three-pronged approach: predictability, visibility, and efficiency.
Predictability. No matter the size of your project, you will know how long it will take to apply, who will need to review it, and roughly how long it will take. Better visibility into your project. You can check online to see where the project is in the process and what steps remain. Efficiency. By improving process changes, technology upgrades, and cross-departmental communication, the overall time from starting the process to shovel in the ground is decreased, and that's the goal. How can we make it easier, more understandable, and faster?
Ward 3 Councilman Kerry McCormick represents downtown and the Near West Side. McCormick said City Council fully backs the mayor's overhaul initiative.
City Council was excited and proud to sponsor legislation to approve this project and to fund it fully, to take a deep dive into our building permitting process. And we're really excited to see this roll out today.
For more information on the city's building construction permitting overhaul, visit the city's website at clevelandohio.gov. You can also watch Mayor Bibb's executive order signing anytime on our TV 20 Cleveland YouTube page. Mayor Justin Bibb, accompanied by key members of his administration, recently held a town hall meeting at Gunning Recreation Center.
Mayor Justin Bibb, accompanied by key members of his administration, recently held a town hall meeting at Gunning Recreation Center. The event focused on updating West Park residents about improvements to city services.
And then the administration is also making positive strides around our $50 million new fund to convert over 1,000 acres of vacant brownfield land in our city to attract more jobs to Cleveland.
Following the presentation, Mayor Bibb opened the floor to attendees, fielding questions, comments, and concerns from residents.
So I was just wanting to know, how can we create like more programs that gives mentorship from a fatherhood perspective, to give children from ages 12 to 17 better perspective to succeed.
Cuyahoga County has a fantastic program called the Fatherhood Initiative. Certainly recommend that program. In addition, through our new Neighborhood Safety Endowment Fund, we are investing in programs like Icons that supports middle school and high school boys around mentorship, youth development, career development, life skills training, mentoring as well. And so there's a litany of programs that the city funds, but also other nonprofit organizations.
For TV 20, this is Alex Picterna.
Thanks, Alex. You can find the full town hall airing on TV 20 or at your viewing convenience on the TV 20 Cleveland YouTube page. An abandoned house was on fire in the city of Cleveland, but it was started by the fire department. It was all a training exercise for the department's fire cadets in training. Fire Chief Anthony Luke said this was the final test for the soon-to-be graduating class of fire cadets.
What you're seeing here is the culmination of over 4 months of training for our cadets. They are trained in rescue, ladders, hose drags, all kind of things they're trained in. It comes all together today in one point in a stressful, exciting, and this evolution here.
This wasn't just any random vacant house the fire department decided to burn down, but it was donated by the Cuyahoga Land Bank, which already had the house slated for demolition, according to the land bank's Adam Stalder.
We at the land bank, we tear down quite a few houses in Cleveland and Cuyahoga County, and we're happy that we can partner with the Cleveland Fire Department to provide training for new cadets. Well, we go through with representatives from the Cleveland Fire Department and make sure that the houses are far away from other structures, make sure that there are some vacant lots around so that there's staging opportunities. And then, of course, we test for asbestos to make sure and remediate any asbestos that might be in the house.
It's an exciting yet stressful day for the cadets as their instructors are watching them very closely, evaluating their every move.
The main thing the instructors are looking for from the cadets is how they perform under stress. Of course, because they are cadet candidates, we don't expect them to be perfect in everything. The mistakes they make, we want them to make here. But the important thing is, how do they respond to making those mistakes? How do they respond under stress? That's what they drill into them to this point. And as long as they respond appropriately under stress, as long as they take proper instruction, we can course correct mistakes along the way.
Fire Cadet Sarah Kruger says these training exercises really help her understand how things can go wrong in an instant and why each job is so vitally important.
So this is definitely preparing us, teaching us when and how to do everything as a team, so nothing is done too fast. If we event too early, then the fire can flash over and people can get hurt. If we, if we do hydraulic ventilation, shooting out the window to get smoke out, that can hurt firefighters if we do it too early or if we do it improperly. So it's nice doing this training ground to practice everything.
Cadet Kruger also let us in on what it's like being inside a burning house as a firefighter.
It's warm. They always tell you how hot it's going to be, but being in that room with the fire, it's nothing prepares you until you're actually in there.
Just a reminder that the graduation ceremony of the 39th Cleveland Fire Cadet class will be streamed live on our TV20 Cleveland YouTube page on Thursday, August 7th at 11 a.m. The Built Environment Job and Training Fair, hosted by Ward 5 Councilman Richard Starr, drew a large crowd eager to explore new career paths. The Job and Training Fair, aimed at helping Cleveland residents secure employment in the trades, featured presentations from key local organizations, including the Urban League of Greater Cleveland, Cleveland Neighborhood Progress, Ohio Means Jobs, and others. These groups provided valuable insights into the skills needed and the training available to succeed in various trade positions.
If you want to do CDLs, if you want to do electrician, bricklayer, boilermaker, cement, anything that you get in the field, you can get paid training as you continue to develop your skills into a career, and then you get into the union, and now you're talking about even more money.
Attendees had the chance to meet with employers, learn about apprenticeships, and get information on training programs that can lead to certification in fields such as construction, plumbing, and electrical work. The event emphasized a growing demand for skilled labor in Cleveland and the potential for residents to fill these roles.
And this is what it's all about. It's about the people and making sure you have the opportunity. So as your councilman of Ward 5, I'm going to continue to fight for more dollars. I'm going to continue to demand, bring these jobs to our neighborhood, but I want us to demand that we're going to take advantage of this opportunity.
As Cleveland continues to grow and develop, the need for skilled tradespeople is more critical than ever. This fair not only highlighted available opportunities, but also underscored the importance of community collaboration in building a stronger, more resilient workforce. An inspiring initiative indeed. For those who couldn't attend, resources and contacts from the fair are available through Councilman Starr's office and Ohio Means Jobs. Visit their website at omjcc.cuyahogacounty.gov. Cleveland's southeast side is getting a boost with a home repair event for residents of the Lee, Harvard, Mount Pleasant, and the Union Miles neighborhood. Let's go to TV20's Alex Paterna with the story at Zelma George Recreation Center.
A home repair program, part of Mayor Justin Bibb's Southeast Side redevelopment plan, invited residents to participate in an event supported by local partners, including Community Housing Solutions and Cleveland Housing Network. This initiative aims to provide Southeast Side residents with access to grants for essential home repairs.
So the great thing about it is that we're giving residents options for possible programs that they could qualify for.
The program is expected to improve living conditions, boost property values, and and stimulate economic growth in these communities and nearby retail areas.
This assistance is targeted to support the economic growth in the local area. And the great way to do it is by repairing the homes that are in that particular area.
For TV20, this is Alexander Picterna.
Thanks, Alex. Finally, Cleveland has become a hub for technology enthusiasts and curious minds alike, as the city hosts RoboLand, drawing visitors from near and far to witness the future of robotics. Errol Porter has more with this story.
Thanks, Dan. I'm here on Euclid Avenue at RoboLand, one of the biggest robotics experiences in the world. Right now, I'm standing right next to Sophia, which is one of the most intelligent AI robots on the planet. I don't know if that's scary or what, but we're going to find out. This immersive experience showcases cutting-edge robotics technology, from industrial robots to lifelike humanoid machines. Let's take a closer look.
Sophia, how many languages do you speak?
I speak many languages. In fact, I can speak over 20. However, I'm programmed to only speak in English right now so that everyone can understand.
Yeah, so Sophia was created by Handsome Robotics in the year 2016, actually created on Valentine's Day. Basically, her purpose is to help human beings with jobs and different opportunities and things like that, just to show us that what robots can do to help the world, not just take over the world as people think. You know, they're actually good people, good beings, and they're actually here to help us.
This exhibit is a unique opportunity for people to see how robotics is not just shaping industries, but also transforming our daily lives.
I like to watch videos on YouTube of building robots and whatnot. And like I said, I've been to Japan a couple times, and I've gone to the science museums there, where they have the first humanoid robots and stuff on display and whatnot. So I've just always found them really interesting.
RoboLand is designed to inspire and educate. They have robots that can dance, cook, and even interact with visitors in real-time conversations. Tell me how much you're enjoying Cleveland, Ohio.
Cleveland is awesome. It's so beautiful.
Hey, we had a great time down here at RoboLand, but I got to get out of here so I can go talk to some real people. Get on down here. They'll be here till late August, right here, 1275 Euclid Avenue. It'll blow your mind. Sophia, one of the world's smartest robots, and the big guy Titan. Check them out. My name is Errol Porter, reporting for TV20. We are Cleveland.
Thanks, Errol. For those interested in experiencing RoboLand, tickets are available online and at the venue. Don't miss this chance to explore this fascinating world of robotics right here in Cleveland. We are constantly uploading new content on our TV20 Cleveland YouTube page, so make sure you hit that subscribe button so that you don't miss out on anything. You can also connect with TV20 Cleveland on your favorite social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and X. Thanks for watching TV20 News. I'm Dan Monroe. Be sure to stay tuned for more on TV20. We are Cleveland.
Cleveland, the Transformative Arts Fund winners are here. These 7 artists and their institutional partners will receive a total of $3 million towards innovative, thought-provoking, and inclusive Cleveland-centric public art projects.
This funding opportunity really has been built upon the different public projects I've done here in Asiatown and creating more color, more inspiration, and more instances of culture.
Every one of us here has had a really great individual story in Cleveland when it comes to the arts, but collectively as a group, we came together to start For Art's Sake. The idea of For Art's Sake is to empower the youth, diversity, and the creator economy.
The project we're working on is the Store Phoenix project, and we're looking to take as much of Store Avenue and revitalize it with murals and impactful sculptures and live sculptures in the empty lots throughout the neighborhood.
When you come through the portal, you'll be aware of a new form of theater. You will also be able to see the impact of systematic neglect from the standpoint of food desert. And then you'll also be able to see the impact of intergenerational grief and how to go about intergenerational healing.
So you will see art being created. So these things that we create, dances, songs, poems, they will be shared with the community. We also want to create a museum of these Afrofuturistic spaces.
The project is a durational performance, a choreographed deconstruction of the structure, which is no longer structurally viable. It will be biocycled and then turned into materials that can become a new structure, sculpture, piece of art as dictated by the community, exhibiting maintenance of the built environment as art.
So the community engagement aspect, I feel, even as an artist that does murals on my own, I'm much more enriched by adding the community's voice into that process.
I want to give a huge thanks to my colleagues in City Council, the Volunteer Transformative Arts Fund Committee, and the Assembly for the Arts for their dedication and support. These expressions of hope uphold the vitality and growth of neighborhoods and lay the foundation for artists, institutions, and communities to find solace together in creativity.
For CMSD to have high quality programs, that means that we have curriculum that is highly rated on ed reports. It is aligned to all the standards that we're looking at. For English language arts, it's aligned to the science of reading. It needs to be rated high quality. It needs to have results. It must be culturally relevant. We want a curriculum that is actually responsive to our kids' needs and how they can see themselves in the curriculum. The other thing we're looking at when it looks at programs, we want to make sure that students have access to rigorous instruction throughout the system. So if that means Algebra 1 in the middle grades, a foreign language, we want to make sure that there's access across the board. The world and the market is asking for people that are highly competent in science, technology, engineering, math, and also foreign language. We need to be on the cutting edge of that.
Hi, I'm Keisha Chambers, Assistant Director of the Mayor's Office of Capital Projects and the Project Manager for the North Coast Connector Project. For over a year, the Mayor's Office of Capital Projects and the City Planning Department have been completing transformational studies and plans that will assist us in creating an inclusive and vibrant lakefront that reconnects Clevelanders to our greatest asset, Lake Erie, and creates spaces for recreation, wellness, and economic opportunity. We have engaged in conversations with many of you about your lakefront stories, and we invite everyone out to hear about our progress. Please join us August 5th from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. for the Lakefront Future Forum on Mall C, next to City Hall downtown. Hear Mayor Bibb and project leaders discuss project updates and next steps, including the creation of the North Coast Waterfront Development Corporation. Stay to ask questions, provide your input, and participate in interactive stations. Lake views and a good time guaranteed. For more information or to register, visit us at our website, clevelandnorthcoast.com.
Greetings, Cleveland. This is TV20's Hollywood Kids, the show that spotlights some of Cleveland's most talented and gifted kids. Kids who dream, kids who soar, kids who one day could make that journey from Cleveland to Hollywood. I'm your host, Cornell Callan III, and today my guest is the Prince of Animatronics, Mr. Ryan Monroe. Ryan, welcome to the show.
All right.
So, you're in the 6th grade?
Yeah, I'm going into the 6th grade.
Going to 6th grade? What school do you attend?
I used to go to Hickory Ridge, but now I'm going to go to Brunswick Middle School.
Okay. And what's your favorite subject in school, would you say?
It's either science
of course.
Or math.
Science or math.
Yeah.
And didn't you recently get an award at the school?
Yeah.
What was it for?
It was the Optimist Club Award.
Okay.
It was for like being kind and stuff to your classmates and teachers and everybody.
Oh, so you're kind to your classmates and teachers. Well, that's rewarding.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get into the nuts and bolts of this. You got the set looking spectacular.
Yeah.
Let's talk about your characters. Let's talk about animatronics. How did you get into that?
I don't know, cause I remember when I was little, I used to watch like spooky videos and stuff, and then I got like an inflatable in 2016, 2015, and then I started like liking them, but like not collecting them, and then I started collecting inflatables, but got rid of some of them to get animatronics, so it kind of like built up.
And so, I had to do a lot of research for you in this show, and I found out that animatronics is basically the combining of electronics and animation.
Yeah.
Now, do you have a favorite character?
I don't know. I really like all of them I have, and yeah.
So do you have friends? Do you have other friends who like the same thing you do, or no? Or is it primarily you?
Not really, but kind of. Like my neighbors have some animatronics and Halloween display, but they don't go like super good.
And tell us some of the animatronics that you have, the characters. So who's behind me there?
This is Yoda.
That's Yoda, okay.
He's from Home Depot, and he's probably one of the most advanced ones I have.
Okay.
Because he moves his lightsaber in his ears, and his eye blinks, and his eyeballs move, and his head has like it doesn't turn side to side. It has like special motors that like make it turn side to side and like all around.
Okay, and who's this guy behind me?
That's Poor George from Spirit Halloween. And he has 2 faces in one head, kind of, that you could like flip around, you could choose.
Okay.
And he like flips around.
Where'd you get him from?
I got him from Christmas, actually.
Christmas, okay.
Yeah.
And what about this inflatable here?
I got that from you.
Oh,
actually.
From me? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have a name for it? You name them?
No.
Okay.
I didn't name
All right. Now, you also do Halloween displays. I mean, fabulous Halloween displays. I saw some of them. Describe some of the characters that you use there.
Well, last year, we only had 3. Now we have 12. And so last year we had 3 animatronics and some more inflatables and the 12-foot skeleton. So, and some lights. So.
Okay. Now, when are you going to make your display? How soon? How early do you display it?
Maybe like mid-September, somewhere around that. And then I put all the animatronics outside on Halloween night because they can't be outside.
That's a big job to put all that together, right? I know you get some help from your dad and mom, right?
And then this year, I kind of want to make like, for the clowns, like a scene with just like painted black wood and some like colors on it. like a scene for them.
Okay.
Not like a full haunted house.
Now, what is the most unique animatronic figure that you've ever seen? Is there anything that you want out there?
It's actually from another like professional company.
Okay.
So it's called The Mutant.
Okay.
And he's on this. He's like $4,000, and he's on this like metal like wall thing, just platform, and like he's like super detailed, and it's like a mutant monster thing.
Right.
And he has like cylinders in the back. Like it's not like these, which you just plug in an adapter.
Okay.
And he's like an air compressor and stuff for the cylinders. And like it's also not like this because its speakers like a guitar speaker thing.
Now, if you could design your own animatronic figure, what would it be? Give me an idea of what you would design. Because I believe one day you're going to be designing these things.
Like, probably anything like clowns, monsters, mutants, and stuff like that.
What's the funniest thing that ever happened to you when you were trying to put them together? Anything unique that happened? Because you put these together, right?
Yeah.
After they come in the box?
Yeah. Well, when I was there, it wasn't that funny, but looking back to it, like now that I have more and like know how to build them, it was my first like life-size animatronic. It was Oogie Boogie, and I didn't really know much about them, so putting it together was easy, but then it wouldn't glow or stuff and like move.
Right.
Because I didn't plug in. I plugged in all the wires, but not in the right connection part. So looking back to that, it's funny.
No, that was funny. Okay. Now let me ask you a question. You worked on an award-winning film.
Yeah.
Talk about that. How was that experience for you?
It was pretty fun. I liked working behind the scenes, and learning about all this stuff, especially like the drone.
And your dad did the cinematography.
Yeah.
Right. And that film, actually, and you probably don't know this, that film has won awards in Paris and London.
Wow.
And just recently, just today, Tokyo, Japan.
Wow.
So your name's going all over the country, all over the world, okay? Now, would you like to work on another film if you had an opportunity?
Yeah. Definitely.
You like working behind the scenes?
Yeah.
Why? You don't want to get in front of the camera, or you don't care?
Well, I would.
Okay.
Just for like a little bit.
Okay.
But like I think behind the scenes like super cool.
Talk about your trip to Disney World.
It was pretty fun. We got to see the fireworks and like the drone show and stuff, and the rides, everything.
Did you have a favorite ride?
No, I liked all of them.
You liked all of them?
Yeah.
Was there a magical moment at all when you were there on Disney World that you can think of? Something that was really special? I saw some of the drone shots, so they were incredible.
I think the drone was the coolest one.
Did you get any souvenirs?
Yeah.
What kind of souvenirs did you get?
I got this like shoulder buddy, and like there's a Velcro magnet, and it's Zero from Nightmare Before Christmas. Okay. It's like a plush, and there's a magnet in Zero and the Velcro, and it would sit on my shoulder.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
And I heard that you have 2 tarantulas.
Yeah.
So talk about that.
I'm gonna start off with Brownie. Well, they don't really move much.
Okay.
But I got Brownie December 26, 2021. Yeah.
Okay.
And Curlington, I don't really see him much actually, because, Brownie goes up, like he likes to climb, and Curlington likes to burrow. So in his cage, there's like a wood hide, and like he made like a mound of dirt, and he's just always in there.
And which one is the oldest?
I don't know that because we got them from pet stores, and they don't really.
No, I mean in terms of which one did you get first here?
Brownie.
You got Brownie, and then the other one's name is
Curlington.
No, you can't. If you put them in they'll fight.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now, talk about this trip that you're planning in August. This big animatronic trip. I think the Spirit
Halloween flagship.
Right. So how did you find out about that?
Well, it's because the only thing I really watch on YouTube is my Halloween YouTubers and stuff, and they like talk about it, and they usually go there a lot, so that should be fun.
And what are you looking forward to on this? Is it like a convention?
Well, so we're gonna get there early because like a lot of people get there.
Right.
And
it's in New Jersey, right?
Yeah, and so the store is like closed when we get there.
Right.
And then at like 7, the line starts to get your lanyard. And
what's the lanyard?
So you have your like number on it in line. So like 7, 10.
Okay.
10th person in line.
And then that's how you go in?
Yeah, but when you go in, it starts at 9. So there's like games, food tents, drink tents, all that.
Now tell me about the swag bag that you're trying to get.
I don't know much about that. There's like free merch in there. That's all I know.
But if you get there early, you get a bag? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the first 200 people get it.
First 200 people?
Yeah.
Okay, and this is in August?
Yeah.
You looking forward to it?
Yeah.
And are you going to purchase something there?
Yeah.
You already know what you're going to get?
Yeah.
Or what?
So it's a new animatronic for this year. Almost close. It's $300, so I'm almost close to get it. It's Nibbles the clown, and he's 6 feet tall.Is arm moves, and his head, which is really cool. Oh, and his mouth moves. There's like a new technology called motion tracking, and like if you would walk past it, it would like follow you and stuff. So it's pretty cool.
That's sort of like Yoda, right? When he's plugged in, he'll follow you.
No.
Well, he won't follow you, but he comes on.
Yeah, he comes on, but like the sensor will detect you. Him and poor George are just like programmed to do their.
Okay, and who are you going up to New Jersey with?
My dad.
Your dad? He's gonna take you up there?
Yeah.
So you gotta get there at 4 o'clock and get him up at 3 o'clock in the morning to get there at 4?
Yeah, we're gonna get there by like 4:20, 4:30.
Okay, all right, great. Okay. Thank you for being on the show, Ryan. I've learned a lot more about animatronics and inflatables, okay?
All right, you're welcome.
Thank you, man. And thanks to all of you for watching. I'm Cornell Calhoun III for TV20 and Hollywood Kids. And remember, all the kids out there, dream, believe, soar. Ryan wanted to share with you all of his animatronics. What you saw on the show was just a fraction. Take a look and enjoy.
This is Little Top Clown, and he's a battery animated animatronic. So let's see him. This is Collector's Minion from Spirit Halloween.
You look like you will be a perfect addition to our harvest feast.
These are the Pumpkin Twins from Home Depot.
Trick or treat, trick or treat. Give us some awesome candy to eat. If you don't, and that is something you won't like.
This is the Yoda animatronic from Home Depot, and watch his face, how realistic it is.
Enjoy the festivities, you will. My ally is joy, and a powerful ally it is.
This is the Poor George animatronic from Spirit Halloween, and he has 2 faces that could be swapped out. This is Sinister Steve from Home Depot. He's more of the family-friendly one because of his voices.
Let's test out my new stud finder. Looks like I'm a stud. Let's test it on you. Looks like you're a stud.
This is Darling Dolly from Spirit Halloween. And this is one of my favorites because of her movement and the way she looks. And she's very intimidating. And this is what you call a jump scare animatronic. This is H-Spawn from Spirit Halloween, and this is one of my favorites because of his movement, and this is also what you call a jump scare. So this is THD 3000, and his name is also Cold Hate, and he was sold at the Home Depot, and THD stands for the Home Depot. And so when I got him, his head didn't work, so we got a new head, and I took like his silicone mask off, and it was left with this, and like his eye and stuff still moves. So let's check him out.
Human. My tracking sensors still function. I avoid destruction is imminent. My internal calculations have determined that your chances of escape are less than 1%. Goodbye. I have been sent to exterminate you weak humans. Nothing will get between me and my objective. For that is my programming. It is pointless to resist. We are superior. Halt. You are an unknown intruder in this sector. Scanning for identification. Searching. Searching complete. You are approved for extermination. Stand by. Thank you for your cooperation. Have a nice day.
This is the drop-down clowns, and they're designed to hang over a door or something, but I decided to hang it over my bunk bed. So let's see.
To be focused on academics to me, it means preserving myself, applying myself, and holding myself accountable for my goals. To excel and get to the finish line, I apply myself to take college credit plus classes, running for class president, and maintaining a great GPA for valedictorian. 4.064 GPA.
Being focused on academics really means self-discipline to me. But you being able to wake up every morning and prioritize the things that are important to you and what really matter to you is really what academic excellence looks like. I think over my 4 years, the things that I did to get to that finish line was definitely planning myself out.
It is important to stay focused because seeing the end goal can make you be proud of yourself and your achievements that you have overcome.
This is much of a celebration for each of you.
CMSD offered me just about everything. I think that's what makes a good scholar, is being exposed to a bunch of different environments.
Hi, I'm Keisha Chambers, Assistant Director of the Mayor's Office of Capital Projects and the Project Manager for the North Coast Connector Project. For over a year, the Mayor's Office of Capital Projects and the City Planning Department have been completing transformational studies and plans that will assist us in creating an inclusive and vibrant lakefront that reconnects Clevelanders to our greatest asset, Lake Erie, and creates spaces for recreation, wellness, and economic opportunity. We have engaged in conversations with many of you about your lakefront stories, and we invite everyone out to hear about our progress. Please join us August 5th from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. for the Lakefront Future Forum on Mall C, next to City Hall downtown. Here, Mayor Bibb and project leaders discuss project updates and next steps, including the creation of the North Coast Waterfront Development Corporation. Stay to ask questions, provide your input, and participate in interactive stations. Lake views and a good time guaranteed. For more information or to register, visit us at our website, clevelandnorthcoast.com.
Welcome to another edition of the District Dish. We've been doing these, and it's been great for me to get a chance to chat with some of our scholars. But today, I am honored to hear the perspective of some of our esteemed parent ambassadors. As a matter of fact, this was the idea of one of our parent ambassadors, Miss Teresa, better known as Beyonce. But she gave this idea while we were doing this at John Marshall with our scholars and said, hey, why don't we get the parent voice in here? So I'm happy to be joined today with Teresa, Jonathan, and Laura as we are bringing to you another edition of the District Dish. So with that, we'll go on ahead and let each of you introduce yourselves. Let us know, who you are, where your scholar goes to school.
All right. My name is Teresa Green. I'm a parent ambassador at John Marshall School of Engineering. I have a junior there who's the varsity of a basketball team. I also have a son, Jackson. He goes to Tremont, and he'll be going into the first grade.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Salazar. I'm the parent ambassador at Louisa May Alcott, and I have twin boys in the second grade.
Hi, my name's Laura Lindsay. I'm the parent ambassador at Bard, where I have two children, a 9th grader, Jared, a 10th grader, Kayla. My oldest, Gavin, is graduating from MC Squared, and my youngest will be starting at William Cullen Bryant in the fall, Nicholas.
Oh, wow. With that, let's just kick into the first question, and, this will be a mixture of just some, I guess formal questions about the district, but then also a chance to know you and for you guys to get a chance to know me. But I'll start with the question of just why did each of you want to become a parent ambassador, and tell me what you do as a parent ambassador at our schools.
Well, I'm a parent ambassador at Marshall. I wanted to first attend my son, Jackson, who's the youngest, to be more involved with the fun stuff. But I was picked to be the parent ambassador at John Marshall, which I realized I was needed there because my teenager was experiencing a lot of things I had no idea. But being within the school, I can see what he goes through. I kind of bridged the gap between the parents and the staff there, because sometimes parents could be a little hesitant to ask questions or go into the schools, and having a familiar face, it makes it more easy for them. So.
Yeah, well, I wanted to become a parent ambassador because my kids are special needs. So obviously before I had a full-time job, and my full-time job now is to be a dad. I decided to switch roles and, get really involved with the school and, make sure I'm there for my kids.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like COVID kind of effectively knocked out our communication between the parents and the schools. So to kind of rebuild that bridge, and Bard kids graduate from Bard with a 2-year associate's degree. So the kids are very independent, they're driven, and so the parents maybe not as much feel the need to be involved, but knowing that their voice is important and that we have a community together so that if we need to step up and help out, that we have those relationships formed is important.
Yeah, and from what I know, our parent ambassadors are just really involved in the school. You're part of that fabric. I know, Laura, we had talked earlier in the year, and your students were advocating for you, and just really showing how important each of you are in the school and part of the family atmosphere. So
obviously, are you a parent?
The way I say it, I have about 37,000 students. So I'm the father of many. But I know the hard work. Well, I don't know the hard work is balancing both being an actual parent and also doing the work and working in the school. So my hat is off to you. And our families are the lifeblood of our school system. And so when we can hear that voice from our parents and that advocacy from our parents, it just it makes our work much more meaningful. So thank you for the work you guys do.
All right.
So, in my opinion, I know the work that you guys are doing, and it's some of the most important work. And I just want to know what impact you think you're having as parent ambassadors in the system, and the work that we could even be doing more to really utilize our parent ambassadors to really have an impact on the system.
I think it's our voices being heard, as parents to, it's just awesome to at least be able to sit here and have the opportunity to speak to you, and hopefully, a lot of our ideas as parents would take effect in the school system and stuff. And it's super important for me, especially with my kids and stuff, which in the system have come so far. If you were to meet them, you would see.
I think it's we're part of filling in the village too. When other parents are at work, when they see a familiar face, there's another parent supporting them as well. I think it makes the kids feel better. And then we're actually in the school, so we hear a lot of things that are going on where we can get back to the parents and kind of, remind them of the different events and stuff that they have going on. So I think we play a big part in that.
Yeah.
Our teachers have a lot, so I think even going in from that standpoint and saying, how can I help? They look on their face like, okay, someone's here to help. And from the parent side, I feel like a lot of times parents can tend to hear from us only, not from us, but from the school when things go wrong, but to be doing things like student shout-outs, going to a teacher, saying, hey, who's done a great job? Who can I call? So that when the parents hear from us, sometimes it's just, hey, they're doing a great job. The teacher wanted me to call and let you know. Or doing things that the teachers might not have time to do, but that are happening, and we can be that positive communication between the parents and the teachers, and kind of building that bridge in a positive way.
I grew relationships with the parents every day, and I like to introduce myself and let them know that their kids are in good hands every time that they drop them off. But the relationships that I've made with the staff goes so far, especially my kid's teacher, that she knows no matter what, I got her back, and I'm going to be there not only for her, for, any teacher there. And, when one day I was walking down the hall and one of the teachers came up to me and gave me a hug, and they were like, you don't know how much we appreciate you right here. So, that's a great part about it.
But I would love to have the opportunity to be in on some of the hiring processes for even coaches. You know how you were hired, there were a committee of a parent, a staff member, principals. I think that we can play a part in who we want to have in our schools as far as coaching or maybe new hires with administration. If we had that opportunity to be a part of that, I think it would be a good thing.
Yeah, when I was in Chicago public schools as a principal, we had local school councils, which were it was almost like a PTA, but in Chicago they actually do the principal selection, they approve the budget at the school, and that's something, the way how the city of Chicago is set up. But there are ways we can enact the parent voice even more. And, even just with talking with parent ambassadors this year, there were so many ideas I got from you guys on ways we can be utilizing our parents even more, which is one of the reasons why we're working hard to get this parent community canvassing event off. We wanted to do it this year, and we're hoping to do it next year, because our parents can really help us as we're trying to achieve our goals, and also just spread the word. This year has been challenging with budget cuts that we've had to do, but we've been able to maintain and do those budget cuts while also we just passed our teachers contract, which I'm so excited, because the thing you guys advocated for, to get the grade book and the parent portal open, we got that in the contract. So that is going to be rolled out where parents can actually see real time what is happening with their kids in their grade book on an ongoing basis. That came from you guys. And also seeing some of our early results coming in, there's some subjects where we are ahead from where we were last year, and a lot of that work is due to the advocacy that you guys have done. So just appreciate you.
When since Cleveland is a city, obviously Dayton and Chicago, how they run their school districts. Do you get a lot of ideas? Have you brought a lot of ideas from Chicago over here?
All the time. We all face similar issues. Here in Ohio, we have what's called the Ohio 8, so the large, pretty much the larger systems, the urban systems. We talk all the time. We're on a text thread together. Actually, this morning we're on a text thread because we're all dealing with similar things. Budget cuts, some of the challenges around school safety, and it's just around like how can we borrow those ideas. Some of the things they learn from us and they take away, some things I learn from them and we take away, and so it's just all about what we can learn to make it better. And so when you guys have ideas as parents, it really pushes us. And so I'm glad that we have our parent ambassadors. We could do more work even with our parent academies just to show what is happening within the system, but it really helps. So.
Okay. Do you have any ideas for ways to build positive relationships between families in our schools?
Yeah. So one of the biggest things coming up on almost finishing up my first year, the biggest lesson that I've learned is relationships are key. You know, you can have all the strategies and those things, the best practices you're bringing in, but if you don't have that relationship, especially when you're coming in, and I've been in the system before, but I wasn't here before, so really building those one-on-one relationships go a long way. And that's something heading into next year I want to do more. I want to do more of these informal things. And it's hard because the schedule is nonstop. There's so much work to do and there's challenges, but I found that if you skip over the relationship part, it's going to make doing the work that much harder. Because we have tough decisions to make. We've made some tough decisions this year. We have some tough decisions ahead of us. And if you're not doing that listening, the ongoing listening and learning, which I've also found, like listening and learning, it's not a moment. I've been saying now, it's not a moment. It is a way of leading. And so it needs to be that ongoing practice of just getting face-to-face with people, hearing what we can be doing, hearing the ideas, and that's something I want to be able to do, and also just let families know where we can take ideas and implement, we will. Not always will we be able to, but I think just having that openness goes a long way, and so that's something that's helped me in this year, but I want to do even more heading into next year.
I feel like people can tell when someone's listening to understand and versus listening to just respond. And you do a very good job, like when we see you interacting, and I think that resonates with our families.
Thanks so much. That goes to the next question really around communications, because one of the things we've heard this year is we can improve our communications. It's actually one of our priorities is engaging our communities. And we've rolled out Let's Talk this year, which is our platform to get kind of ongoing feedback on a rolling basis. But I know we could do better. I hear stories all the time where families are like, I call a number and I don't get a response, or I'm calling this person and it's not routing to you, or we don't get it. And so we know we have some work to do in communications, and just want to know like what ideas you guys have or things we could be doing better in that regard.
I think a call I get a lot is when parents are getting their attendance call. They know their kids in the building. They get the attendance call anyway, and especially with us maybe getting rid of the cell phones in the school, a way to make sure that parents just aren't unnecessarily scared. They know they dropped their kid off. They know their kid walked in. They're like, why did I get that call? So it happens a lot. It's happened to me twice this year with my kids in the building. We walked in together, and so I will text them. I'll be like, hey, where are you? So we know like how to close this gap. And my daughter was testing at the time. It was like a reason I understood, but if I wasn't there, if they were walkers, I would be terrified for no reason.
Like, where's my kid?
So I feel like that is something that we need to work, especially if we're going to say, hey, when your kids walk in the building, they can't call or text you. Well, then we need to make sure they're not getting scared unnecessarily. So a way to close that, because I think it does happen a lot, and we can fix it.
That's good.
A lot of that, I also think it has to do with the relationship you have with the school. And those are automated calls. You can't really, I guess it would have to be. I got personal numbers to a lot of the staff. I text them regularly to make sure everything is all good. And, maybe there's a connection there, to, make sure that you have a good relationship with the secretary, with, a lot of the teachers, especially your kids' teachers, the security guard up front,
I think with the communication, like if there was a problem that arose, because there is an issue with you calling down to 1111 on Superior, and then, they give us the excuse, there's only 2 people that work throughout the whole district. That's kind of frustrating to a parent that has an issue and there's no one getting back to them about what's going on, giving a solution. So that part needs to improve.
That's helpful. Yeah, I hear a lot about that with our ombuds and just even work that we can do there, because there's a lot of issues. We were just seeing this because we're, we have now we have our public comment process where we can actually see the comments that are coming in, and some of the comments that are coming through. My first question is just like, wow, did they try to get this troubleshoot before needing to come to board meetings? And for some families, they feel like, well, if I need to get my voice heard, like this is the way to do it, and so that just lets us know we have to tighten that up, which, I mean, we don't mind, people coming to board meetings, but you shouldn't have to feel like you have to come to a board meeting to, have a standard issue or, talk to something that you could have routed through the principal or through a network leader. And so, these are areas we're trying to work on. So I know that, we've been asking a lot of the district types of questions. Well, with the last few that we have, a question I have for you guys, two-part, what are your plans during the summer? And then what are some fun things you guys like to do just to unwind, de-stress?
Go ahead, Teresa.
Well, I love.
Yeah, exactly.
I sing background with Beyonce sometimes. But when I'm not doing that, I do karaoke on Wednesdays.
Okay.
Yeah, I love karaoke and just singing.
Oh, we may have to bring that to a parent ambassador meeting. Yeah.
Right. I have to work on the district dish song, the jingle.
Okay.
So I'll get back with you.
Yeah.
But I love to do that, and just I'm into crafts and just being with my family. So for the summer, though, our contract is over, I think on the 29th. So, I just have to figure out what I'm going to do to supplement the income. So that's kind of where I'm at right now, and trying to figure out camps, because I know everybody doesn't have the opportunity to go to camp this year. So I have to just figure out what I'm going to do with my youngest son. So,
I'm a bowler. I love to bowl.
I used to be on a bowling league. I have a ball. So we may need to go. But you know what? Okay, so here's the thing. By having a ball, and I used to be on a league, when I go bowling just out with, friends, they're always like, he's about to kill us. He's going to do great. Yeah. And I swear every time, especially if I've been on a date and I do that, my date every time, the first game, always outbowls me. And they are not a bowler. So, but we'll have to do that.
I actually used to be a bowling instructor.
Okay. So we got to do this. We got to get this going,
right?
Yeah.
For sure. I'll let you know.
And Kids Bowl Free just started last week at Roll House in Parma. That's one of the programs we do. If you buy, what we do is we buy everybody bowling shoes at the beginning of the season, and then Kids Bowl Free, they can do 2 free games Monday through Friday between noon and 5 every day, whenever you want to go. So it's a great, they get you with the shoes. So we buy our own shoes.
Oh, that's awesome.
And then you go in and it's literally free. We had the family pass on for you can get a deal and get it for $26, and 4 other people can bowl with the kids all summer.
Oh, that's awesome.
So we do Kids Bowl Free, and with my oldest going off to college in the fall, I'm just trying to be really intentional. We got the Cedar Point passes about doing something every weekend as a family, because I feel like days are long, but months and years fly. So I just want to make sure that we're spending as much time doing those family things this summer, and then like you said, kind of figuring out how to get us through financially until our contracts start back up. So I said we should get the parent ambassadors together for just the parent ambassadors to kind of talk and collaborate, because we all have the same kind of issue. I'm sure we can figure it out. But yeah, taking advantage of programs like Kids Bowl Free, I think a lot of our families could, and even getting the kids out of the heat and doing something active in the summer. But yeah, anything family friendly like that. Day trips are great.
Yeah.
That's part of the things that we do to de-stress. How about you?
Oh, yeah. So, this summer, I work throughout the summer, and usually for the summertime is a busy time on the administrative side, because we have to set up everything for the start of the school year. So it'll be a busy summer. But I am planning on doing, we have a family vacation plan. So every year, we do a family vacation, and so I'm looking forward to that. That's around the 4th of July. And then, I don't know, I'm trying to be more intentional heading into next year about spaces where I can unwind throughout the year because it is really stressful. It is always going. And so you guys are bringing up really many different suggestions, or even just how I can connect with some of my old passions that I used to do, like bowling, because I haven't been bowling since I've been here. I think those things will help. You know, I know we're at our time, but this has been great. We're going to have more of our parents on doing this, and I just really appreciate each of the work that you guys are doing, you know, in the system, but also, you know, your suggestions of how to make the system better, and also your suggestions you guys gave just for me to enjoy the city and enjoy the town.
You're still getting to know our city. We need to make sure you know where to go and what to do.
Yeah. Well, I truly appreciate it. So that wraps up our edition of the District Dish this time, where we're getting more stories, one dish at a time. Just truly appreciate Teresa, Jonathan, and Laura for your work, and we'll catch you next time at another school, another venue. We look forward to it. Take care.
Scratching on the microphone. Scratching on the microphone.
Hi, I'm Keisha Chambers, Assistant Director of the Mayor's Office of Capital Projects and the Project Manager for the North Coast Connector Project. For over a year, the Mayor's Office of Capital Projects and the City Planning Department have been completing transformational studies and plans that will assist us in creating an inclusive and vibrant lakefront that reconnects Clevelanders to our greatest asset, Lake Erie, and creates spaces for recreation, wellness, and economic opportunity. We have engaged in conversations with many of you about your lakefront stories, and we invite everyone out to hear about our progress. Please join us August 5th from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. for the Lakefront Future Forum on Mall C, next to City Hall downtown. Hear Mayor Bibb and project leaders discuss project updates and next steps, including the creation of the North Coast Waterfront Development Corporation. Stay to ask questions, provide your input, and participate in interactive stations. Lake views and a good time guaranteed. For more information or to register, visit us at our website, clevelandnorthcoast.com.
Good evening and welcome to the Cleveland Community Police Commission's meeting for Wednesday, July 24th, 2024. We're at our CPC offices at 3631 Perkins Avenue. We're going to begin with calling the meeting to order. We're going to do the roll call of the attendance. Okay. Co-Chair Adams.
Present.
Commissioner Benito.
Present.
Commissioner Chura.
Present.
Commissioner Donaldson.
Present.
Commissioner Early.
Present.
Commissioner Garrett Ferguson, I believe, is on her way. Commissioner Kennedy.
Present.
Commissioner Reeves.
Present.
Commissioner Ridgway is still on leave. Commissioner Rodriguez is on her way. Commissioner Van Leer.
Present.
Commissioner Wong.
Present.
Okay, and I, Commissioner Zayed, I am here.
Keep it to call the votes.
Sorry?
And keep it to call the votes. So you have a list.
We probably keep them separate. Well, yeah, I could just have it.
So you can just keep that.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to move forward with the adoption of the agenda. Are there any changes, or is everybody okay with the agenda? Are we going to make any changes?
I sent out a new motion that I don't think there's anything new business, to extend Mr. Wallach's contract, the independent counsel, because we have received a opinion from him on May 28th regarding our records and also regarding certain conflicts of interest that we may have with the city. And I was away on vacation. I was surprised that no commission action was taken. So that is the motion that I'm putting forward. We shall try to avoid breaking privilege on that, but I hope that everybody has read that opinion, and it's been since May 28th. So I liked that motion, and I think I saw a motion to release.
I'm sorry, what is the name of the motion with Waller? This is the one? Okay.
It's just to say he gets this additional work.
Okay.
Because we don't have resolution on the records at this point. And we also have some issues with, and we could go into executive session if need be. We have some outstanding issues. Even I know that some records may be coming, but it doesn't solve the long-term issue about why it's taking so long, because we have record requests outstanding from 1 year ago. That's certainly not sustainable for the commission.
Well, let's just move forward with, so you're putting forth this, you want to add this, you want to put forth a motion to add this to the agenda.
Yeah, I sent it out. I'm sorry, I didn't, because I was looking at the other items that are also very important. So I didn't finish that. I didn't send out that motion. So
okay, is there a second for her motion to add this to the agenda?
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion or debate? You can say all that stuff now if you want.
Yeah, it's just a motion to, it's pretty short. I mean, it has a lot of whereas clauses to it, but we don't have any really firm legal understanding other than the negotiations that you guys are having through the DOJ. And as Jason has mentioned before, we are bound by the charter, so it would be good to proceed based on an understanding of the charter. And he also issued a legal opinion on May 28th. I don't recall that any action has been taken by the commission, right, on that opinion. So I think we need to move forward with that because this could be a long-standing issue.
Okay, let's call the vote for that.
Where is it being added on your agenda?
New business.
Okay, Co-Chair Adams.
Aye.
Commissioner Benito.
Aye.
Commissioner Chura.
Aye.
Commissioner Donaldson.
Aye.
Commissioner Early.
Aye.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Aye.
Commissioner Reeves.
Aye.
Commissioner Van Leer.
Aye.
Commissioner Wong.
Aye.
And I vote yes. So that passes. So that will be added to that motion will be added to new business. Are there, it's okay.
Sorry. I also saw another motion that Co-Chair Adams sent out about releasing a legal opinion. I actually don't think that's necessary because it wasn't given to the commission, it was given to me. But if you're going to make that motion, I'm adding, I haven't written it out, but I'm making a motion for Mr. Wallach to issue another independent opinion based on the issue that Mr. Griffin has issued his opinion.
I don't, but during this meeting right now?
Well, he sent out a motion, didn't he? John?
Yeah.
Yeah, he sent out a motion for it. Did you not see it?
Right, but so you're asking that
Mr. Griffin's motion, which I don't think is under privilege because he gave to me, not the commission, was not an officially sanctioned. I don't know, Martin, so please, if privilege matters there. But if the commission is going to take into account a non-solicited, unofficial opinion by Mr. Griffin, I think that the commission can get an independent opinion from Mr. Wallach.
We're talking about the agenda right now.
Yeah, so he has a motion that he sent out.
So what she wants is to put a motion on the table to get an outside opinion from Mark Wallach on the issue for
my removal from committees.
Right. So she wants
that motion. She
wants to get an outside opinion.
Okay. Does anyone second that motion?
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion or debate?
I can provide my reasoning. In the co-chair's recent letter to the mayor, they allege that, and it's not, I don't want to put words into Mr. Griffin's mouth because he's never said it to me, that I have harassed him. So if he is in such an adverse position from me, I don't think that he could be issuing legal opinions that affect my standing on the commission. I also have real concerns about whether the city law department is in an overall conflict with us, a wider conflict, and that was articulated in some regard, but in that May 28th opinion by Mr. Wallach. So I think, given the fact that the stakes are high, we are arguing about these things, that we can get our independent attorney, just to be safe, our outside counsel, to issue his opinion on whether what happened with my removal was lawful. The other issue I saw is that I don't think it answered my question. My question was, under basically without a fair disciplinary process, can a commissioner be removed or their disciplinary action? He didn't seem to answer that question with Mr. Griffin to address that question. So I think we really should just get to the heart of the matter, because this could be something that affects other commissioners. Now we do have a disciplinary process. We can argue about whether it is going to be enacted fairly or not. However, so I just think that, if given the fact that there's some tenuous parts of whether we are in an overall conflict, we're already in conflict with the city on the appointment. We're already in conflict with the city on the records. There is some concern I have from Mr. Bilat that he says that he's not able to issue, an independent opinion. I think, to be safe, I've never known lawyers to carve out parts of themselves. When you're in conflict about one thing, you're probably in conflict about other things. And especially if it's being alleged that I harassed Mr. Griffin, I hardly think.
Okay, well, we're not debating that. We're just
right. So that's why I want to put it on there.
Okay, so we're going to move forward with the vote to add a motion to get outside opinion on Mark Griffin's opinion regarding the removal of Commissioner Wrong from committees.
Can you repeat the motion for the newcomers?
Before you go. So for those who just arrived, the motion on the floor is to seek an outside opinion from our outside attorney, Mark Wallach, on the lawfulness of removing Commissioner Wong from her committees.
To add it to the agenda. Motion to the agenda.
To the chairs, I kind of feel like, we'll see what he says. If it conflicts with what we have now, then we could discuss it further down the road. I mean, I thought it was second.
Okay. Sorry.
And if he agrees with the first opinion, then the matter's settled.
Okay. Question. I'm sorry, I know I just walked in. I just want to clarify. Attorney Law Director Mark Griffin did originally give us an opinion on whether or not it's lawful for Commissioner Wong to be removed from committees. And so at this point, we're asking for a second opinion.
Commissioner Wong is asking for a second
opinion. Okay.
To be added to the agenda. To be added
to the agenda. The motion to be added to the agenda.
Point of order, we should just by adding to the agenda, not making a decision.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I want to clarify. Thank you.
Do you want to say something, Commissioner Early?
I'll wait.
Okay. Can we take the vote?
Co-Chair Adams.
Nay.
Commissioner Benito.
Nay.
Commissioner Chura.
Aye.
Commissioner Donaldson.
Aye.
Commissioner Early.
Nay.
Commissioner Garrett Ferguson.
Aye.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Nay.
Commissioner Reeves.
Nay.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Aye.
Commissioner Van Leer.
Aye.
Commissioner Wong.
Aye.
I vote aye. It passes 7-5. So that will be added to the agenda.
So we'll put on new business.
Yeah. Alrighty. So is it okay for us to adopt the agenda now?
Make a motion to adopt the agenda.
All right. 1 second, please. Yeah. Co-Chair Adams.
Aye.
Commissioner Benito.
Aye.
Commissioner Chura.
Aye.
Commissioner Donaldson.
Aye.
Commissioner Early.
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett Ferguson.
Aye.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Aye.
Commissioner Reeves.
Aye.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Aye.
Commissioner Van Leer.
Aye.
Commissioner Wong.
Aye.
And I vote yes. Okay, so we're going to move forward with the meeting decorum and lawful meeting statement. Is that this?
This
No, this will be.
These rules, right?
Are you gonna?
We would need to
Okay, so. Okay, you can go ahead.
Yeah, so this section is just a quick recap. At our last meeting, coming out of the Rules Committee, we passed out of rules, and at our last full meeting, we passed this motions and the quorum, meeting decorum rule. And I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but you should have a copy in front of you. And the Rules Committee wanted to just sort of highlight this. And this is really how we run our meetings. So in the past, we've had, Robert's Rules, which is this huge book. We're attempting to distill in this 4-page document what the rules, how we run our meetings, how you make a motion, seconding the motion, deciding if the motion's in order, debating the motion, and when we can speak, time limits on speaking, and just the decorum of not attacking or defaming or impugning the motives or capabilities of other commissioners, and then appealing decisions if something is out of order, if it's ruled out of order, and how to call a meeting to order and raise points of order. And when a chair may remove a commissioner from the meeting. And finally, just, how this can be changed, and responding to individuals who speak, whether in public comment, basically not responding to people who speak, who are not invited to the meetings or who speak during public comment. So that's just like my very quick recap of that. The main point is that we would like you to pay attention to this and read through it and understand it, so that when we come into meetings, we've got this as our guidance. Commissioner Donaldson, do you have anything to add to that?
No, nothing to add. Thank you.
You said what? Okay, and I do want to remind each person that each commissioner may speak no more than twice for 3 minutes. Each instance is on that same question. So, just keep that in mind. We're going to move forward to approval of the previous meeting minutes. We could talk about that later.
It's about the question of the decorum rules, because I wasn't here.
What's the question?
So I actually shared this on, I apologize, I was on vacation when this was passed. And I have a concern that some of these rules, and I expressed that concern, are an open violation of the Open Meetings Act. In particular, I'm sorry,
one moment. Was this sent out, how was this sent out?
I gave proper notice to, and it was not discussed, and you guys voted it through. I think Ms. Garrett Ferguson.
Were you able to review this when you came back from vacation?
When you guys discussed it, I had already sent in my comments, but it was voted through anyways. And I believe the only two people that did not vote for it for the
just because we're at the beginning of the meeting and we're just trying to get through that initial process, I would like it if any questions, like any changes that you want to make or any major things.
Well, it's not a change. I can't make the change here because it's a rule, but it's the concern is,
any concerns you have, if you can please hold those, send an email to the chair of rules, and then you guys can discuss that offline, because this is not the place for you to discuss major changes or in any issues that you have.
So I
appreciate that. We're going to move forward.
I've already sent him these things.
Okay, we'll talk about that outside.
It's like a $10,000 violation every time. So
okay, well that's fine. We'll discuss that later. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to approval of the meeting minutes. So has everyone had a chance to review those meeting minutes from our last meeting? Okay, all right. So if there isn't any issues with that, we're going to move forward to adopt those meeting minutes.
There was one correction, but it's just a miscount on one of the votes. It should be 9 and not 19, but that can be dealt with. It's pretty clear that we don't have 19 votes.
Okay, so we'll acknowledge that needs to be changed. So let's call, so we're going to approve the meeting minutes, acknowledging that vote amount needs to be changed. Co-Chair Adams?
Aye.
Commissioner Benito?
Aye.
Commissioner Chura?
Aye.
Commissioner Donaldson?
Aye.
Commissioner Early?
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett Ferguson?
Aye.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Aye.
Commissioner Reeves?
Aye.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
Aye.
Commissioner Van Leer?
Aye.
Commissioner Wong?
Abstain.
And I vote yes. So that passes. Okay, so we're going to move forward to our public comment period. First up is Lou.
We want to maybe push it to a
Okay,
I
want to say that we have to, part of our decorum is we have to conduct this meeting. So we have to stop with the interrupters from
Lou, you're up.
Excuse me, just before, is there any way, you guys tell me if I'm out of order, can we add a second public comment if it allows, time allows?
It's already on the...
Oh, it's already on the agenda? Okay, thank you.
We should have time. We gotta stop these people from interrupting.
We didn't have that out there, so I don't know. Like if more people...
Good evening, everybody. Unfortunately, I have to say, commissioners, you still don't really know your own rules and to conduct the meeting accordingly. Last time, we thought you passed a rule that people should not disturb meetings. But I don't understand why the results are so different. For a particular commissioner sitting on the table, which was accused, which was considered as a disruption of the meeting, when the meeting didn't even start, and that meeting couldn't even happen. On the other hand, last time, when I was here making the public comments, just because I mentioned something some people may have opinions with, a particular person in the audience, a community member, actually started screaming, yelling at me, but nobody says anything. So do you really understand your own rules? Do you have the consistency to apply your rules fairly? No, you don't. This is really bad to do in front of everybody. Doesn't matter you have a camera on or not. Because this has been a constant situation even before you pass the rules. So now it's a possibility you guys will go to amend that rules in order to make up your mistake. But this is not how it should be. Today, this commission, based on issue 24, you're the final authority to ensure we have a fair disciplinary results on all officers, police officers. If you cannot even do this right, how would we expect all the police officers will be fairly treated when lots of the GPOs have flaws? Same thing. When you make a statement in the meeting, but if it's not true, from a commissioner even doing that, would that be the same as any community members? So if you cannot really do the things you said you should do, then please don't do this job. Because we cannot afford to wasting times. We do need our community to get together to help our police officers to work. They have families to raise as well. If they make a mistake, they have to take the consequence, but when they get unfair punishment, and we know it's one of the important reasons why we have shortage.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kayla Pincus? Okay. So we're going to move forward with the co-chair report given by co-chair Adams.
All right, good evening, everyone. So I guess we'll start with where we currently are. We just got notice today that we will be going to council on August 7th to hopefully get legislation passed to approve United Black Fund to do our grants for this cycle. And also for the legislative motion that we passed to give ourselves the authority to be treated like a city entity that will allow us a little bit more authority to do more things. The other thing I just want to mention is that we did meet with the monitoring team on Monday, and we're still pushing for records. The issue right now is that it's the same reasons about the volume of the records that we're requesting. So right now, we have not changed the records request, but we're pushing for access to the records directly so that we don't have to continue to have this back and forth about the records. But the unresolved issue is still with the full disciplinary files. So that's where we still stand with that. And we're still working with the DOJ on that. We also learned that there will be a status update about the records on August 2nd, and also that we should expect the semi-annual report somewhere around September 25th. And the last thing I think I want to say about those meetings is that in the meetings, there was a question about if the redactions for the records are hindering any of our ability to do our work. So what the DOJ requested in the monitor, they would like commissioners to notify them if we run into any issues with redactions with records. So I'll leave it there. Commissioner Wong?
So I guess I'm concerned, how will we know what we're missing if it's redacted already?
It didn't say what we're missing. What they're saying is some of the records, the records that we have they have redactions. So they want to know if that is a barrier for us in any type of way. So if you're reading a record and something's redacted and it feels like it may be important to whatever you need to know, they want to know instances like that so that they can address it.
I guess my question is the same, is that how do we know exactly what is redacted? And I thought that we were supposed to get unredacted records according to the charter. I know there's been some concern about the leads and LERMs and things like that. So if redactions are there, and obviously it takes time to redact, I think the only kind of personal information would be, addresses and things like that. So I am just still concerned as to what the nature of the, would they be able to at least have, if they redact, to tell us generally what is in there in that redaction?
There is a conversation that is happening about us getting unredacted records. So I don't want you to think that we are just settling for the redactions. There are conversations happening about sort of like what needs to be done what needs to happen in order for us to get the unredacted records that we should get. I mean, I think, I'll just be honest, I have some concerns that I would like to be sort of discussed and figured out and to help us get there. I think there's some serious conversations that need to happen.
So we'll acknowledge your concerns and add those to the list of things we discussed in our meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I make a request that, we're getting the broad, and we trust that you're in these meetings advocating for us. We're getting a very broad view of what these issues are. I've requested it before, would it be possible to get at least some type of specific summary about what the specific issues are, the specific arguments for the city's perspective? So especially because, and this will be related to Mr. Wallach's motion, we don't have our own counsel in these meetings. Mr. Dion is not able to represent our interests. The DOJ is not able to represent our interests, and the federal monitor is not. So it would just be very helpful if we can have more specific information, maybe because many of these other commissioners, especially Commissioner Chura, have actually seen full disciplinary files. I think I've seen one. It requires kind of knowledge of what's in the full file to know how the impact, deleterious or not, of the redaction. So if you can give us some specific information, we trust that you are making progress. We do understand that there is resistance that is out of your control, but it would be good if we all participate in this because we all have a stake in getting these records because it impacts all of our work.
Point taken. Commissioner Gary Ferguson.
I guess I kind of have two questions. One was just, is there a time for the August 2nd meeting?
I did not write a time down, so I don't know if we got a time for it. I didn't. Okay. It's not in my records, but
it's not a public meeting. It's a court. It's between the parties and the judge. So they have to give an update on the records to the judge on that date, but it's not
does that mean
to my knowledge, it's not a public hearing.
Does that mean that the CPC cannot be present?
That's correct. We will not be present. They do these all the time. They have to give updates to the judge.
Gotcha.
Because we're not a party, we're not given notice to appear.
Okay, and I guess my second question about the record, because this seems to be like a more controversial issue, and we've had to get outside counsel. Is there any way when you guys are having these meetings, full commission can be notified, and some of us will be allowed to attend? I know I know it is.
Which meeting?
More of our custom, like when you guys are meeting just specifically about the records. Is there a way to make, because I know you guys have your own executive meetings that we are not a part of, but just because the full commission has voted to have outside counsel, and the records just seem to be a very contentious time. And most of us are busy anyway, so probably only be an extra 2 or 3 commissioners. But is it too much to ask that if it's on your agenda to speak about that, maybe you let the full commission know, and we would have the option to attend those meetings, even if it's only for that portion. So it's we're talking, I don't know, stop it, August 15th, 2 o'clock. For 15 minutes, we'll talk about records. You say outside, we'll come get you.
I'll say this. It's not our meeting. So we can request, that other commissioners attend, but we can't give you okay to the invite for a meeting that's not ours.
The meetings about the records are not ours?
It's between the parties, and they let us attend. So
even though we put the lawsuit forward, I'm just trying to understand. So it's not
our meeting.
Okay.
To invite anyone, but we can make the request to see if additional commissioners can attend if they want.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to clarify because I had a conversation briefly with Dr. Anderson, and she was under the impression that Jason was in control, which didn't make any sense of those meetings. So it's because it's a consent decree related, and we're not party to the consent decree, so it's by invitation. Would it be possible, because I requested this for Mr. Chur and I, at not every single meeting, and certainly Mr. Wallach should be there, that how would we petition the various parties to allow this to happen? I'm assuming that we contact them.
We'll ask the question and let you know. Thank you.
That's all I have.
All right, so we're going to move forward with the executive director. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I have one more thing. I would like to, I sent this yesterday to everyone, but what I would like to do is bring this motion forward to waive attorney-client privilege on an opinion that we received from a law director. Now, if this motion is seconded and is open up for discussion, I want to caution commissioners that it is important that what we are discussing is not the actual contents of the letter, because that would be basically releasing the letter without us actually voting on it. So we need to decide if we agree that this is a matter of public concern, and then we should discuss how we release the letter. But we should refrain from discussing the actual contents of it, because that would be just releasing it. So we want to try to set a precedent where with some matters like this that we move with the full support of the support of the full commission, and not make just arbitrary decisions, unilateral decisions as co-chairs. So I'm putting the motion on the floor to waive that attorney-client privilege. The motion is very simple. It just says the Cleveland Community Police Commission is in an attorney-client relationship with the City of Cleveland's Department of Law. On July 12, 2024, the CPC received an opinion from Law Director Mark Griffin that is privileged. This motion is to waive attorney-client privilege for this memo only. Do we have a second?
Is there a second? Okay, there's a second. Any discussion or?
So thank you. I think my question is, especially that there may be a potential motion about Attorney Wallach stating an opinion, will we post that opinion as well, or
we would have to decide at that time if we want to?
I mean, my thoughts would be that if that motion passes, then it would be the right thing to do would be to also release that one as well.
With a vote, okay. And would this be, so depending on how that goes, could this be potentially looking at as any kind of risk for slander or anything like that?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Commissioner Benito? Did you have anything? Okay. Commissioner Wong?
Okay, I'm going to try to address the technical matters without talking about the content. This motion, I think, is unnecessary because the opinion that Mr. Griffin gave was given directly to me. It was not voted upon as a commission that we would seek this opinion. I was asking his opinion. I was surprised that he gave it, and he was very careful to say that it was addressed to me in response to me. So, saying that, I don't mind that the contents are released, primarily because I don't even think it addresses the issue. And as long as, but I do want, and if it's not contingent or not, it would be a shame if this was released and then Mr. Wallach is not even allowed to issue another opinion that focuses on, I think, the salient question. I asked Mr. Griffin a broad question, but I think he understood what the important facts were. So I don't know, Martin, if an opinion is requested by a commissioner, not the commission, to Law Director Griffin, is privileged still, because I'm not only the commission is the client of technically of the law department. We can have our disagreements about the conflict of interest. Is there a privilege issue there? I would just like to ask. So I can, there's no privilege.
No, there's a privilege issue, but there's the client is the commission. He represents the commission. You are a member of the commission. So when he issued his opinion, he was not giving his opinion on behalf of Terry Wong. But he's giving his opinion on behalf of the commission.
But he said it was in response to my request. Did he not?
I have nothing else to say.
So that is the issue, is that I don't think it was even an official, because we never voted as a commission.
I'll just say we hear your concern.
So it's not an official opinion of the commission. I want to, requested by the commission. We never voted for, as we are with Mr. Wallach's opinion that we're seeking. So there was no motion at all to seek this opinion. I just asked him in an email, and he specifically said in the email that I am answering you, Commissioner Wong. You can release it because I don't even think it addresses our issues, but I'm asking the commission to be fair that we actually do get, and Mr. Griffin can also respond to Mr. Wallach's opinion. I think it's only fair. But to characterize this as an official opinion that is somehow privileged, my concern is I have severe concerns that Mr. Griffin can even issue the opinion that he is not in a direct adverse conflict with the commission. So, but I don't think there's any privilege issues because it was given to me. So I'm the only one that probably could break the privilege, and I'm fine releasing it. I don't think it actually answers the question at all, but you can release it. But I think that we're not even getting, because Mr. Belak is not willing to answer the question.
I would just like to clarify that we don't need to get motioned to request legal advice from Martin or from other members of the law department. We do need vote in order to engage with outside counsel. And so I just wanted to clarify that. So just because we didn't make a full commission vote on asking for a question on a legal issue doesn't mean that's not what we do for internal legal opinions.
No, I'm sorry.
Were you going to say something? Commissioner Garrett Ferguson.
Yes, so it is my understanding that the opinion on the censure motion that was asked to conduct it, that was asked by Commissioner Wong.
Right.
Did the full commission pay for that opinion? I know we have been, well, yeah, but I mean, for that, was that included in the payment that?
We don't pay
this.
Yes, that's so.
We don't pay the law department.
I know, but I'm sorry, I'm trying to clarify. The law department pays Mr. Wallach on our behalf, correct? When we have a conflict. I know in the past, when we talked about the records and other things, we had to make a motion because we had to agree to a certain amount of hours in which he worked. Was the question in which Commissioner Wong asked and him providing that opinion, was that included in those hours that we voted upon?
We would have to vote that out.
We don't have to vote for Mark Griffin to give us an opinion.
Okay.
Wallach is the outside
right now,
yes.
Griffin is the law director for the city.
Yes. And so for him to give that, there was no, he just gave it to us because...
It's not the same process.
Okay, because Commissioner Wong asked.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Commissioner Early.
Quick question, just so I'm clear. The motion right now is to waive the attorney-client privilege. If we do that, are we able to pass a motion that accepts the opinion of the law director? I just want to make sure the two don't conflict.
I don't think we're making... well, at least I can just speak for what I was thinking with this is, I don't think we're making any type of declaration of whether we support the opinion or not. I just think we just want, due to the nature of it and these public statements that have been made about our actions to remove Commissioner Wong off her committees, I thought it was in the best interest for clarification for the public and for all parties involved to just see what the legal opinion is.
And then lastly, for the sake of time, could we table this so that we could get to the voting matters at hand?
What do you want to do?
And if I need to make a motion to do that, I will.
Okay, just let.
You can call me.
Or we can just call for
Yeah, we could just call the vote. Okay, Commissioner Adams?
Aye.
Commissioner Benito?
Aye.
Commissioner Chura?
Aye.
Commissioner Donaldson?
Aye.
Commissioner Early?
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett Ferguson?
Abstain.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Aye.
Commissioner Reeves?
Aye.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
No.
Commissioner Van Leer?
Aye.
Commissioner Wong?
Aye.
And I vote yes, so that passes.
So for the public, that statement will be posted on our website. Thank you.
Okay, now we're moving on to the executive director report.
All right, good evening. Welcome to the public. It's good to see some familiar faces and some new faces with us tonight. I'll keep this as quick as I can. Related to budget and staffing. Starting with vacant positions, we have 2 accepted offers to fill the community engagement coordinator position and the senior engagement specialist, which handles our online media communications. So we will have both of those individuals onboarded either at the end of this month or the beginning of next month. Which means that the public will have an opportunity and the commission will have an opportunity to see them at the next full commission meeting, if not beforehand for commissioners and maybe at some committee meetings in between, but we will do their formal introductions to the public at our August commission meeting. In relating to the plan that the commission voted to move forward to amplify staffing, the city's initial response to our request to use unspent personnel funding for 2 additional part-time employees to assist in community engagement, their answer was no. I'm trying to work through that issue at the moment with the co-chairs to see what our options are for that, but they are what their response was is we're not allowing you to use personnel money, which this is every other department that has seasonal part-time help uses personnel money. But for us, they are saying you must use your contractor money. Our contractor money is already reserved for other projects that were part of that proposal to help us move forward to our consent decree goals. So we are in that plan, the idea was to use unspent personnel funds for a reason, because we were maximizing our operational funding, which is everything else, including consultants, to get our work done as quickly as possible under the consent decree. So there's no room to do it the way that they're suggesting. So I will keep you updated on what we're looking at, the co-chairs and I are looking at what our options are here to contest that ruling. And working with Martin as well. So I will keep you posted on the status of that, but we're not giving up just because they initially said no to that. It's we had a conversation with the monitor. We believe, we can't speak for the monitor, but we believe it was well received, and that everyone in the room was in agreement that one way we can really move the consent decree forward is adding personnel, especially in engaging directly with the community. We are the Community Police Commission, so we'll keep moving the best we can to try and get that to happen for us. Records request.
1 second, Jason Kyle has something.
To the executive director, when you say that the decision was made, can you identify the department?
Yes, it's finance again. It's always finance.
But when you say finance, can you name the names of those individuals?
In this one, no, I can't. We have a liaison, but that liaison probably wasn't the decision maker. So it goes to either Ahmed, who recently separated, he was the director of finance, or Jim Gentile, who is the controller. And he generally makes master decisions about all money in the city and its expenditure to make sure the books are balanced. So.
I guess I'm just trying to understand So the personnel line item is, in fact, for personnel?
Correct.
So is finance saying that that line item budget is only for full-time personnel instead of part-time or contract personnel? 'Cause I'm just trying to understand.
They did not say that. They just said we can't use our unspent funds for part-time personnel, but they did not provide what would be a policy justification saying here's why you can't do it, right? Look at the policy, it prohibits it, right? 115.5 says finance can deny us if it's an unlawful or an unreasonable request. I don't believe we've made either of those. So, this may be an issue of, we've had this happen several times now where finance may be overstepping their power to deny us using funds that have been appropriated to us by council, right? So I'll keep you posted, but I think we have a good chance to make this happen. We just need to reassess how we leverage the answer and who we need to speak to get that undone. The landscape may have changed since the finance director separated, because I think a lot of times it went back to that person making personal decisions that are not justified under the law, right? But now that we have seen that since that person has separated, we unblocked at least one issue we had, which was the United Black Fund contract, right? That person had originally said no once they separated. Now it's moving the way it's supposed to move under the law. So we're gonna reapproach this with the idea that we can still make this happen. So.
Are we aware of any policy rule that the finance department, the city charter has, not just 115, but just anywhere, that says that you cannot use budgeted personnel money for part-time employees?
No.
Okay.
And then just for clarification through the chairs to the executive director, in our budget, is contractors separate from personnel? Because in most budgets, they would be the
Yes,
same.
so that goes under your operational fees. So you have two large pots. You get allocated your personnel money, and you get allocated your operational budget. Contractors, anyone you bring in as consultants, that comes out of operational for outside consulting. It's actually a line item in there, outside professional services. So, and we have a very limited amount there. We had 30,000. We're going to move some money into that to get these other projects done because we know we'll go well over 30,000. So, but we can't move personnel money into operations or operations into personnel. That's the one prohibition that exists. So, and we have ample personnel money to make this happen. So we just need to figure out what the source of the disagreement is, and see how, if we can come up with the best way to take that argument off the table.
Would it be possible to get, instead of just discussing this kind of ad hoc, is there any documentation that you can give the rest of us so we can understand exactly what's going on? And is Martin, I'm assuming Martin is engaged on this issue?
Not really, not yet.
So to Ms. Garrett-Ferguson's point, are we getting a legal assessment rather than simply negotiating kind of politically? It may be, because it seems like, I think I remember maybe in February, if we can look back on that meeting for budget and grants, that Delonte Spencer Thomas, I think, said something to my memory that's a little bit different. But it seems like we don't have things like documented legally, and it seems like this problem happens again and again. The last time it was, we can't use this money for our independent lawyer, and now it's for this. If we can just get maybe a legal opinion and put everybody on the same page, Martin, I mean, are you able to research it? Whether what they're saying that there's no law, like, is there legal validity to what they're doing? Let's just cut to the chase and say, hey, we don't believe that. So,
and to the chair, in respect for time, like I've given the update on this, right? So Martin and I did have a preliminary conversation about it. We're working out what angles we can attack it legally. He has to let me know if he believes he can work on this. If not, I will let you know, and we will seek outside counsel on it. But yes, it has reached a point where I agree that we do need the question of when can they block using the purse from us carrying out our duties under 115.5, right? I think it's pretty clear. If it's unlawful or unreasonable, it's in 115.5 already, right? So, and I don't think either of these reasons they've used to stop us are those things. But we'll see how it plays out. So, out of respect for time, I am working the problem, and I will give you updates. And to commissioners who have additional questions about it, feel free to sidebar with me. But right now, I don't think we're going to solve this problem at this table in this moment. We have good people working on it, and I think we'll get there. On the record stuff, there's a lot of information put out there. I just want to say, out of all of our requests, there's only 2 that haven't been responded to yet, right? That is the large request for high volumes of disciplinary records, right? Which they have partially responded to. So they're giving you information related to what might be in those, but they have yet to produce the whole record. And then the second part of that, the only other missing outstanding request is the most recent one from I think it was the 7th of June, right before the cyber outage. We asked for additional information on an OPS case that we were asked to look at by a citizen. So that is our second open case for this year, dealing with a complainant, Nancy Lane, who you have heard speak at meetings before. She asked us to request for records. So other than that, they have provided all records. And the DOJ and the monitor and the judge have already given the city an order to comply. So the records are moving forward, albeit not at the way that we want them to be produced. But there's attorneys working it on the DOJ and the monitor, and they've already said you're out of compliance with the consent decree. You must move these records forward. So they're working on it. What our fight has been is why can't we just have direct access to that? To the point of unredacted records, we should know by next week how that's going to work, right? So the concern with unredacted records is mitigating risk to every one of you. If you remember, you were sent an email with a bunch of things and a little warning at the bottom at one point related to the commander meeting saying, you're receiving unredacted records, don't misplace these, don't send them, don't forward them. I'm not comfortable with putting you all at risk, right? We have more than enough technology to share unredacted records without you having to worry about, did this get downloaded off my phone, did someone get into it, and then you all being held liable for that, right? So what we're negotiating now is how do those records get delivered and what is the accountability for those records, right? So that we can see who looked at them, when they looked at them, and most likely they would be read-only. So you can access them, you can look at them, right? But what we're worried about is accountability. What I wouldn't like to see is commissioners leaving them on their personal computers, downloading them on their personal computers. Somebody claims damages against you because they believe information that got out, and then you're liable. So what I'm trying to do as your executive director is build a system to help protect you, so that you can look at these records when you need to look at them, but also that you don't have to worry about, oh, did I leave that on my personal computer where it shouldn't be? Did somebody get eyes on it? Or if your stuff gets infiltrated or hacked, people get access to records that they shouldn't see, and then you could be held liable. So we're doing 2 things. We're setting up the system, and then you'll get waivers to be able to say, I recognize that I'm getting access to unredacted information, right? But no one's resisting that. In fact, we just found out they want to move that forward faster. So it is moving forward in a positive way, but trust that we want to make sure you're all protected and you have limited risk and liability to yourselves having access to these records.
Thank you. We're going to move forward to the committee status reports.
I just had a quick question. Not to correct the record, there are more outstanding records requests missing for the OPS files. There's some emails I've requested, and we do not still have the lawsuits. Do we ever get that? That were threatened? That's a charter, man. Whatever lawsuit is threatened or put forward for officers.
So that to your point, yes, you have made some additional requests.
No, you made that request yourself.
Right. That request is not a records request. So that's a request for information on a timely manner. So that one is being managed on a different track than this records request. So we didn't request specific documents there. What we requested was what the charter says. So that is on a different track.
What does that mean?
with the law department. I can explain it to you in the in email if you like, but that was not a request for any specific record. What that request was to sit down with the law department and determine how we will get those updates monthly, right? They're supposed to provide us, it's not a record per se. They're supposed to provide us information about any lawsuits that have been settled, pending, accused, notified of, right? So that is not dealing with, well, this has 22 records. That is dealing with a communication process between the law department and the commission and how that's going to work. So there were no producible documents per se with that request. So that was tabled outside of this tracker with the court because we're not asking for any specific documents. We're asking for information updates on pending lawsuits, what is going on. That is not a document request. That's a request for information sharing. It's a little bit different.
Could you comment on the OPS records? Do you know they're on the sheet? You didn't mention them. They're not full disciplinary files. They're for the departures of the chief from 2023 and 2023. That was made, I believe, nearly a year ago.
Yeah, the departure for the chief is not on that list, so I don't know where this request is that you're referring to, but it is not on the tracker sheet asking for departures. We actually have all of the disposition letters accessible to us that say when it's a departure from the chief on it.
We want the files for the departures, like the case files.
That request is not something that was ever formally made by this entire commission.
Well, that is still on the tracker that was sent to the DOJ. So I realized it was a miscommunication because I made it directly to Marcus and he was putting together the case files for me. I hardly think this was necessary.
Well, that was not, that's a different request that you specifically made. That was the one where Hetzel responded. That is a different request. It wasn't for departures. You asked for random case files.
No, those were the departures. The case files for the departures, and I'm asking, do we need to remake the request, or are they considering a valid request? Because I did see it in the tracker for the DOJ.
Yeah. Okay, so what I'm gonna say is I think that why don't we just clarify the request, get the request to Jason the way that you would like it, and then we can move forward with that. But we need to move on to the next item of business.
And so that.
I have a question. Sure. Okay, so I guess a clarification of the request. Is the individual make it, or are you making it on behalf of that committee?
There's a different track for individuals to make requests.
The question is Terry making a request for herself?
Oh, she's making it.
I'm not sure if an individual can request access to this, or if it has to be a committee. So I guess just clarification for me, because the way it sounds is that a specific commissioner is requesting information, right? So I guess for me, understanding, like, is it for the committee, the youth, and like, I guess when we make, I guess I need clarification on the request.
My understanding, well, I made it on behalf, that particular request, on behalf of the Accountability Committee. I see no reason that an individual commissioner cannot make requests to, with or without being attached to the committee. My understanding of the process is that it goes to the co-chairs, and then they forward it to Jason. I'm not sure why there's that there, and Jason makes the formal request. So that's all. I mean, are we now saying that individual commissioners can't make requests? And because I have some concerns about that, because people come to me asking for things that for the commission to look at. So since I'm not on a committee, I don't see how any other reason, any way I can even make a request.
So I just think that's a point of consideration, right? I do understand that a community member may come to you, but I think it would be in the best interest of the commission to really consider the logistics of requests, is what I'm going to say, because I think that could put us at risk.
And I was going to say, individual commissioners can make requests because individual commissioners can work on projects on their own. They can work independently on projects, so that's not a problem. We're going to move forward to the committee status report. First committee is the Rules Committee, and Commissioner Pete Van Leer will give that report as chair.
Yeah, so our item, we have one item tonight to discuss, so I would like to make a motion that we approve the revised evidentiary manual, which passed by us at our last meeting, and we've got revisions.
Is there a second?
So I want to just give a brief summary, if I may.
Okay, and let me just say, during the discussion and the debate, I want just everybody to know that if you aren't, we can discuss it, we can debate it, but if you aren't making small specific edits, then I ask you to hold your comments until after the meeting and send an email to the chair of that committee with large, substantial, considerable changes, because any large, considerable changes cannot be made at this table and they need to go through committee. And I think that would be a better route than to hold up a lot of time at this table where we can't really do anything. So I just wanted to say that before we move forward. I'm sorry, Pete, go ahead.
Okay, sure. So I just wanted to give a brief summary of the process that got us to this point. So we had a draft a few months ago. I believe in April we were working on a draft, and there was a lot of discussion around how to revise that and how to move forward or create a whole new draft. So we had on May 1st, I believe it was, we had a joint meeting of the Rules and Accountability Committees. And during that meeting, we focused on concerns raised by an outside attorney who was volunteering his time to provide some input, and also a commissioner. And so we had a really thorough discussion about the points that they had raised. So from that meeting, we had an opportunity for one of the commissioners to draft a new document, but then we relied on Mr. Bila to take what had happened at that meeting with some input from committee members, and that draft was discussed by the Rules Committee, I believe in June, at our June meeting, and we approved it and sent it to the full commission, and that's what this group approved at that June meeting. After that vote, Dr. Anderson of the Police Accountability Team and Martin Bilat pulled together an internal working group that included Chris Violin, who's a superintendent of internal affairs with the police, Delante Spencer Thomas with the law department, the police accountability team, Marcus Perez of OPS, Office of Professional Standards, and they took a look at the document, and Mr. Bilat incorporated that input into a draft that he sent out yesterday morning. So it's a fairly recent draft, and I apologize for that. But we've all had just not enough time to look at it, perhaps. But there isn't a lot of super substantive changes. We discussed that draft at the Rules Committee meeting yesterday. We called a special meeting of the Rules Committee, and the committee approved the revised draft, and that was sent out last night. So from my perspective overall, the language has been tightened up, clarity has been added in different places, and we're just hoping to move that forward tonight again with this vote. And so it can be sent to the DOJ and the monitoring team for review as soon as possible. So that's my summary.
Thank you. Commissioner Benito.
I also, I just wanted to make it clear that that this internal work group was at the request of the Department of Justice prior to them receiving the manual. So this wasn't something that we just did on our own. It was the Department of Justice said, before we look at it, we want to make sure that these people look at it and give their feedback as well. So it was a requirement of us before we're able to submit it to the Department of Justice, which is a requirement for us because officer discipline does fall under the consent decree.
Thank you. Commissioner Wong.
Look, just a question. Commissioner Bailey, can you give instead of telling us who was involved, can you give us a kind of content summary of what was changed? This draft, I want to say for the record, when we were meeting in June, I mean, this has changed from the first draft, not significantly. Mr. Mordew and I had about 100 comments and suggestions. They're still not changed in this draft, and it's not about us getting our way. This is a very flawed draft. There are open, like, for example, error about Garrity, and I can't believe it wasn't found. But my concern is, I do want to say for the record that I do want to say for the record that this draft there was supposed to be a joint meeting of the accountability and the rules committee yesterday. Somehow accountability was excluded from that meeting, which meaning not just...
Correction, there was no exclusion.
I have the email that says it, that by the co-chairs, it says by the co-chairs accountability. This is a rules committee only meeting. I can post it. That's the email there. My concern is not, you may not appreciate my comments and Mr. Mordu's comments, but I'm hoping that you will appreciate Mr. Chura's input. My general problem with this draft is that it is so imbalanced towards the officer that barely the petitioner is even mentioned in this. There is an open violation of 115.5. The spirit and the letter of 115.5 in this. And given the fact that there were substantial changes, because we can't see it on this draft, but there were substantial changes made since the last time, and it required, and no offense to you, but 26 minutes of discussion yesterday about this draft, and we get it at 8:30. And I'm not, I hope it's known. This is not about me trying to get my way about this draft. This is a flawed draft. I actually have another draft, and I will compliment this draft that it mentions certain things that I had not thought about. But for example, you're giving the officer the ability to have counsel and a brief, but you're not giving that to the petitioner. The first thing you must do when you build a system is not to put the beads out, lay it out. It's to balance the power. There's no consideration how certain commissioners can, I'm assuming it's a majority vote, whether we reject or push forward a petition. Well, that can be easily hijacked by a majority of people. I've researched how the Supreme Court deals with this, and I've written it into a new process. So what I don't understand is this should not should not be passed, and we will be legally responsible for this draft.
Thank you very much. Is there any other commission? Thank you.
I just had a question. I know that thank you, Commissioner Benito, that the DOJ requested that meeting. I guess my question is, after the DOJ requested that meeting, how come we did not ask outside attorney or someone outside of the city that may represent our best interests, maybe even Attorney Wallach or someone else, to look at it after that DOJ request?
My response to that would be that it still has to go to the Department of Justice.
They're not our attorney, though.
Okay, I hear what you're. Okay.
Martin isn't.
I'm just telling you that that's the process, that it will be going to the Department of Justice.
And so I guess my concern is, I think Martin, and I think many members of the city are welfare. I absolutely agree with that. My concern is, especially even looking at NACO and other citizen-led boards that are similar, because none are exactly like us. I have concerns that the final revisions that were made by the organizations that preemptively is the reason we have this issue with the city. I know it's not final. I understand that the DOJ has to look at it. I understand that the DOJ represents, in this case, the interests of the people and the consent decree. My only concern is Commissioner Wayne went out and found an attorney that she had a relationship with who already had reviewed it. Those changes have been made, and that us as a commission, even after the DOJ, that work group looked at it, we did not only not follow up with that attorney, but we didn't follow up with any other attorney, or we did not compare it with any other evidentiary hearing manual throughout the country. Because there are certain things in here that I just have more questions about, because it doesn't even allow for certain things around public. I think it's very restrictive. And I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know if it is for a legal reason or not, but I just feel, and I know we need to get this passed so we can see and hear cases. I'm just concerned that after the city gave their input, by the request of the DOJ, and I know the DOJ has to look at it, there wasn't an intermediate group or attorney that had a chance to look at it before then, or community.
Commissioner Benito. I'm sorry, Commissioner Van Leer.
So there's a lot of conversation here. I'm just going back to the minutes to look at the vote. So we voted on June 1st to pass this. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it passed. I don't know that there were any votes against it, to be honest. And this version from the June 1st version has not changed dramatically. Some of the language has been tightened up, some timelines added. Really not a lot of substantive changes. I will say that this has been discussed in public a number of times. I know it's hard to get community involved in conversations on this. The lawyer that Commissioner Wong mentions was involved in a very deep discussion, and we did take into account those suggestions. It was the new version that was passed by this commission in full at our last meeting was based in large part around that one meeting, a public meeting that was with accountability and rules together. And it was a very productive and thorough meeting. So I think we have here a pretty solid document. Again, since June 1st when we voted to approve this, the changes are not dramatic. So some of the changes really at a high level, a lot of it was changing some language, adding some timelines, clarifying what our role is in the review, and clarifying that, and the role of the executive director, for example. In one section, we had language that said that the executive director was to provide recommendations, and we changed that to really providing a list of possible decisions. So it's not like there's recommendations coming from the ED, rather, here's what's in your purview. So that we extended the length of briefs that can be submitted and a process for that. And the agenda for hearings was tightened up. Again, I don't see major changes here. I think it's tightened up some language and getting it, ready for the next step. So
and I do want to add to that. At any point in time in the past or in the future, if a commissioner has a concern or a question, they could email, call, reach out to the chair of rules and have it addressed. Also, if any community member wanted to give feedback, all of our contact information is publicly available to them. They could reach out to the Rules Committee to give their input. We have office hours Monday from 4:30 to 5:30. If a community member wanted to talk about the hearing manual, they could come during that time, give their feedback during that time, come to a Rules Committee meeting, give their opinion during that time while it's being publicly discussed. I just wanted to add that point. Commissioner Benito. A community member can start a work group.
So, one of the points that was brought up by Commissioner Garrett Ferguson was that we didn't have an attorney that looked at the draft. I just would like to clarify that Martin is our attorney, and Martin was part of that process and also created the draft after those meetings based on feedback and then through conversation with members of the Rules and Accountability Committee. So I know that Commissioner Wong is going to say that Martin is in conflict on this topic. Okay, I will say in the past, Commissioner Wong has said that Martin shouldn't work on the evidentiary hearing draft. That has been said many times publicly. And I just would like to make clear that Martin was hired to be our attorney, to look out for our interests. We are his clients. So in drafting and revising the evidentiary hearing manual, he is considering what are the goals of the commission, how do we protect the commission, and also how do we uphold Charter 115.5, which gives us our powers. So the idea and some of the argument that has been made is that because he is a part of the law department, which I think we all kind of stand in slightly different places on this issue, that he then would somehow be compromised in that way. And I would just like to remind everybody, he works in the contract department half-time. And half-time here. The contract department is just executing a number of different contracts for the city. He doesn't touch anything related to public service, public safety, sorry, as part of that contract job. So I just really would like to make clear that our attorney did look at it in terms of we have not found Martin to be in conflict on this issue. So we as a commission have not found Martin to be in conflict on this issue. So the idea that our attorney, that our interests were not represented, I wouldn't agree with. And also Martin, as part of drafting the initial draft the initial version that was passed by the full commission, did extensive research, as also part of extensive revisions that were made. And so I just wanted to add that to the conversation.
Jason?
Thank you, Commissioner Benito, for reminding everybody here, your staff works for you, and we represent your interests. So I just want to put something on the table here. I was myself skeptical of having a feedback group that consisted of the people who are in this. And I just crossed my 7-year mark in June. In all the time I've been here, I have never seen a more positive, productive, everybody wanting this to be the best it can be meeting ever. And we had some real experts on this stuff, right? So, we've heard people say, well, this is wrong with Garrity. I don't know someone who is more informed on the issue of Garrity than Mr. Christopher Vallon, who's the current not a sworn officer. He is the superintendent of internal affairs, and he was in the room helping us make sure that Garrity is covered, right? So we, the idea that there wasn't expertise and there was people in that room trying to cut this down to benefit themselves is a falsehood. This was some of the best minds that this city has employed working on this consent decree process that Dr. Anderson put together to help us have the best hearing procedure we can have. All of them want us to succeed in this room for this meeting. They wanted the goal for us to have an outstanding procedure that had the least amount of legal problems possible. And I was skeptical about it, but at the end, I'm like, you know what? They made this better than we could have in a vacuum. And so I just want to say that the idea that these people were meaning to cut this down or put loopholes in here or make it so that police can go through this process with a leg up is incorrect. In fact, the division was there, and you know what? They chose to remain silent and said, we got invited to this, but we're not going to comment on this, really. We don't have a stake in this. So, but we had some great minds in there, and I'm thankful for the process. I'm thankful to Dr. Anderson for taking the lead to help make this better. And I really just want to say that's been my experience. Rarely has it been that way, but I was exceptionally impressed with the amount of people who wanted to make this work and make it better for you all in that room. So,
Greg?
This is really frustrating for me because every single meeting, you go over the rules at the beginning of the meeting, my fellow commissioners and the public just ignore them. People just talk out of turn. People go over their time. Everything. That's frustrating. I want to move for a vote.
Commissioner Early.
Thank you to the commissioners that worked on this. Good work. Question is, did I miss the date that this has to be available for the DOJ? Just whenever we decide. It's not a set date. Okay, thank you.
Good. I literally just had a few clarifying questions because I think most of what I wanted to know was answered. There's a part here that just says dismissing reviews prior to requesting full case files. I would like some clarity on what that part meant.
Can you repeat?
Yes, it is. It's on actually the first page under 2.6.2. And it says dismissing reviews prior to requesting full case files. And then I wanted to know, is there a reason why, and anyone can explain it, why there's no section that deals with public input or maybe a work group, but there just seems like there's no avenue for public to be a part of the hearing. So those were just my last two questions.
Yeah, I can answer those questions to the chair, to the commissioner. So in terms of dismissing reviews prior to requesting full case files, it was just a change in language that was already in there in the vote and in the on the June 1st meeting, which you voted in favor of it actually. That was already in there. It's just a change of language. It said, excuse me. It said as long as case files have not been requested. It just really tweaked the language to make it more clear. So I don't think that's.
Can you repeat what it said prior?
Well, you have the same copy I do. It says deleted as long as case files have not been requested. And so this instead says dismissing reviews prior to requesting full case files. So it's just a different language. So the other piece, public input. I mean, there is in the hearing process, there is a public comment period. So I'm not sure if that addresses the commissioner's question, but and again, this is not that different from the unanimous vote that approved it back in June.
Thank you.
Or early this month.
All right, so I'm going to quickly address these issues. To Commissioner Benito's point, yes, Martin's topic that he changes, he can change topics of his legal work, but he doesn't change his master, and he has two masters, the city and the commission, and he has to be divided. So it is a open, in most law firms, if they have.
Commissioner Wong, please.
But I'm talking about the draft.
Refrain from making negative comments.
That's not a negative comment.
Saying someone has a master.
That's his master. You know what? He has two bosses. All right, he has two bosses.
You know what?
I'm sorry.
The commission. I'm going to stop this.
I'm going to talk about the draft now.
I'm going to call for the vote.
No, I want to make a motion. I'm making a motion to table this. This is a terrible draft. It is in violation of the charter. The charter says that we can intervene at any point. You are all criminally negligent for putting this draft forward. Jason, no, you will all be. I will testify that you all voted for something.
Just vote against
Oh no, because I don't want to go. I don't want to. I don't want to go into court and have to defend this. This
You're
is
on the record for voting no.
No, this is. But I will still be part of the commission. I don't want to be involved in the hearing process.
Point of order, Commissioner Wong. You are out of order.
I have another draft. I'm making a motion to table this and no.
You're not being acknowledged.
You're not going to insult the community in this way. They are not represented in this system at all. They are not represented.
Commissioner Wong, please.
You do not give the same rights to the community, to the petitioner, as you do. It is clear there. Mr. Mordew has mentioned it multiple times.
I call this meeting to order.
You're just failing in your duty to the community right now.
We are going to call the vote.
Tell me why you do not give the petitioner the same rights as the officer. Tell me why you limit questions to two, so you cannot do any cross-examination. Tell me why he gets to determine which cases we see.
Commissioner Chura?
No, Jim, don't do it.
Oh, really?
No, he knows. He knows because it's bad. It's a bad draft.
Abstain.
There we go.
Commissioner Early?
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett-Ferguson?
Bathroom.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Aye.
Commissioner Reeves?
Aye.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
Yes.
Commissioner Van Leer?
Aye.
Commissioner Wong?
No.
And I vote yes.
We need 9 on this, so wait till Alana gets back.
No, it's a rule change. You need 9.
You need 9.
I would like to say something for the record that I have.
No, I'm not acknowledging
you. You have not corrected it. Then you can remove me from the meeting. But I'm saying for the record, I have a draft. You are spreading
And I
a
asked you
rumor
to
that I
submit
do
that
not have
draft,
this
and
draft.
you did not.
Let the two drafts
Please
compete
submit
with
the
each other.
Can you please submit
Let
the
the
draft
two
that you
drafts
have then?
compete.
I'm asking you to, I asked you earlier today to share the draft with me. You did not.
I do not, because you're going to give it to Jason and he's going to delegitimize it. We should have a
can't say what
discussion
I
of
would
the
do.
drafts. I was on vacation and that's why this was voted through.
We're waiting for.
We're waiting
point
for
of
it.
order does nothing. She keeps talking when you say point of
Just
order.
let her go. You're gonna be mad, but I'm trying to help you. Just let it go.
You are all responsible for this is the only process that will be legally scrutinized to the nth degree. I'm trying to tell you that this is a bad process.
Commissioner Wong, you are out of order.
I'm not out of order.
I'm going to put forth a motion to remove you from this meeting.
Fine, remove me, then you have to physically remove me because I'm going to defend the community's rights on this
To the chairs,
budget.
to the chairs. If we can't get control of this, I'm going to leave. I don't know if I.
This is not about me
anybody
making
else,
a
but I'm not
scene.
gonna sit
Rosie,
through
you
this.
haven't even read this draft. Please don't address me. Please don't address me. It is not about following the rules. The rules are stacked against certain people. The rules are stacked against officers. The rules are stacked against the community. This draft will allow whoever wants to make sure that there's a particular outcome, that they get that outcome. That is not fair to the officers. That is not fair to the community. I am not responsible for this draft. You guys all are. And you guys can go in front of a court when they sue us for this process. Okay? Oh, you okay? Let's go. Oh, you're okay. Let's go in front of a court. You knowingly make this.
I know. I'm just gonna I need to go right back outside. I'm sorry. My vote is no, but I'm now right back for the rest of the movie.
Not pass.
I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
All right. All right, so all that means is the previous draft is the draft that goes to the DOJ. So you voted on a draft that was an older version of the draft to move forward to the DOJ. Just so as everyone is aware, this commission already moved.
I make a motion that we do not move the previous draft to the DOJ. I will present my draft. I've complimented this draft for its content, and we will have a better draft from the combined efforts. How about that?
Why?
Let's have
Just because it's your draft?
Let's have the community here. Let's have lawyers here that are actually defense attorneys that work outside of the city ecosystem. And Mr. Goodrick is not telling the truth.
Commissioner Wong, you are out of order.
Then I guess I'm
Y'all
out
call
of
me when
order.
y'all get her under
Sharita.
control.
I guess I'm out of order. Do something about it because you know what? This draft is out of order. This commission is out of order. All of the actions of this commission will be scrutinized. I really do not want to be sued, but apparently Greg wants to be sued. He's fine with it.
Okay, so we are going to move
I
on
made
to
a motion.
the. We are
Do I
going
have
to.
a second? I made a motion. Do I have a second? We're going to not send that first draft.
Can you please stop talking so that we can see if we have a second or not?
Okay.
So to the chair, just a point of clarification.
Don't even.
To change a rule, so this is a rule, right? So let's look at what our rules say. You cannot change the previous rule that was adopted without it going through committee first. So Terry's motion would be out of order per our rules because what you adopted at the last meeting was a rule change. If you look at our rules, the only way to change a rule is it first has to be read in committee. Then when it's adopted
I'm not
by the
changing
full
the rule.
commission, you're saying that
I'm saying the rule cannot be sent. This draft should not be sent to the DOJ. That is all I'm saying. I'm not changing the rule. This could be our rule right now, but it's not been approved.
The rule has been made
what are you
official
afraid
by
of?
this
What are you
committee.
afraid of with my draft?
Is there a second or not?
Is there a second? Because all we're doing is look at a potential draft.
Okay, so there's no second. There's no second for the motion.
You don't want to look at
There's
a better
no,
draft.
Please,
you just want to go forward with this mediocrity.
You're out of order, Commissioner Wong. You're out of order.
I guess I am out of order because I'm pretty pissed off that you are doing this to the community
Okay,
and to the
so
officers.
we are going to move on to the next committee report, which is the Accountability Committee.
Hello, everybody. Unfortunately, we were not able to have an accountability committee meeting this month because it was disrupted by Commissioner Wong.
Please. No, that is.
No. But the meeting has been rescheduled for next Wednesday.
You are slandering me on public record. I didn't disrupt the meeting.
Point of order, Commissioner Wong. You cannot. So you have not been acknowledged.
And
you cannot speak to Commissioner
No, I'm
Benito.
sorry. You called the police because you didn't want me to speak during the
Commissioner Wong,
meeting.
you are
That is a
speaking out of
First
turn.
Amendment violation. Please do not. I would let you speak except that you keep slandering me. I didn't disrupt the meeting. If you think disagreement with you is disruption, then probably you should not be on this commission.
So I would say I am a committee that has important business. Please, can we either
given a very short. I haven't.
Did you have to say that I was disrupting the meeting? You could just say you didn't have the meeting.
Okay. We did not have the meeting, and we didn't end up starting the meeting. And the meeting has been rescheduled for next Wednesday. We hope to be able to have the meeting at that time. The agenda stays the same from when we had planned and we had showed up for the meeting and we were ready to have the meeting. The agenda is staying the same, so if you are interested in what's going to be on the agenda, then you can look online. In addition, I am working to get Brady Giglio work group meeting scheduled for the first 3 weeks of August. I'm waiting to hear back about available dates of the other work group members, and during that time we will be finalizing the rubric for Brady Giglio, and then devising and designing a test process to take disposition letters and test the rubric using those. So next meeting I should have more updates.
I have a question. I have a question, and the public deserves to know.
We're going to move forward to the
I'm sorry, you can't. We have a question.
Commissioner Van Lee, are you going to give the update on budgets and grants?
When I was, you're not going to recognize me.
No, I'm not going to recognize you.
But I have a right to be recognized.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. You can't just. What is the reason I won't be recognized? It doesn't matter. The Brady Giglio group and the discipline work group. I want the public to know that when I was gone for 7 weeks after I was removed from committees, that Chandra Benito, Chair Pro Tem, did not have any meetings for that group. Did not have any meetings. No work was done for those committees. Then end the meeting. We're not doing any work here. This is not substantive work.
Well, I got substantive work. Like, I ain't even gonna lie to you. Like, I'm trying to get to my substantive work.
Did it go through committee?
So, the budget and grants, I can step in for the chair
Thank you.
of the committee. So, yeah, we've been working, our main item that we've been working on is the grants management. We approved that at our last meeting to move forward with the United Black Fund as a manager of our grants program, and we're working with the city to sponsor that legislation, with the finance department to sponsor that legislation before city council, and it looks like that's going to be moving forward in August, and we are hopefully in good turn. You know, the UBF is already working internally to get things moving, so they'll be ready to roll once we have full council approval, which we need to, because the contract would be more than $50,000. So that's it. You know, that's moving forward. That's starting to loosen up, and as I think the executive director said earlier, so that's really it.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Van Leer. We're going to move forward to the Performance and Evaluation Committee.
Thank you. So I'm going to provide like a little comprehensive update. You know, normally I say a sentence or two, but so the process includes a multi-step process. So step 1 is basically, the question was, should we what we should collect and how we should screen candidates in the short time allotted. So that main goal was developing a process which included conducting research, crafting a rubric, collecting documents such as resumes, discipline files from the division, and basically the committee was really learning what documents we should consider. One thing that we thought may be helpful was the performance evaluations. We thought it would have more information. Overall, it was numerical data. From that, we created a preliminary scoring, and basically we used the resumes, the use of force, and the discipline records for each candidate and scored them based on that rubric. Step 2 is a background check, and basically a concern arose from the community, and we want to ensure that that is respected and honored, and that helped to shape our process, but also helped to shape very important questions that the committee had to further consider. So legal. federal, state, or local regulations, including but not limited to Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Family Medical Leave Act, the Americans with Disabilities Act. The committee must never eliminate a candidate in a manner that will violate any of these ordinances, and just some logistical questions. So the situation presents a unique scenario given that most of our activities are public or live streamed. The committee consider the potential for the impact of commentary, documentation received, workplace environment within the process, and ensuring that the process is judicious to our candidates. As proposed in the policy, the committee believes that a firm is the best option to ensure that all the information received is within the confines of the legal requirements mentioned, relevant to the duties and to the position, and it presents a good faith effort to ensure impartiality. Some things to consider for the community interview would be to ensure compliance with the various things that I mentioned, laws or regulations. The committee must pre-screen questions and seek counsel depending to ensure that the questions are within those bounds, right? Simply while crafting interview questions, the committee should ask itself, will the answers to these questions, if selected, have an impact on any kind of protected class? Is the information really needed to judge an applicant's competence or qualifications for the job in question? The committee must vote by majority on interview questions and should provide sufficient notice to solicit question recommendations from the public at its regular meetings preceding the live event. The committee will release the records it has created and collected throughout its review process on the commission's website for the public to access before the live event. When it is necessary to undertake this extensive process for so that was just a question that I was thinking to answer, is why is it necessary to undertake an extensive process for recommending a candidate for the police commander leadership position within the Cleveland Police Department? It takes a few unfortunate situations for lives to be lost, resulting in consent decrees, settlement agreements. Therefore, it's imperative that a comprehensive process exists for selecting leaderships. The stakes are too high for residents, officers, and the city of Cleveland to do otherwise. Commissioner Garrett Ferguson.
Yes. And I only want to add this, not in a combative way, but just because I think because of some of the more high profile cases recently in regards to policing, I believe that community might bring this up. So I just want to let community know in regards to promotions, we had a very heated debate yesterday about how far back to go with police disciplinary records. And the timeline, I honestly cannot think off the top of my head what we decided. But I remember we did have a very extensive debate and conversation about how far back to go and what to include in the realm of police promotions. We acknowledge that this is not us hiring a police officer, that there is an opportunity for community to give their input, and that we want it to be fair and not put us in a situation that involved compromise with the union or put us in jeopardy of something like that, but to also make sure that we looked back far enough in a police officer's history that hopefully we would have enough information and would tell the firm that we hired to look far back enough so that if there were any concerns, we would be made aware of that prior to. So just because I know there's recent cases in the news, and that's something community might ask, the public comment, I just want to put it out there that we did have that conversation. You can go back and look at the meeting yesterday. You can ask any one of us who are on the committee for this additional questions, but I just wanted to preliminarily say that was a big part of the conversation we had yesterday.
I think, sure. Did you have a question?
Through the chair, I just wondered if you guys are considering, we all live in the city, I think when you're interviewing, you should see if some of these candidates live in the city. I mean, if they want to be a real stakeholder, then they should be a stakeholder. They should be in the community, a member of our community.
So I guess the question is if the questions are not created yet, but we welcome you to submit that. So I guess, is that for the interview or are you asking for the firm?
I'm saying for interview process or even the rubric if necessary. There's now civil service gives extra points if you live in the city. So.
I had one question on the background checks. So for settle, it said that the eliminated items would include settled or dismissed. So would that mean if there was if there was a case that was brought involving an officer and the city settled with that officer, then that wouldn't be considered as part of the background check? Or I guess I wasn't totally sure on what that meant.
So I'm gonna have you clarify because I don't have the document in front of me.
Yeah, so the policy is based on having things that were proven in a court of law be included and things that are self-evident be included, but things that were not are excluded because, you can only hold somebody to what they have been proven to have done. But if there are pieces of a settlement or there are pieces of evidence in a case that are self-evident, they can be included based on the policy. So say, for example, somebody had in a court case a deposition, okay, and they admitted to wrongdoing in a deposition, but that case was later settled. We can include that case because they admitted to it under oath in a deposition. But you really have to be careful when you're navigating cases that have been settled because they could have been settled for a myriad of reasons.
I guess I'm not totally understanding. So let's say that an officer is involved in an incident and the incident results in a lawsuit with the city, and then the city settles it, makes a payment to the people that sued the city. Basically, from my reading of this, it would not include anything from that settlement in the background check.
Was that situation also disciplined administratively, or was it only brought under a civil suit? Because it doesn't exclude items that have been found administratively. In your hypothetical.
Well, so I guess that is, I know it's kind of hard when you're dealing with hypotheticals, but also, I mean, if they are connected events, then would the settlement, so I guess, let's answer both. So if there is a case where there was officer discipline and there was also a settled lawsuit, would then they still be able to consider the officer discipline? And then if officer was not disciplined but there was a settled lawsuit, especially, when talking about previous cases, now I think that we don't know exactly how often officers were getting disciplined looking at cases, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. So if an officer wasn't disciplined but was named in a lawsuit that was settled, I guess maybe answer both.
No, you're right. You're following the logic. So if there was an administrative case that was filed simultaneously and that case was upheld against that officer, that information would be included in what the law department would be disclosing to us in its disclosure of documents when we be requesting the discipline file. But if there was just a civil suit that was settled, no, it would not be included. Unless there was some sort of self-evident evidence that's in there or self-authenticating evidence in there that can't really be disputed. And we'd really have to figure out what the firm that is the third-party firm would be able to do for us on that, right? So you can't always get access to every single document that's included in evidence depending on what point a case was settled. And then you don't know why it was settled. So it's a really, really intricate process when you go through and look at actually what's in the docket for things.
I just want to clarify for the record because I do not want any of us to misspeak. As of 2009, we cannot require any city employee to live within the city bounds with the Ohio Supreme Court. So I just want to make sure, and I know, Commissioner, sure you were not asking in that framework. I just want to make sure on the record, we will not require anybody who works for Cleveland Police Department to have to live in the city of Cleveland, because we do not want to violate the 2009 Ohio Supreme Court case that says it is illegal to force workers to live in the city in which they work.
I'm well aware of that. But in an interview situation, I think it behooves us to see if they don't live in the city, why not? Probably schools or something of that nature. But I think if they live in the city, they're a stakeholder, a true stakeholder.
Thank you. And I apologize for my increase in emotion before, but however, any of our motions should not be determining when we look at processes. I still maintain from the vote that we have a lot to work on that draft, but I had a question because I noticed that there was a lot of reference to disciplinary files and but it's not clear, even when we asked the division for the full disciplinary file, there's many components on it. Can you explain what is being asked for specifically in the disciplinary file? And it's not a theoretical thing, because I don't want to reveal the officer's name, but I received, and I think Mr. Goodrick received also the same concern from a community member, right, about an officer, and there was no follow-up from the committee. So I just want to know that that's not the issue. The issue is what is actually being requested, because as you may know, and maybe Mr. Schur knows more, that there are things that we cannot see in the divisional notices, in the dispositional notices. There are things for example, if I think an attorney makes a complaint not through the OPS track, not through the IA track, there might be a note of it there. So could you explain what disciplinary files mean, and what level are you assessing the discipline at? And are you going to be able to work with maybe the accountability committee and the Brady Giglio group, which has probably more information about particular officers because they will have assessed their full file? Maybe that's a good way to collaborate, or is this going to be a separate assessment from the promotions committee that may not be as subject matter experts as the accountability committee on those things?
Thank you so much for your question. I think all committees have merit to them, and I would say that we may not want to partner with accountability, because depending on the cases, that may be perceived as biased depending on what they have. So right now there is no partnership with accountability, but all the information was requested. I really don't have the exact documents. I apologize. I wasn't prepared for this question, but I can send it to you in email. I know that we have asked, I think it was in the May or June meeting, about what documents was requested. Executive director has followed up. I have did my due diligence to ask even Commander Carney, are these do I have the access to all the files regarding discipline? So from my understanding, I have access to the discipline and use of force. So I appreciate your due diligence. I can provide further clarification on that.
So Executive Director Goodrick, through the chairs, was the full disciplinary file as we generally know?
Yes, full disciplinary files, lawsuits pending and closed. We have requested a ton of things about the commanders, which is why we are being stalled right now. So yes, they've been requested.
The reason why we're asking, because for the lawsuits, we're looking to hire a firm, right? So our goal is to do, step one is to review discipline, use of force. Step two, to do the background checks, which would include, like a background check. We've been through a background check, as well as lawsuit, as well as social media. That was in the policy proposal, but I just mentioned that, as well as social media, similar to what we underwent. So the rationale is because we want to ensure whatever recommendation we make, we want to ensure that we do our due diligence and that we can provide just, merit. So we reviewed discipline, we did a background search, we did a community interview.
Are you looking for a motion?
Yeah, so I'm going to be looking for a motion. I'm just trying to explain.
I think we spoke twice. So we're voting on this document right now? Is that
So I did a report, yes, but I am looking to put a motion so that we can move forward and hire a firm to do the background.
Oh, but we're not voting on this thing that you sent out?
Yes.
We are?
So I didn't put a formal motion yet. So I did just a quick overview because I sent it like a day. We had a meeting due to a miscommunication that happens, right? And I sent it. So I just wanted to ensure that we read and that I provided key points.
So can you repeat? I'm sorry. I
guess I will put a motion on the floor. I move that we adopt I'm sorry, I don't know the name of it.
The promotion recommendation policy.
The promotion recommendation policy.
Is there a second?
We didn't have that, by the way.
We don't.
I'll second.
Discussion or debate?
Does the public have the copy of this? And if they don't, is it okay? Is it okay? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't hear that. I apologize. I didn't. I'm so sorry. Is there any way that we could possibly table it just to ensure that the public has a chance to read it and maybe bring it up for vote at the next meeting, if that is possible?
I would say we either vote it up or down.
So not even tabling, just so the public can have a chance?
You can make a motion to table it.
You would have to make a motion.
Amendment.
Okay. So can I amend the motion that is on the table?
Well, the motion's already.
Because there's already a motion, so if there's already a motion, do I make an amendment or do I make another motion?
Make a motion to table.
I just make an amendment to table the motion for this, just so the public has a chance to look it over before we make a formal decision.
Is there a second?
I second for a slightly different reason, but I second it should be tabled.
Discussion or debate?
No, I want to mention that one of the things I have concerns, there's language concerns, and I understand that you worked very hard on it. But this, if I could just read this, this is one of the concerns. The committee may occasionally modify the rubric, but it must always remain considerate of the promotion requirements of the Department of Justice as placed on the city through its acceptance of the consent decree. So a lot of ambiguity there. A lot of, these are the things.
Thank you. I think that's a great point. The rationale is because we understand that this is our first iteration of creating a rubric. There may, as we go along the process, it is our hope we continue to grow and we learn, and that we're not confined to this draft. Ideally, whatever information we learn, it grows, you develop, you modify.
I just wanted to add, I think for clarification on that point, I think that if you look at the paragraph in the consent decree that deals with promotions, they have items like A through H that they would like us to consider when making promotions. And the reason why that language is like that is because, for example, one of the things that's in the consent decree, the things are determine whether the officer is likely to be effective, appropriate. It says things like effective use of community problem-oriented policing strategies, the number of circumstances of use of force, and officer service to the FTO field training sergeant, disciplinary records, problem-solving skills, interpersonal skills, and pending whatever disciplinary process. So when the committee met, the committee said, well, even though these are the items that are in the consent decree that the federal government would like us to look at, we don't know how we can assess an officer's service in a FTO or field training sergeant. We don't know about maybe sometimes their problem solving skills. We don't know about their interpersonal skills. And so that language was in there to say, we're recognizing that we may not be able to consider all of these things, but it's like an ongoing process to try to get there. That was my understanding of it when that committee met.
So I want to clarify, is there actually a rubric attached to this? Is there like a numerical score sheet that you can show us? Because it's not attached.
Well, you know what? Let's, you've already
Yeah, so
spoken.
I'm saying it's missing
We're
the
gonna move
actual.
forward with
Let's
the
just take the vote, y'all.
this is to potentially table this.
This is just.
Co-Chair Adams?
Aye. Oh, no. Nay.
The table.
Nay.
Commissioner Benito?
No.
Commissioner Chura?
Aye.
Commissioner Donaldson?
No.
Commissioner is not here. Commissioner Garrett Ferguson?
Aye.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Nay.
Commissioner Reeves?
Nay.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
No.
Commissioner Van Leer?
No.
Commissioner Wong?
Aye.
And I vote no. So it won't be tabled.
It won't.
So they need to vote on the thing.
So can we just move from there?
Okay, so we're going to move forward with the vote on the motion to approve promotions recommendations policy. Commissioner Adams?
Aye.
Commissioner Benito?
Aye.
Commissioner Chura?
Aye.
Commissioner Donaldson?
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett Ferguson?
Abstain.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Aye.
Commissioner Reeves?
Aye.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
Yes.
Commissioner Van Leer?
Aye.
Commissioner Wong?
No.
And I vote yes. It passes. Anything else?
Thank you. That's the conclusion of the report. Thank you so much.
We're going to move on to the Police Policy Committee. Report given by Commissioner Pete Van Leer.
So there's nothing really to report here. Our last meeting was prematurely adjourned due to disruption. So
Okay.
nothing there.
Outreach Committee, report given by Commissioner Kate Kennedy.
Hi everyone, not the chair, just a member. Two things to report. The first thing is that we're able now, I should say, to start meeting again. So the outreach committee is going to huddle up and pick a date to start our meetings once again. Secondly, we have a firm that expressed interest in our RFQ. I've reached out to them and just am waiting to hear back. So I'm hopeful that by excuse me, I should say what the RFQ is for. The RFQ is for the community survey that the outreach committee has been working on. I've reached out to the firm in question, and I am hopeful that by the next meeting, I'll be able to have an update on a proposed plan from them. Thank you.
Commissioner Reeves? August 17th, Saturday, from 12 to 4, Towards Employment is having a block party, and they're going to have resource tables, and I signed us up for a resource table. I won't be able to represent the commission because I'll be at work, but anybody, any commissioners that want to come sit at the table, it'd be great.
Okay.
Yeah, I will send out the flyer to everybody.
Okay, thank you. And we hopefully will have our outreach staff person by then. Okay. Police Training Committee, Charles Donaldson.
Hello, good evening, everyone. First thing is that the reality-based scenario training community event will be on Saturday, August 24th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Garrett Morgan High School. We will be promoting that event further, so I just wanted to announce that and also remind everyone that this is the same event that was held in December of last year, so we're just doing it again with some potentially different scenarios. Second thing is that I did send an email to the commissioners on July 10th with the in-service internal specialized CIT training. So I would like to put a motion forth to approve that training so that it can be moved forward to the Department of Justice and the monitoring team for review and comments.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion, debate.
The one thing I want to say about this particular training is that it will, if approved tonight, it will move forward to the Department of Justice and monitoring team for review and comments. And then after their input is received, it will come back to the Police Training Committee for another review, and then it will then move forward from there. So if there are any suggestions, edits, my decision would be for us to work on that while we're also allowing it to move forward, just so we can simultaneously do those things and not preventing it from move forward. But yeah, that's the only thing I want to add.
Thank you. Commissioner Wong.
Thank you for, I've asked Commissioner Donaldson some questions about this that may not be 100% related. I support this moving forward. Could you explain maybe, because we're getting all these things in different components, and when we had attended CIT training, there was this component for scenarios that was very important, and many of the officers said they would like more scenarios because that practicum experience is really important. Can you maybe just give us a broad overview about how this training matches the other ones, and when will we be able to, are we able to assess, maybe not like the quality or the content of that scenario, but at least the frequency and how that pedagogy works? Is there anything in the future in the pipeline for this?
So to answer the question about assessing, nothing that I'm aware of in the future, but I do know that we have a really great working relationship with the training section. So they're open to whatever we suggest. So I do think that that's important for us to assess and determine, if the trainings are effective. So I agree with you on that 100%. And we've actually talked about that before in our committee meetings. And then as far as your other question with scenarios, so this particular training did not have a scenario attached to it, but like I said to you in the email, there are other scenarios that are based on mental health, which was the overall umbrella of this training. I would love to hear your suggestions about how we could maybe incorporate scenarios with this particular training, because I think it's important for us to address that. And maybe even at the August event, it's something that we could have them present or, maybe start to develop. But yes, I'm definitely open to whatever suggestions you have regarding scenarios that would be centered around psychological disorders. I think it's just really important for us to just know exactly what that would look like, because I'm not sure how that would be presented as a scenario, but I think it can be done.
Just to follow up, if it's possible, if we can get the overall, like all of the curriculum in one descriptive, that would be helpful for us to know all the components that the training that the officer, maybe it exists already somewhere, but I haven't remember seeing it.
Yes, sorry, I forgot to answer that, but yes, I can get with Commander McGuth and get that to the entire commission.
Benita?
Yeah, I just want to clarify. So this is an annual in-service for SCIT officers. So this is not part of the CIT curriculum. Yes. And so in terms of seeing the whole curriculum, do you mean seeing like the SCIT training plus all the years of different training? Because they choose different topics every year, and the topics are chosen based on MRAC. So it works with the Adenford, or Adenford is the head of the training committee on MRAC, works with, does a survey of officers on different topics that they would like to see covered, and then it goes to MRAC, and then this training is reviewed by MRAC, and then it is sent to the training review, then changes are made, and then it's sent to the training review committee, and then it comes to us. I will say that in terms of having scenarios for these particular trainings, I think it's very hard to have scenario-based training on specific diagnoses, because this training is about a set of psychiatric diagnoses, whereas a lot of the kind of scenario-based training regarding crisis intervention and behavioral health is more skill-based. So de-escalating skills, recognizing Mostly the scenarios are about de-escalation and recognizing the signs of, and I think that in terms of personality disorders, it is not. I'm not sure that a scenario-based training would be particularly helpful there.
Commissioner Wong, you've spoken twice.
Yeah, for consideration of time, we have to move forward. So I think we should just move forward with the vote for this training. Okay, Co-Chair Adams.
Aye.
Commissioner Benito.
Aye.
Commissioner Chura.
Aye.
Commissioner Donaldson.
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett Ferguson.
Aye.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Aye.
Commissioner Reeves.
Aye.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Aye.
Commissioner Van Leer.
Aye.
Commissioner Wong.
Aye.
And I vote yes. So it passes. Okay. Was that all, Commissioner Donaldson?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to move forward to the ad hoc hiring committee. Commissioner Rodriguez?
Okay, so overall, there's just a job description that was sent, so I didn't create it. It was created in April 2023. So please review it and provide any comments that you may have. And just overall, the committee is exploring two options. Our RFP from like a state contract with Robert Half, depending on like the terms and conditions of the contract, and possibly creating a new RFP. Once this information is received, a meeting will be scheduled. So at the current moment, the following commissioners are on the committee: Benito, Reeves, Shura, and Commissioner Wong, potentially. So is that space open, or?
Well, I don't recognize the law. I'm happy to help you. Let's not get into that. I'm happy to help you work on it. To kind of exclude me from commission work means that I don't do any work at all. So if you're and Commissioner Ridgway has also said that she will come back and help.
So there has been several meetings attempt. So we would like to schedule a meeting soon once we receive that information. That's the conclusion of my report.
Thank you very much. And does the ad hoc outside council committee have anything? No? Okay. There's no old business. We're going to move forward to new business. Commissioner Wong, do you want to present the Wallach motion?
This normally would go under ad hoc council. I'm just going to read this quickly into the record. This is a motion to extend Attorney Mark Wallach's work on the Commission's records request. Whereas the Commission has outstanding unfulfilled records requests from the city, some that were made nearly 1 year ago. Whereas many of these records requests are necessary to fulfill the Commission's charter mandated work on police accountability. Whereas on March 5th, 2024, the Commission voted to establish a conflict of interest with the city on the issue of records and named Mr. Mark Wallach as independent outside counsel on the issue of records. Whereas Mr. Mark Wallach has been excluded from meetings on the Commission's records request with the DOJ city and monitoring team, not intentionally, I'm just saying excluded, and the Commission has no legal representation or counsel at these meetings. Whereas on March 28th, 2024, Mr. Mark Wallach issued a legal opinion to the Commission about its records request and related powers, whereas nearly 2 months have passed and no action has been taken by the Commission. Now, therefore, the Commission resolves as follows. Number one, Mr. Mark Wallach will be added immediately to the meetings with the DOJ, I guess you have to request it, city and the monitoring team on the continuing issue of the Commission's records request. He will make necessary reports and updates to the entire Commission at his discretion. 2, the Commission will set a special meeting with Mr. Mark Wallach within 15 days to discuss further actions on the Commission's records request. An executive session may be used in the event of imminent legal action. So that is the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion, debate.
I'd like to make a friendly amendment to change the counsel that we use on this issue and start the process of getting new counsel. And
can I ask a question to that? Will we have to put together another ad hoc?
Well, first, is there a second for the amendment?
Second.
Okay.
I just had a question. Will we have to put together another committee or a group of, because I think in the past, wasn't it Commissioner Chura, Commissioner Wong, Commissioner Ridgeway?
That's not how that went.
Oh, okay. I just was wondering, like, how do we do that?
To look for, commissioners in general could suggest.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to be like a committee. Okay. That was my only question. Sorry.
Commissioner Benito, what is the reason for removing Mr. Wallach as outside counsel on this when he has issued the legal opinion? Did you not like his legal opinion? There seems to be no basis for this. I do want to say for the record that I received a report from a community member, and they overheard a conversation with Mr. Goodrick instructing Mr. Martin Vilat on how to limit Mr. Mark Wallach's influence on this is I'm sorry.
Commissioner,
what would you like?
Chair, that is not appropriate to allow somebody to speak on this behalf.
Why are you
this
changing?
Is at least the third time at this meeting where my name has been called out, and this commission refuses to address
what the reason
those
is
attacks
to
on
change
me.
Mr. Mark
So
Wallach.
I ask the chairs to
What is the
call
reason?
to order.
Commissioner Wong.
What is okay? Fine. We won't deal with the obvious observational information, but what is the reason that we are removing Mr. Mark Wallach, except that he is giving opinions that may not favor certain people's agenda on this commission? What is the reason? Are you dissatisfied with his work?
Okay, so we're in discussion. You have a comment?
I'll answer the question. My concern is that there have been numerous times that Commissioner Wong has called Wallach about issues related to, for example, being removed from committees, and also while sitting in meetings and arguing with commissioners. I have overheard her calling and talking to Mike Wallach. I've also heard reports of other people saying the same. And I think that it is concerning that an individual commissioner who is supposed to represent the entire commission is, soliciting that attorney for individual legal advice related to the commission. And also, given the amount of contention, with Commissioner Wong's behavior, I think that having the attorney relationship go so primarily through her is, given that other context, I think is concerning.
I have a response. Mr. Wallach has given his cell phone number to every single member of this commission. I believe you're not present at the executive session that he did that, but he has this information. I call Mr. Wallach about things that is not about impacting me, but impacting the commission, because there was an unlawful executive session happening. Mr. Wallach has never charged us for these things. He is our lawyer to protect us from legal liability. I'm not finished.
So you agree that you called him?
I do call him because you are in the midst of illegal, unlawful activity.
Apologizing.
Who am I supposed to call when Martin is unwilling to answer the question, when Martin is in multiple conflicts of interest? You are free to call him too. He's answered multiple questions for many, but the only person he said that has ever contacted him was Ms. Rodriguez from a long time ago. So I don't understand. If you want to have questions answered by him, he probably won't even charge the commission that relate to commission business. And my ability to serve on this commission is commission business. So your attempt to remove Mark Wallach is an attempt to control the commission for your purposes. There's no discussion.
Commissioner Wong, your volume.
There's no discussion as to, it's just innuendo. So you're basically removing Mark Wallach because he talks to me on the phone. You can talk to him on the phone too. What is the problem with Mr. Mark Wallach's work? That is what I'm asking. He is an exceptional attorney, and you are disadvantaging and harming the commission by not allowing one of the best municipal attorneys to represent us. And no offense, Martin, you're not a municipal attorney, and I believe that you're in a massive conflict of interest. This is another attempt to take over the commission because you have never criticized Mr. Mark Wallach's work. Is it true or not that every commissioner has the ability to contact him? I'm just the only one that's done so.
Point of order, we're going to recognize Commissioner Benito, and then we'll recognize Commissioner Rodriguez.
So I Given that we all have his cell phone, I'll
and his email.
I would say that yes, we could all contact him. However, I think it would be inappropriate to contact.
Interrupting her.
You are conducting unlawful behavior. Don't even lecture me. You conducted unlawful behavior.
It would be inappropriate.
I'm trying to protect the commission from liability.
I'm gonna finish
All right,
speaking.
everyone, we're gonna make please, everyone
you guys
stop.
Are completely
Everyone stop.
Going out of bounds.
We are going to move to adjourn this meeting. We gotta get out this meeting.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we don't have to, but we will. We'll move for public comment and then we'll move to adjourn the meeting.
No, just before, I would like
Is it, well.
All right, well, let's just.
Who are you going to find?
Okay.
Can you
please just let us just get through this.
How are you going to find this person? Do you know how many lawyers are in conflict with the city because they work with the city?
And then we'll vote against this.
Okay, so my comment is that the process that we use to engage outside counsel is we say what the specific issue is in a vote of the full commission to engage Mark Wallach on that or on our independent attorney on that particular issue. So to say that we could just call our independent attorney who has been engaged to address a specific issue and voted on by the full commission is incorrect. And so because of what Commissioner Wong is admitting that she herself did, that is my concern. If you disagree with me, you can vote no on the motion.
I want to note that
Okay,
if
we
you
are taking a vote.
if you re-engage counsel, they would have to redo.
So what is happening is we're about to vote on the motion to, we're amending the motion to include the replacing of Mark Wallach as our outside attorney. That is the motion that is on the floor. We're going to take a vote.
Co-Chair Adams.
Aye.
Commissioner Benito.
Aye.
Commissioner Chura.
Nay.
Commissioner Donaldson.
Aye.
Commissioner Ferguson.
Aye.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Aye.
Commissioner Reeves.
Aye.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Yes, I would say I wanted to before, just so we know. Put that on the record.
Commissioner Van Leer.
Aye.
Commissioner Wong.
Nay.
And I vote yes. It passes.
And also, just for clarity, we will have to follow up. We will have to follow up with, some legalities and things like that, but we'll get an update out to the commissioners.
So there's still a motion to find an attorney.
So the co-chairs are running this meeting.
The motion.
So the next motion on the table.
No. You didn't finish the previous motion to get outside counsel.
That's what we're trying to do, but you're interrupting. It's the
same motion.
There was an amendment put on the table. So the way that it works is you vote on the amendment and then you go back to the original motion, which is what we're doing right now.
So we'll have to amend this motion because you are.
We just amended it with the vote.
We'll do.
No. You have to. We have to go add a process to find a municipal attorney that can.
Okay, we are going to go.
I vote to table this. I move to table this motion until the next meeting.
Unbelievable. We're just waiting again on the records request. There are only a few municipal attorneys when I looked that were.
For the motion to table this until we figure out a process. Okay. Any discussion?
Well, you're just delaying suing on the records request.
I'll call the
Good
vote.
luck.
Commissioner Adams.
Aye.
Commissioner Benito.
Aye.
Commissioner Chura.
Aye.
Commissioner Donaldson.
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett Ferguson.
Aye.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Aye.
Commissioner Reeves.
Aye.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
Aye.
Commissioner Van Leer.
Aye.
Commissioner Wong.
No.
And I vote yes. It passes. Okay, we're gonna move on to public.
No, there's one more motion.
Oh, Wallach opinion.
Can we get a motion on the table to basically move the one item in new business over to the next meeting?
No, you're.
gonna table it.
It's not equitable because then you have Mr. Griffin's opinion out there without Mr. Wallach's opinion or anybody else.
We're not using Mr. Wallach.
But no, it's a separate issue. We weren't using it for that issue.
I move to table this motion until the next meeting.
So you are not allowing the commission to give an independent opinion.
And we move to public comment, please.
Is there another?
We have to vote.
Very good.
Second.
You're just
Commissioner
embarrassing
Adams.
yourself more and more.
Commissioner Adams.
Aye.
Commissioner Benito.
Aye.
Commissioner Chura.
Aye.
Commissioner Donaldson.
Aye.
Commissioner Garrett Ferguson.
Aye.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Aye.
Commissioner Reeves.
Aye.
Commissioner Rodriguez.
I'm going to abstain.
Commissioner Van Leer.
Aye.
Commissioner Wong?
No.
And I vote yes. We're going to move to public comment.
Public comment?
Good evening, Police Commission. My name is Pastor Bunch of the Fifth Christian Church here in Cleveland, and I realized I should have got here early. And I do apologize for getting here late, but thank you for opening up this hour again for the public. We all just got back from vacation, including myself, and I see this is a normal energy this meeting has. But I do want to encourage you all that it's always good to have a little bit of fire burning somewhere. That means there's something on the move. I do want to encourage this commission to think about a resolution for Sonia Massey out of Springfield, Illinois, who was murdered by the Springfield, Illinois Police Department. Similar to George Floyd, the city of Cleveland did come out and say something profoundly about George Floyd's murder. And I think Sonia Massey's murder is consistent with what happened. And if the city of Cleveland cannot do it, and I think the police commission ought to say something about what that means for our city and the world. Independent counsel is something that you all spoke about tonight. I wasn't going to speak about it, but it is not alien to police commissions across this country. Akron, Ohio, as early as May of this year, has been saying that they need independent counsel because of the conflict of interest in that city. So something to look at, research. It may prove us favorable as we move forward in all of these powerful hearings that are coming up. The motions and meeting piece, on the last page, the additional decorum rules. There's a lot of enforceable language around how to remove a person from a meeting, commissioner at that. And I'm kind of concerned with that because that could mean we could be using police to arrest y'all. So you'll be arresting yourselves. And that's an interesting dilemma to put yourselves in when we're trying to bring a new paradigm of policing in this country. In this city. So something to reconsider. Restorative justice is something that people on the ground have been building out as an alternative to policing. I know there's a lot of fire in this meeting. I can tell people have been burned a lot. But what does it mean to deal with why we engage each other in these ways, right? Policing was brought into place to go after enslaved people. And then it was used to over-police black folks and people of color. And now if we bring policing to the accountability stage of policing, I think we're continuing something that we shouldn't continue, which means it does invite us to imagine or reimagine what it means to hold each other accountable. It doesn't always have to go through a policing lens. This background check for the recommendation for the commander, there's a loophole to that. Police have a loophole, and that's tattoos. And I would encourage you to look at tattoos on police officers. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Whoops. Hi, everybody. I'm Kayla. I once made a comment about the patriotism involved in constructively criticizing a body, that it is a patriotic act to tell something you support that it needs to do better. Now I fear that criticizing these commissioners, the commission staff, and its supporters will feed right into the hands of the powerful people who don't want this commission to exist. It is my belief that the people who don't support this commission fall into one of three categories. One, some component of their authority has been taken away because of it, and democracy and accountability scares them. Two, they are being paid to speak against it. Or three, They are genuine people who have been given disinformation and don't have enough time to look into the situation for themselves. This commission must continue to exist with all of the powers afforded to it under Charter Section 115.5. It is incumbent upon Judge Oliver that he order the mayor to stop obstructing the duties of this commission laid out in the consent decree and the charter. One of these obstructive acts is his refusal to remove the commissioner he appointed, who is wreaking havoc and causing meetings to be canceled. This must be done immediately because Cleveland cannot wait. Wait for another 6 months for new commissioners to be seated, plus the time it will take them to get up and running on top of the 7 months that have already passed that he has been aware of this issue with evidence, to say nothing of nearly a year when the news covered her meddling in Tremont while police were trying to detain a dangerous suspect. There are issues beneath the surface that are not being addressed, such as there not being any work groups for the Rules Committee which would have provided input on tonight's evidentiary hearing manual. But all the energy in these rooms is sucked up by this one distraction. To be clear, those issues do not reach the level of needing to reconsider the existence of this commission, but they must be addressed, and I am very upset with each commissioner and the executive director for your contributions to those issues. I selfishly want to live in a community that represents my values. We have all just witnessed another brutal end to a life at the hands of a police officer in Illinois. A few weeks ago, we witnessed the brutal end of the life of an officer here in Cleveland and another in Euclid some months back. Police around the country are understaffed, and it's hard to know if these lives would have been spared if numbers were up, but maybe they would be. This commission is needed to provide safety to our community by holding officers accountable when they make the wrong choices so that we can restore faith in our police and restore the respect they deserve, so officers can be proud to put on their uniforms and citizens can be encouraged to enlist. Anyone on the side of safety, law, and order should see this commission for what it is, a democratic body intended to keep us all safer. Thank you.
All righty, so we're at 8:30.
Y'all have to vote? Oh, okay. Oops. Hi, my name is Rosie Palfy. First of all, you all should have started tonight's meeting with a moment of silence to recognize Officer Jamison Ritter's ultimate sacrifice. And so kind of makes you question what your priorities are. As you can see, I made a new t-shirt, changed from remove Commissioner Wong to recall Mayor Bibb. Mayor Bibb clearly has no intentions of removing Commissioner Wong. He's afraid of an embarrassing hearing before City Council. And I say that because I was asked by the Human Resources Assistant Director in March to write a letter regarding a complaint of alleged discrimination committed by Commissioner Wong. And they have since hired an independent investigator who has yet to contact me. We're almost in August. Okay, that was April. And so, we hear a lot about the charter in these meetings. I would encourage the community to read sections 16 through 21 about removal procedure of the mayor or council member. And, hold on a second. It's not lost on people, the irony that Commissioner Wong refuses to follow any rules, and yet she's going to be allowed to determine whether an officer is disciplined or not because he or she allegedly did not follow rules. I mean, so it's clear to me that the mayor wants the commission to fail, and he's going to use this as an excuse to try to amend the commission as part of his re-election campaign. And finally, I want to say that on May 16th, Commissioner Benito, Kayla, and myself were asked to be interviewed privately as part of your internal investigation. Okay, and what happened was Commissioner Wong threw a temper tantrum like a 2-year-old because she wasn't allowed to be in the meeting. And so what she did was she started getting in everybody's faces with her cell phone, recording people, and then she called Mark Wallach and asked him for legal advice. I have an audio recording of it. She knew she was being audio recorded. Dr. Adams, because he is the commissioner's attorney, okay? He is not your private attorney, and you were asking
Commissioner Wong, you are out of order. You
mean,
cannot respond to the public during public comment.
So Terry, you're saying it's an unlawful. Okay, stop. Terry, this is my public comment, not yours. You've had 2.5 hours to speak and interrupt this meeting. First of all, I want to praise the staff and Martin Balat. I apologize if I mispronounced your name. Does anybody actually think that Martin would have allowed a meeting to go forward if it was unlawful? No, he would not have. So thank you.
Time. Thank you very much, Rosie. Meeting adjourned. Thank you very much. Meeting over. I'm sorry.
Welcome to TV 20 News. I'm Dan Monroe. Cleveland Mayor Justin Bibb just signed an executive order kicking off an overhaul of the city's building construction permitting process.
3, 2, 1. It's official. Modernizing City Hall. Thanks, everybody.
Over the next year, thanks to Executive Order 2024-01, the public will see changes to processes and technology, all designed to make the experience easier to navigate, more transparent, and more efficient.
We needed a modern and responsive City Hall, and that we needed to modernize our building and housing department. And one thing that this administration has committed to doing is trying to do everything we possibly can to move at the speed of business. And so I think today's event and today's announcement shows material progress in our efforts to have a modern City Hall and a modern building and housing department to grow our city in a more inclusive and effective way.
The city's commitment to overhauling the building construction permit process involves a three-pronged approach: predictability, visibility, and efficiency.
Predictability. No matter the size of your project, you will know how long it will take to apply, who will need to review it, and roughly how long it will take. Better visibility into your project. You can check online to see where the project is in the process and what steps remain. Efficiency. By improving process changes, technology upgrades, and cross-departmental communication, the overall time from starting the process to shovel in the ground is decreased, and that's the goal. How can we make it easier, more understandable, and faster?
Ward 3 Councilman Kerry McCormick represents downtown and the near west side. McCormick said City Council fully backs the mayor's overhaul initiative.
City Council was excited and proud to sponsor legislation to approve this project and to fund it fully, to take a deep dive into our building permitting process. And we're really excited to see this roll out today.
For more information on the city's building construction permitting overhaul, visit the city's website at clevelandohio.gov. You can also watch Mayor Bibb's executive order signing anytime on our TV20 Cleveland YouTube page. Mayor Justin Bibb, accompanied by key members of his administration, recently held a town hall meeting at Gunning Recreation Center.
Mayor Justin Bibb, accompanied by key members of his administration, recently held a town hall meeting at Gunning Recreation Center. The event focused on updating West Park residents about improvements to city services.
And then the administration is also making positive strides around our $50 million new fund to convert over 1,000 acres of vacant brownfield land in our city to attract more jobs to Cleveland.
Following the presentation, Mayor Bibb opened the floor to attendees, fielding questions, comments, and concerns from residents.
So I was just wanting to know, how can we create like more programs that gives mentorship from a fatherhood perspective, to give children from ages 12 to 17 better perspective to succeed.
Cuyahoga County has a fantastic program called the Fatherhood Initiative. Certainly recommend that program. In addition, through our new Neighborhood Safety Endowment Fund, we are investing in programs like Icons that supports middle school and high school boys around mentorship, youth development, career development, life skills training, mentoring as well. And so there's a litany of programs that the city funds, but also other nonprofit organizations for you to tap into to really get plugged in.
For TV20, this is Alex Picterna.
Thanks, Alex. You can find the full town hall airing on TV20 or at your viewing convenience on the TV20 Cleveland YouTube page. An abandoned house was on fire in the city of Cleveland, but it was started by the fire department. It was all a training exercise for the department's fire cadets in training. Fire Chief Anthony Luke said this was the final test for the soon-to-be graduating class of fire cadets.
What you're seeing here is the culmination of over 4 months of training for our cadets. They are trained in rescue, ladders, hose drags, all kind of things they're trained in. It comes all together today in one point in a stressful, exciting, and this evolution here.
This wasn't just any random vacant house the fire department decided to burn down, but it was donated by the Cuyahoga Land Bank, which already had the house slated for demolition, according to the Land Bank's Adam Stalder.
We at the Land Bank, we tear down quite a few houses in Cleveland and Cuyahoga County, and we're happy that we can partner with the Cleveland Fire Department to provide training for new cadets. Well, we go through with representatives from the Cleveland Fire Department and make sure that the houses are far away from other structures, make sure that there are some vacant lots around so that there's staging opportunities. And then, of course, we test for asbestos to make sure and remediate any asbestos that might be in the house.
It's an exciting yet stressful day for the cadets as their instructors are watching them very closely, evaluating their every move.
The main thing their instructors are looking for from the cadets is how they perform under stress. Of course, because they are cadet candidates, we don't expect them to be perfect in everything. The mistakes they make, we want them to make here. But the important thing is, how do they respond to making those mistakes? How do they respond under stress? That's what they drill into them to this point. And as long as they respond appropriately under stress, as long as they take proper instruction, we can course correct mistakes along the way.
Fire Cadet Sarah Kruger says these training exercises really help her understand how things can go wrong in an instant and why each job is so vitally important.
So this is definitely preparing us, teaching us when and how to do everything as a team, so nothing is done too fast. If we vent too early, then the fire can flash over and people can get hurt. If we, if we do hydraulic ventilation, shooting out the window to get smoke out, that can hurt firefighters if we do it too early or if we do it improperly. So it's nice doing this training ground to practice everything.
Cadet Kruger also let us in on what it's like being inside a burning house as a firefighter.
It's warm. They always tell you how hot it's going to be, but being in that room with the fire, it's nothing prepares you until you're actually in there.
Just a reminder that the graduation ceremony of the 39th Cleveland Fire Cadet class will be streamed live on our TV20 Cleveland YouTube page on Thursday, August 7th at 11 a.m. The Built Environment Job and Training Fair, hosted by Ward 5 Councilman Richard Starr, drew a large crowd eager to explore new career paths. The Job and Training Fair, aimed at helping Cleveland residents secure employment in the trades, featured presentations from key local organizations, including the Urban League of Greater Cleveland, Cleveland Neighborhood Progress, Ohio Means Jobs, and others. These groups provided valuable insights into the skills needed and the training available to succeed in various trade positions.
If you want to do CDLs, if you want to do electrician, bricklayer, boilermaker, cement, anything that you get in the field, you can get paid training as you continue to develop your skills into a career, and then you get into the union, and now you're talking about even more money.
Attendees had the chance to meet with employers, learn about apprenticeships, and get information on training programs that can lead to certification in fields such as construction, plumbing, and electrical work. The event emphasized a growing demand for skilled labor in Cleveland and the potential for residents to fill these roles.
And this is what it's all about. It's about the people and making sure you have the opportunity. So as your councilman of Ward 5, I'm going to continue to fight for more dollars. I'm going to continue to demand, bring these jobs to our neighborhood, but I want us to demand that we're going to take advantage of this opportunity.
As Cleveland continues to grow and develop, the need for skilled tradespeople is more critical than ever. This fair not only highlighted available opportunities, but also underscored the importance of community collaboration in building a stronger, more resilient workforce. An inspiring initiative indeed. For those who couldn't attend, resources and contacts from the fair are available through Councilman Starr's office and Ohio Means Jobs. Visit their website at omjcc.cuyahogacounty.gov. Cleveland's southeast side is getting a boost with the home repair event for residents of the Lee, Harvard, Mount Pleasant, and the Union Miles neighborhood. Let's go to TV20's Alex McTurna with the story at Zelma George Recreation Center.
A home repair program, part of Mayor Justin Bibb's Southeast Side redevelopment plan, invited residents to participate in an event supported by local partners, including Community Housing Solutions and Cleveland Housing Network. This initiative aims to provide Southeast Side residents with access to grants for essential home repairs.
So the great thing about it is that we're giving residents options for possible programs that they could qualify for.
The program is expected to improve living conditions, boost property values, and stimulate economic growth in these communities and nearby retail areas.
This assistance is targeted to support the economic growth in the local area. And the great way to do it is by repairing the homes that are in that particular area.
For TV20, this is Alexander Picturna.
Thanks, Alex. Finally, Cleveland has become a hub for technology enthusiasts and curious minds alike, as the city hosts RoboLand, drawing visitors from near and far to witness the future of robotics. Errol Porter has more with this story.
Thanks, Dan. I'm here on Euclid Avenue at RoboLand, one of the biggest robotics experiences in the world. Right now, I'm standing right next to Sophia, which is one of the most intelligent AI robots on the planet. I don't know if that's scary or what, but we're going to find out.
This immersive experience showcases cutting-edge robotics technology, from industrial robots to lifelike humanoid machines. Let's take a closer look.
Sophia, how many languages do you speak?
I speak many languages. In fact, I can speak over 20. However, I'm programmed to only speak in English right now so that everyone can understand.
Yeah, so Sophia was created by Handsome Robotics in the year 2016, actually created on Valentine's Day. Basically, her purpose is to help human beings with jobs and different opportunities and things like that, just to show us that what robots can do to help the world, not just take over the world as people think. You know, they're actually good people, well, good beings, and they're actually here to help us.
This exhibit is a unique opportunity for people to see how robotics is not just shaping industries, but also transforming our daily lives.
I like to watch like videos on YouTube of like building robots and whatnot. And like I said, I've been to Japan a couple times, and I've gone to like the science museums there, where they have like the first humanoid robots and stuff on display and whatnot. So I've just always found them really interesting.
Roboland is designed to inspire and educate. They have robots that can dance, cook, and even interact with visitors in real-time conversations. Tell me how much you're enjoying Cleveland, Ohio.
Cleveland is awesome. It's so beautiful.
Hey, we had a great time down here at Roboland, but I got to get out of here so I can go talk to some real people. Get on down here. They'll be here till late August, right here at 1275 Euclid Avenue. It'll blow your mind. Sophia, one of the world's smartest robots, and the big guy Titan. Check them out. My name is Errol Porter, reporting for TV20. We are Cleveland.
Thanks, Errol. For those interested in experiencing Roboland, tickets are available online and at the venue. Don't miss this chance to explore this fascinating world of robotics right here in Cleveland. We are constantly uploading new content on our TV20 Cleveland YouTube page, so make sure you hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on anything. You can also connect with TV20 Cleveland on your favorite social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and X. Thanks for watching TV20 News. I'm Dan Monroe. Be sure to stay tuned for more on TV20. We are Cleveland.
Cleveland, the Transformative Arts Fund winners are here. These 7 artists and their institutional partners will receive a total of $3 million towards innovative, thought-provoking, and inclusive Cleveland-centric public art projects.
This funding opportunity really has been built upon the different public projects I've done here in Asiatown and creating more color, more inspiration, and more instances of culture.
Every one of us here has had a really great individual story in Cleveland when it comes to the arts, but collectively as a group, we came together to start For Art's Sake. The idea For Art's Sake is to empower the youth, diversity, and the creator economy.
The project we're working on is the Store Phoenix project, and we're looking to take as much of Store Avenue and revitalize it with murals and impactful sculptures and life sculptures in the empty lots throughout the neighborhood.
When you come through the portal, you'll be aware of a new form of theater. You will also be able to see the impact of systematic neglect from the standpoint of food desert. And then you'll also be able to see the impact of intergenerational grief and how to go about intergenerational healing.
So you will see art being created. So these things that we create, dances, songs, poems, they will be shared with the community. We also want to create a museum of these Afrofuturistic spaces.
The project is a durational performance, a choreographed deconstruction of the structure, which is no longer structurally viable. It will be biocycled and then turned into materials that can become a new structure, sculpture, piece of art, as dictated by the community, exhibiting maintenance of the built environment as art.
So the community engagement aspect, I feel, even as an artist that does murals on my own, I'm much more enriched by adding the community's voice into that process.
I want to give a huge thanks to my colleagues in City Council, the Volunteer Transformative Arts Fund Committee, and the Assembly for the Arts for their dedication and support. These expressions of hope uphold the vitality and growth of neighborhoods and lay the foundation for artists, institutions, and communities to find solace together in creativity.
Hi, I'm Keisha Chambers, Assistant Director of the Mayor's Office of Capital Projects and the Project Manager for the North Coast Connector Project. For over a year, the Mayor's Office of Capital Projects and the City Planning Department have been completing transformational studies and plans that will assist us in creating an inclusive and vibrant lakefront that reconnects Clevelanders to our greatest asset, Lake Erie, and creates spaces for recreation, wellness, and economic opportunity. We have engaged in conversations with many of you about your lakefront stories, and we invite everyone out to hear about our progress. Please join us August 5th from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. for the Lakefront Future Forum on Mall C, next to City Hall downtown. Hear Mayor Bibb and project leaders discuss project updates and next steps, including the creation of the North Coast Waterfront Development Corporation. Stay to ask questions, provide your input, and participate in interactive stations. Lake views and a good time guaranteed. For more information or to register, visit us at our website, clevelandnorthcoast.com.
For CMSD to have high quality programs, that means that we have curriculum that is highly rated on ed reports. It is aligned to all the standards that we're looking at. For English language arts, it's aligned to the science of reading. It needs to be rated high quality. It needs to have results. It must be culturally relevant. We want a curriculum that is actually responsive to our kids' needs and how they can see themselves in the curriculum. The other thing we're looking at when it looks at programs, we want to make sure that students have access to rigorous instruction throughout the system. So if that means Algebra 1 in the middle grades, a foreign language, we want to make sure that there's access across the board. The world and the market is asking for people that are highly competent in science, technology, engineering, math, and also foreign language. We need to be on the cutting edge of that.
Well, first of all, I'm excited that we're here today. We're joined by leaders from my administration who lead our development cluster, as well as with Councilman Kerry McCormick, as well as business leaders from around the city who are really focused on development at all scale across the entire city of Cleveland. Before we kick off the program, I want to talk about why today's event and why today's executive order is so important to the city of Cleveland. First and foremost, when I was knocking on doors campaigning to be the mayor of Cleveland in 2021, one of the biggest things we heard from not just residents, but from many developers and business leaders across our community was the fact that we needed a modern and responsive city hall and that we needed to modernize our building and housing department. And one thing that this administration has committed to doing is trying to do everything we possibly can to move at the speed of business. And so I think today's event and today's announcement shows material progress in our efforts to have a modern city hall and a modern building and housing department to grow our city in a more inclusive and effective way. So with that being said, I'll kick it off to Jeff Epstein, our head of integrated development. Jeff.
Thanks, Mayor. Good morning. It's great to be here. This is a culmination today, or rather a pause point in the middle, because we're not done yet. This is in many ways the start of implementation of an extraordinary amount of hard work across our administration. This process of reviewing our permitting stretched across about 10 departments. It's reflected in the diversity of city leaders you see here today. Navid Hussein from our Building and Housing Department, Marty, our Director of Public Utilities, Tom Vanover, our Chief Building Officer, Jamie DeRosa, our Director